Jags.
Good morning. We are still on the mountain and it's wonderful, crisp, 42 degrees. APM, he's been out and about already in this nice, cool fall weather. Yesterday was the first day of fall, and part of us is celebrating that and part of us is saying brr. Anyway, so today we have the Mosier Engineering $100,000 race eliminations here at the Fall Fling. But first, they're going to do a reaction time challenge. They're getting them into the lanes now for that. So I may have to just like hush and get out of the way. Anyway, congratulations last night. Josh Lithgow took the victory for the ATI 30K over Kevin Brannon. The night before, we had Blaine Mayer took the victory over J.R. Lockhart in the APD 15K challenge, and Corey Galletti took the American race car from Gary Williams, but don't feel bad for him because he got a race tech. Anyway, so here we are, and it's supposed to be a wonderful, the rest of the Fling here, the weather is supposed to be wonderful. So we're looking forward to that. We had 640 entries yesterday. 640. Oh my goodness. And they eliminated re-entry round for the weekend. I mean, we're done. We didn't have one re-entry so far, and we're in what day are we? We're in day 4 of 5. So no re-entries have been had. But second round was 320, and that's a healthy number for even first round in most events. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet. Y'all say your good mornings to each other and everything. I got a couple of videos to play, and then I'll get out. Yeah, and then we'll go right into the reaction time challenge. Okay, we'll see ya. Bye.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
New entries, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. New entries. Need you in staging lanes 7 and 8, please. You're a new arrival that has not been on the racetrack. We need you to stage in lanes 7 and 8, please. New entries, bring them on in. Okay, here we go. Reaction time challenge, racers pulling to the line. They will only get a reaction time. There's no incrementals here, so no worries. Nobody's getting an advantage over anyone else. It's just a hit on the tree and they're done. New entry, staging lane 7 and 8, please. New entry, staging lane 7 and 8, please. First up in the left lane will be Greg Walker. Right side will be Bill Dempsey. Again, looking for at least a double O green on the tree. That gets them $100 cash. A triple O green gets them $1,000 cash. It also gets them an opportunity to come back around and make a hit for $10,000 if they can be 000 once again. So back-to-back 000s right here will net you 11 grand cash. Bill Dempsey starts it out with a 001, collects himself $100. Negative 16 for Walker. Bill Dempsey misses $1,000 by one foul first thing this morning, getting it started right. He's got $100 coming his way. Next up will be Todd Whited in the left lane. Dalton McKinnon in the right. Awesome. Red in both lanes. Whited, I believe, let go before it come on there. Marty Burton next up in the left lane. Right side is Odell Davidson. Okay, Mike Eames said Odell had a perfect reaction yesterday, so he knows where perfect is. Let's see if he can find it again for $1,000. Far from it, my friend. So again, both drivers looking for at least a 00 green. 000 green gets them 1,000. 013 and an 027 there. New entry, staging lane 7 and 8, please. New entry, staging lane 7 and 8, please. Group A, you are on standby for round 1 of Moser Engineering Friday. $100,000 on the line. Strange round 1, Group A, you are on standby. Roy Sam's doing a burnout in the water. I like it. You can get them smoking up real good right there. This is Garrett Griffith in the left lane and Roy Sams in the right. We even got a dry hop. You know, with a name like Roy, probably wasn't born in the last 20 years anyway. When's the last time somebody named their child Roy? That's just a good old school name. Most of your Roys are just good old guys. I got Uncle Roy, good guy. Negative 001 for Roy Sams. He just missed it. Garrett Griffith is 038. I would imagine you are correct, my friend. Assume. Next up is David Collins in the left, James Blankenship in the right. $100 so far. Trying to keep it in-house this morning. The Bill Dempsey out there with Peter Biondo collecting his $100. Bill was first out in the right lane, was 001 to collect himself $100 in cash from Peter Biondo. See the Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Motor Mania TV live feed is up and running. James Kroll says he's already listening to Mr. Jed call the races. Driving to the doctor. I hope, 005 right there for James Blankenship. How about that? Great job, James. F Lane had some issues and could not stage it. So James Kroll, I hope everything is well, and this is just a wellness checkup for you, my friend. Next up is Steve Hawkins in the left lane. Dennis Lithgow in the right. Again, each racer trying to go at least 00 green, but really 000 green's what they want. 00 green gets them $100 in cash. 000 green gets them $1,000 in cash. And an opportunity to come back around, and if they're 000 again, they get $10,000. I don't know if that's cash or not. Opportunity to collect a few dollars right here. Red for Lithgow, Hawkins 50 up front. No, I wasn't inspired. So Collins couldn't stage it over there, and I guess you're thinking, man, that stinks. He had an opportunity to come up here and win a little cash with a good reaction. But if something broke and it's fixable, this was a blessing in disguise, because we've got 100 grander coming up with no buyback. Well, hopefully whatever happened can get corrected and get him back up here ready to go for 100 G's. Brody Cantrell in the left, Josh Dykes in the right. You better believe I can, Miss Cassie. Very special shout out to the youngest Pennington boys. Corbin and Cash Pennington on the way to school, watching some racing here in Bristol. Corbin and Cash, hope you guys have a great day, and I appreciate you tuning in. Yes, he do. Cash is a junior racer. How about a 008 for Josh Dykes? Collects himself $100. 010 for Cantrell, just missed it by a thou. There's Rick Johnson left lane, Scotty Watts in the right. Adventures with Snakebite Bob asking if the Canadians could have an advantage today because of the cool temps. Lou Greco was up in the tower this morning. He was asking me if I had a block heater for my car, and I was like, Lou, I live in Alabama. No, I do not. I got some brake clean. I throw that in the carb, hit that starter button, she fires right up. 003 for Scotty Watts, collects himself $100. Rick Johnson is 012, oh so close. Shout out to my man Trevor Hayes tuning in. I appreciate that, Trev. Yeah, old West Coaster.
I know Trevor Hayes.
Mike Eames said, I know Trevor Hayes. Now he's a Southerner, Mike. He almost got to God's country, but he ended up in Tennessee. Oh, we're in Tennessee. I better be careful. Here's Kevin Pollard in the left lane, Stephen Dunn in the right. Yeah, we need a 007. Let's just let Pollard foot brake it to a 000. Go ahead and get that $1,000, KP. Light up a bag of donuts on the board, baby. Oh, 007 red for Pollard. That was close. Done. 024. It is a nice, cool, and crisp morning here on the mountain. Let's see what dark sky. Dark sky says it's 43 degrees and feels like 43. No wind to speak of. Humidity is currently 92%. We'll reach a bottom of 41% today at our highest temperature, which is 68 degrees about 4 p.m. So should be a fairly stable day as far as the weather goes, which is totally different than yesterday. Big Red moved 8 hun yesterday. 8 hun. It hadn't moved 8 hun in 3 months from its best to worst run. Good morning, Champ 5X10, and good morning, Umbrella Man. We miss you, bro. We got Chris Wallen in the left, Jerry McGraw in the right. Come on, fellas, light it up. There's a 009 for Jerry McGraw. Gets himself a hundo. Yeah, he's C000. He should have done that. Chris Wallen is 012. That was close. New entries to the staging lanes. Looks like there are a few piled up back there. That's a good thing. Gonna have us a few of those new entries. There's Fred Hagberg in the left lane. Bo Sanders in the right. Mike Eames says we have 5 more, so somebody's missing. Because this should have been, well, no, there was 25, so I guess it was an odd number. My bad. I hear you, Jerron. Good morning. It is cold, but it's not one of those like bone chiller colds. It's just nice and cool and crisp out there this morning. Looking for a 00 or a 000 right here for Hagberg and Sanders. O reds in both lanes. 007 red for Hagberg and 005 red for Bo Sanders. All right, if you're feeling a little bit chilly out there, we've got these awesome fall fling hoodies for sale under the big tent. Right there just between the big tent and the restrooms Fall Fling hoodies are being sold at this time. Get yourself warmed up, snuggled up with that Fall Fling hoodie. You can get one under the tent right now. They are for sale as we speak. Brandon Taylor, 013. Oh, that's a great question. Let's see. Mike Eames wants to know how much money we've given away so far. So there's 100. There's 200. There's 300, 400, 500. $500. We're not even scratching the Reaction Time Challenge checkbook. Let's beat it up right here.
He's going to get some cheddar right here.
Ryan Barnes. Want to come up and take his shot at it. McCarty Auto Parts ride over here. Looking to be 00 anything to get 100. 000 gets you 1,000. And an opportunity to come back and take a shot to be 000 for 10,000. Roll you about 3,000 out of the box right here, RB. Take your shot. Oh, negative 002. So close. Needed to put 2 in, and I hope he didn't take my advice and pull 3 out. We got David Parker and Cody Witt yet to go. This is David Parker. Good morning to Lord's Brewing Company, your friendly gas-sniffing gearhead brewery from the UK. Wow. Good morning, Lord's Brewery. Brewery's hard to say. I should have said brewing because you're not Lord's Brewery, you're Lord's Brewing. In the UK. That's not the University of Kentucky, I don't think. So David Parker going to take his shot right here. This will wrap up the Fall Fling Reaction Time Challenge. Come on, David. Send us out with that 000. Oh, negative 004. Y'all remember I told you last night the air was going to be crisp this morning. Car could move 3 or 4 thou quicker than it has been. There it was. David set it for 000 from yesterday, but it moved a little quicker. Good morning, Jenna. Keep them in line out there today. Yeah, Jimmy Sweet, there's been quite a few that have been up in this range over the last few years. But this is the largest fling ever. 640 entries yesterday. There are quite a few new entries out there today, so looks like it's gonna be more bigger. Oh, David Collins, negative 006. Then did a second burnout. Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, Dion Brooks. Glad to be back on the mic. I do have to go get ready. It's Group A is on standby for round number 1. The $100,000 day, no buyback. I'm gonna go out here and get my racing program ready and turn it back over to the man, the myth, and the legend, not necessarily in that order. Mike Eames will be the next voice you hear on the mic. He'll catch these new entries and get us started when we call Group A.
Jared Penning, let's go get a win light. And before we get ready to go, I have to send a personal shout out to Jared Pennington, who took us home last night. Around 10:30 p.m., I went absolutely sideways for about 4 hours, and it wasn't pretty. There's absolutely, positively nothing worse than being quite ill at a racetrack. So new entry time runs here on Mosier Engineering Friday. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Ultima batteries. Like Jared was talking about, 640 participants went down in round number 1 yesterday. Just incredible support. Here at Bristol Dragway. As we're off and away, 32 left side, 23 on the right side. As you can imagine, with all the driver changes and people moving around, Queen Jaylene is back here feverishly working on the back computer, getting everybody entered. As from Thursday to Friday, as we've moved from 30 GER up to 100 GER, there's several people that, oh, I was driving this car on Thursday, I'm going to drive this car on Friday. Jaylene has to go in and make all those changes, in addition to all of the new people who arrived at some point yesterday, and this is the first opportunity for them to see the racetrack. Morning, Gator. Hope everything's well in your world. A pretty good day. A very brisk. It's brisk out there this morning. Here at 8:40 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. $5:40 a.m. for all of our West Coasters. Probably just rolling out of bed, getting a cup of coffee. .22 left side and 452, 167, 13 green. For the ex-Comstock 57 Roadster. '57 Roadster that Karen Comstock campaigned in the super categories, primarily super gas for a number of years. It's Troy Williams Jr. whip over on the right side, but he clearly is not in it, as there is a driver switch there. side, 18 green. Right side, 566, 121, 617, 110. Will be your mile an hour over on the left side. Once again, no buybacks. Yesterday, no buybacks today. And no buybacks tomorrow. When we get ready for round number 1, it is turn on a win light or you are done for Mosier Engineering Friday, at least in that particular entry. Christopher, 10:40 p.m. Friday night in Queensland. Down in Australia. Glad you're up late. And a part of our Chad Bleachers on that great Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires. Thou in front of the green light over on the right hand side. And 477, 145 on the mile an hour. 420 at 168 over on the left side. 30 on the green light start. Or screen says Jay Ralston and Jeff Burns. But you can't always believe what you read. Unless you're reading about the Yankees walking off the Red Sox last night. Burns, if it is, just misses perfect by a thou. Jay Ralston, if it is 14 green, 474. That's right, Scott. Go Team Canada. It's just amazing to see the support from the Canadian racers that travel down south to be with us here in Bristol. Good. Like 10, 12, 14 entries from Canada, just A+. Zach Fulcher, allegedly left side. Crew member leaning in the dragster on the right side, giving some last minute instructions, which were obviously go that way really fast. Chuck, you're up way too early. .006 over on the right side, 484, 143 the numbers. 20 green for Zach, if it is indeed Zach, at going to be 589 through the 8th mile at 116 there on the speed. It is 5:45 Pacific time. They're Dr. Dab for MGB Chuck. .845 here in Bristol, Eastern Standard Time. As we're in our new entry time runs here on Mosier Engineering Friday. At the end of the day, we're going to give away the trophy. We're going to give away the big check with the biggest payday of the event, 100 GER. That will go to the winner. Josh Ludke last night was our champion when everything was said and done on ATI Performance Products Thursday. 002 on the red side. Over in that motor mile right lane. 006 in front of green over on the left side. 544, 125 the numbers. 462 at 150 on the speed. It says Steve Breeden. And it says Jordan White. Right side going to be 75 green, 445 at 155 miles an hour. Good morning, GBR. They're in the chat bleachers. If it is indeed Steve Breeden, with 69 up front, 486 at 140 miles an hour. They're at 660 feet. Trevor Denton going to be left side. The Grand Am. As we're in the middle of new entry time runs. Here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Ultima Batteries. If I had to guess, we're going to be just under 670 entries in round number 1 for today. It's 640 yesterday. Was up and at him this morning, 007 on the green light start for the Grand Am, and then goes 642, 106. Travis Laster, 008 and 438 for the dragster over on the right side. Brittany, good morning. Hope all is well. Hope everybody out there is going to have a good day, because after all, everybody knows what today is. No matter where you are in the world, today is a good day for a good day, which I believe is a fantastic way to live your life. Wake up every morning. Today's a good day for a good day. Some words of wisdom from an old guy from Utah. left side. And as we are new entry time runs. .511, 134 going to be the numbers over on the left side. 662 at 102 miles an hour. And the new entry time run over on the right side of the racetrack. Yes, Peter Biondo.
Morning, Mr. Eames. At this time, we will take Group A door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 1 of the Mosier Engineering 100K. Group A door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round 1. Group A dragsters, you guys can hang back. You're on probably about a half-hour standby call.
Only half an hour?
Maybe more.
All right, you heard Mr. Biondo. Group A door cars. Let's get you rolling up this way. Those dials in ready. And let's rock and roll. 14 green, 629 for Matt Cook's Vega Wagon. And I guarantee it is not Matt Cook at the wheel. 48 on the red light. Over in the left lane, 499 at 116 on the mile an hour. It's Todd Coltran's car over on the right side. That I do know. Out of Meridian, Idaho. Yep, Nick Craig, we are in the middle of new entry time runs. We just made our first call for our Group A door cars. As we have just, as I look back, like 6 or 7 more cars sharing the new entry time runs. But we do need Group A, Group A, Group A. Group A door cars, Group A door cars. Need you rolling if you would, please, as Taylor Rich, Cookeville, Tennessee, and Jason Rich's super cool 39 Chevrolet Coupe. So new entry time runs here on Mosier Engineering Friday. Taylor Rich. Aaron Jason's 39 Chevrolet Coupe. Nathan Hershey, appropriately named Jason Rich's hat as the bug catcher. Which, I mean, literally that's what that thing is doing. I mean, when the top of the hat is up above the top of the roof line of the car, I mean, that's just A+. That's doing it right. Taylor Rich, 15 green and 528 at 134 miles an hour there for Taylor. Pretty sure that car will be double entered today. Jason in one, Taylor in the other, which everybody is more than welcome to do so. And I believe Corvette right side is Ray Holmes. Do not quote me. I'm going off memory and I'm old. out in front of green by 22 thousandths of a second. The split window vet, right side 580 at 118 miles an hour. And Group A door cars. Group A door cars, let's get you up this way, please. Group A door cars. Mosier Engineering Friday for $100,000. Let's get you up here. Zach Fulcher. His second rip as he has 2 entries today. The ex-Comstock 57 Chevrolet Roadster over on the right side. And as I turn around and look, Queen Jaylene is back there on that computer, just thrashing away on that bad boy. She actually went through 2 keyboards this week. We had to overnight her a third because we done wore the other 2 out. 18 on the green line start for Zach. 12 the reaction time for the 57 Chevrolet Roadster over on the right side, and 5:53 at 129. 5:871 for Fulcher at 116 miles an hour. No driver info either side. Rolling here for new entry time runs. We got 2, 3, 5, roughly 9 more. As my Group A door cars are filtering into the lanes. Red light start over on the right side by 4th out. 15 green, left side 440 at 158 miles an hour. 5:889 at 118 on the mile an hour. Group A door cars for round number 1. Starting to fill the 12 staging lanes here at Bristol Dragway, here at Thunder Valley. Travis Laster Sr. 216 green, and then made it about 60 feet. Final few new entry time runs here this morning on Mosier Engineering Friday. They're on the starting line and they're in the water box. We'll have our opening ceremonies followed by round number 1. Strange Engineering first round. With a large car count, really good payday. At the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Ultima batteries. Our last 2 new entry time runs here on the starting line. With 12 staging lanes full, our Group A door cars that will follow. 006, 440 for Jeff Burns, 12 green, 445. Over on the right side to wrap up our new entry time runs.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultima tachometer line, the Ultima 3 and the Ultima DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultima 3, you can record the engine and drive shaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultima DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultima 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BeyondoRacing.com.
Friday. At this time, we have Group A door cars in the lanes, and at this time, I want to say a huge thank you to you guys. I mean, a lot of emotions going through right now without Kyle here. I wish he was here to witness this, but I'm telling you, he's up above and looking down and really proud of what we've built here, and we couldn't do it without you racers. Bristol Dragway, unbelievable. I don't know what else to say. But thank you guys. You guys have been making it so easy for us with 640 cars yesterday and probably a few more today. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Bristol Dragway staff, I love you guys. But right now, it's all about the racers. Let's put our game faces on and let's get after it for $100,000.
At this time, we'll start the way we always start here at the Fling. We'll have our invocation, and then we will have our national anthem immediately following. So please rise and remove your caps. Father, we come to you today in thanks of all that you do for us. Father, it's what a blessing. It's amazing to see what you have created here at Bristol Dragway and with the Fling events. And we're so thankful that you have your hand on us this week. You've given us a beautiful day to have Moser Engineering Friday. And Father, if we can't see that we're blessed when we look around today, we've got a vision issue. Your blessings are always true and always full of glory. Father, we ask that you watch over everyone here today. We ask that you watch over every official, participant, and spectator. Father, we ask that you guide us and you lead us in everything that we do and everything that we say, not only today but always. Father, we ask that you give Big Nasty a front row seat today. Bring him to the front and let him watch what he's created. Father, we thank you and we love you, and all things are because you allow them to be. In Jesus' name, amen. Please remain standing for our national anthem. All right, I wasn't ready for this. Technical difficulties. So don't judge me. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jared Pennington saving the day. I'm completely dumbfounded with what just happened with our technical difficulties. But man, Jared Pennington stepping up huge, like massively.
Dawn early light.
Jared Pennington bailing us out. Let's get Jared down there and do his hot rod. And hey, Big Jed. Big Jed. Dude, you just killed it, man. Go get a win light. No way. Jared Pennington, that was A+. Jared Pennington, straight out. International man of mystery. That's why he is number one in our program and number one in our hearts. We're getting round number one, our strange engineering round number one to the lanes. Our door cars are at the ready in Group A. Those of you not fully familiar with our format here at the Fling events, we have Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. With one final new entry time run before we start sending two down and only having one come back. I'm telling you, had a rough Bristol. Tuesday night, foreign object hit the big massive window right in front of me here in the announcer booth that completely like spider cracked the whole entire thing. Yesterday, the end of the day was pretty much a complete dumpster fire. Had the issue this morning that, glad to know, was not my fault. However, I just walked in here and hit the announcer button and it scrambled the system, and we're in the process of rebooting. Can't wait to see what's going to happen later today. $100,000 on the line. We are starting with our Group A door cars with no buybacks. This is light the lamp or you're done. No buybacks here today on Mosier Engineering $100,000 Friday. Jeremy Bargo, Tim Denton are going to start us off. 616 the dial in for Jeremy. We'll be leaving first in the S10. Tim Denton out of Tennessee, the 69 Camaro right side, 602 the dial for Tim. Very large crowd has assembled over on the right side of the racetrack here, just past the bridge, as we have conditions that are substantially cooler right now than the previous couple of days here at Thunder Valley. Bargo is green, Denton is green, and the first win light of the day is going to go to Jeremy Bargo. The Kentucky S10 is going to be 16 at the start, 617 on the 616. To get the win, Tim Denton was 23 right down here, got to the finish line first by 64 to break out by 0.07 of a second. Howard Westbury and Jay Hill. Jay in that very unique 97 Honda Prelude, Mount Vernon, Missouri, 571 the dial, would be off and away first. Westbury in that 67 Chevy 2 will be in hot pursuit. Jay Hill's 004 Brighton early and dead on 9 to be 13 total. Howard Westbury was 17 green and just had a very leisurely 115 mile an hour parade lap because there was nothing, absolutely nothing Howard was going to do to move the win light over onto his side. Tracy Guffey and Matt Daddis. Matt Daddis currently the clubhouse leader in our Brodick shootout. The best door car package of the week thus far. He was 1 total yesterday morning in the first round. There's a Grand Am out of Vermilion, Ohio. Right now, Trip McCarty's leading everything on the dragster side. That will go through round number 3 today. The door car with the best package. Dragster with the best package will come back and run off for those SR20 heads. That's a fantastic prize. It's part of the Fling prize vault. 4,000 was the difference on the starting line. Guffey in the Camaro, Matt Daddis in the Grand Am, and give it to Matt Daddis. Double breakout win. 6:15.3 on the 6:16, under by 17 thou. Daddis was 12 on the starting line. Tracy Guffey's 008, under by 8 thou. True margin of victory, 1,000th of a second for Matt Daddis. Kylie Thaxton left or right side. The Chevette out of Butler, Georgia. S10 over on the left side. We hear rips down there, and another double breakout win going to go to Kylie Thaxton. 6:38.7 on the 640, was under by 13 thou. Was 10 at the start. S10 left side was 20 green and under by 25 thou. Kylie Thaxton will pick up the win. There's Rodney Fincham. And 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. Verdi out of Glen Allen, Virginia. 68 Firebird, 588 is the number for Jeff Verdi here this morning in round number 1. Rodney Fincham, hot rod in the Vegas, 645. The dial in there for Rodney Fincham. He will leave first by a bulb and a skosh. Red light start for Rodney Fincham. Verdi going to get a free sniff of 588, and he's going to take a whiff of 591. was 19 green, and after Fincham was 14 red, was a 10th under the dial. He put 645 on the scoreboard and 635 down on the racetrack. Donnie Smith. Brian Adkins will be our next pair. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky. S10 left side. Brian Adkins, the 72 Nova, out of West Virginia, over on the right side. Donnie will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first via the spread and the dial-ins. Strange Engineering, round number 1, which should be rather lengthy. Donnie, Derek Jeter on the starting line, and 3 above 1 will get the win. 002, 667 on the 664 for the S10 out of Kentucky will advance. Brian Adkins was 15 green and under by 0.08 of a second. As a few of our competitors have absolutely blitzkrieged their dial-in this morning. Dustin Smiley and Lucas Walker. Dustin out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the Grand Am left side, had a really good run on Advanced Product Design Carburetors Wednesday. Took it down to the semifinals, 551 the number. Lucas Walker, Murray City, Kentucky, the 88 Mustang over in the right side of the racetrack. Dustin, Lucas Walker, 21 green, 6014 on the 601 will get the win. Dustin Smiley, 15 on the green light start, 553 on the 551, but is 18th out behind at the finish line as Lucas Walker takes out Dustin Smiley. Noah Johnson. And our runner-up from last night, Kevin Brandon. Rabbit out of Gaffney, South Carolina in the Monza. 563 is the dial here this morning. Noah Johnson, Wilmington, North Carolina, the S10 over on the left side, 683. The dial in for Noah. Off and away. Noah's a little bit better on the starting line, looking over at Kevin Brandon over in the right lane, but Brandon sticks the landing to be dead on 7. 563, 7 on the 563 will advance, was 27 on the green light start. Noah Johnson stole a hunt at the hit as he was 17 green and then 4 above. And got behind Kevin Brandon right on the number to advance. As Marco Abruzzi and Nat Moore. Nat out of Atwood, Tennessee, the 69 Camaro. 582, the dial for Nat. Marco Abruzzi, the S10 out of Ohio, 621, the dial in for Abruzzi. Moore, 004 down here, dead on 0 to be 4 total alongside Marco Abruzzi. That's pretty unkind here at 9:31 in the morning to Marco. Marco was 17 green and just flat out squashed by Nat Moore here in round number 1. Sean Lingerfeld and Troy Williams Jr. Sean out of Greenville, North Carolina, the Beretta left side. And T-Rock yesterday finally got one of those 000 hero coins. One of the new things that was started by Peter and Emily Biondo. You roll it perfect on the starting line, get a win light on the main event days. And Troy Williams Jr. is going to bow out in round number 1. Lingerfelt's 007, 1 above 3 to be good. Troy Williams Jr. was 11, behind by 4 thou at the stripe, got to the finish line by 17 thou to break out 8 thousandths of a second, needed to take 9 or less, and did not. Troy Williams Jr., 1 entry gone here in round number 1. Don Cox and Benny Ulmer. Cox in the 55 Chevrolet left side, 532 is the dial-in. Benny Ulmer, Nice, South Carolina, the 62 Chevy 2 over on the right side. Benny, that back end sashaying around a little bit. And Don Cox will end up on the right side of a double breakout. 002, 531.9 on the 532. Pretty sporty for Cox to get the win. Benny was 11 green and under by 3 hun. But Don Cox put down a pretty good lap right there to take out Benny Omer. It's David Young and Chuck Roycraft. David out of Philadelphia, Tennessee. I really thought early in the week that Philadelphia, Tennessee was a typo because obviously, you know, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Google it. There's a Philadelphia, Tennessee. 62 Chevy 2 for Young. Chuck Roycraft. Minnetonka, Minnesota is going to get out around number 1. 008 on the green light, and David Young turns on the ugly, nasty, stinky, gross, putrid, refrigerator coach slamming, battery charger tossing, red light by 1/1000th of a second. Chuck Roycraft, after being 008, is 1 above 6. 6136 on the 612. Here in round number 1. Robert Holton. 542 the dial for the Mustang. Holton had a good run, made it down onto the ladder last night. I believe was eliminated at 6 cars. Dalton McKinnon. Pearson, Georgia in the Love. 70 model year, 653 the dial. Dalton, 002 right down here and is going to break out by a 10th. Wow. 653 is what Dalton put on the scoreboard. Is 002 and then under by a 10th, going 6-4-3-7. Robert Holton, 14 green, dead on 3 is 17 total. As that Camaro as the Mustang just keeps on rolling. Greg Walker, Clinton, Maryland. Chad Axford, the Nova from Mount Washington, Kentucky, 6'11 for Axford. Off and away first, looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Greg Walker in the Camaro. Throttles all over the place, ripping. Axford is going to break out by 5. Greg Walker breaking out by 3. To be on the right side of a double breakout. Walker was 14 green, 538 on the 541 to advance. Axford 004. He did his job right down there on the starting line, but just completely nom to the finish line. Insane first round battle. Barnes, the very talented young man on the Camaro left side, 642 is the dial. Nick Hastings in his trusty T1000 out of the OHIO over on the right side. It would be a surprise to absolutely no one if either of these two made a deep run here on Mosier Engineering Friday, $100,000. But here we are, first round. Green and green. Hastings has cut Ryan Barnes in half and is going to get the win. Wow, Nick Hastings, 009, dead on 9. To be 18 total. Ryan Barnes was 18 up front, needed to be dead, nothing, and rely on some of the little numbers that we cannot see to move the win light over. Did not do it. Nick Hastings takes out Ryan Barnes in a really good one. They're in round number 1. Jason Atteri and Heath Bambarger. Jason out of Pennsylvania in the Firebird. 699 is the dial. Heath out of Northport, Alabama, the Nova. Over in the right lane, 621, the dial-in for Heath. Tree And away. Oh, Cherry. Hockey sticks on the reaction time and is going to end up dodging a colossal bullet. Oh, Cherry, 77 green, 1 above 6 is going to get the win. Heath was 12 green, had 600 advantage at the starting line, goes 6:19.9 to break out by a couple of hun, taking 92 at the finish. Heath might need a friend and a hug. Shane Boney and Chris Hodge. Boney out of Minnesota, the S10 left side, 596. Chris Hodge, Rutledge, Tennessee, and the 6.6 Chevy 2. Red light start for Hodge by 0.04 of a second. Boney is going to get a free look at 596, goes 5.936. At 115 miles an hour was 10 cents on the reaction time. Chris Hodge, after turning up 4 red, goes 6.156. Logan Westmoreland and Glenn Williamson. I just say the name Logan Westmoreland and Jared Pennington starts to have a tick. After what happened to Jared yesterday alongside Logan. Glenn Williamson out of Ontario, the orange 79 Camaro right side. Logan out of South Carolina is going to move on. The 68 Camaro will push forward. 24 green and 2 above 2 will be good. Glenn Williamson was 43 at the start, 675 on the 678 to be a first round runner up. Kevin Pollard and Steve Cisco. Okay, let's do this first round. How about Kevin Pollard and Steve Cisco? Let's get some. Pollard out of Virginia in the love. 591 is the dial. Steve Cisco in the Nova. 648 for the young man out of New Jersey. This is also prime time right here. Pollard in a good position off the starting line. 003, 3 above for Kevin Pollard is going to get it done. Cisco was 20 green, taking 39 thou at the finish line to break out by 20. As Kevin Pollard dispatches Steve Cisco here in round number 1. Win light over on the right side. 32 and 4 above is going to be 007 and 7 above. I mean, I'm easily like befuddled, and I'm currently right now befuddled. That was really weird. Brad Bustle. Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. 592 is the dial for the S10 left side. Andrew Sturck. Amaranth, Ontario, Canada is going to get the win. Both competitors were out in front of green and not a true start win. Bustle left first, it was 008. Andrew Sturck left second and was 002. Bustle left first and was the worser of the offenders on the red light. Andrew Sturck left second and will get the win. There for Team Canada. Robbie Breeden in the S15. And Chase McKay, Romulus, Michigan. So Robbie Breeden has the S15, kind of the traditional And a lot of people call, the S10 the S-Dime. I mean, do we call Robbie Breeden's hot rod out of Cincinnati, Ohio, the nickel dime? Or we're green and green, and Breeden is going to bow out in round number 1. Chase McKay, 22 green, dead on 4. McKay had a really good run yesterday. Made it deep, deep on ATI Performance Products Thursday. Chase McKay actually had Robbie Breeden locked out, 22 up front, dead on 4. As Breeden was 28 green with no chance. It's Kenneth Street. Cedar Bluff, Virginia. Green and green. Whoa. Pretty aggressive down the brake pedal right side. Is going to get the win on a double breakout. 6.12.5 on the 614. 106 on the mile an hour. Todd Whited, Thomas Marlowe, Todd out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The old Cutlass left side, 534 is the dial. Thomas Marlowe, Mesquite, Texas. The 90 Camaro, 617. About a bulb and a half going to be the head start for Thomas Marlowe. Out of the great state of Texas. Good position off the starting line. 004620 on the 617. We'll have some electricity on that motor mile side of the racetrack. Todd Whited was 31 at the start, got to the finish line first by 30 thousandths of a second to break out 27 thou. Needed to take 3 thou or less and did not do so. This is Barry Woods out of Georgia. Camaro left side. Sean Carpenter, Elm City, the Camaro right side. 13 green for Carpenter, but Barry Woods is 007 and 6 above to be 2 thou in front at the finish line. Sean Carpenter, 5 above and 2 thou behind at the finish line. Barry Woods takes out Sean Carpenter, Noah Pollard, and Amanda Manuel. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina. 78 Camaro left lane, 634 is the dial. Amanda Manuel out of Louisville, North Carolina. It's props to the Manuel family. That West End Opera House, who has put up the Last Lady Standing prize. And $500 to the last lady remaining in competition. Noah, the slightest of head starts. Off and away, Amanda Manuel is late. 004 for Noah. Amanda Manuel, well, the reaction time started with 0.2. Noah, 004, 5 above to be comfortable. Amanda Manuel was 201 on the green light and goes 626. So Amanda bow out in one of the entries here in Strange, round number 1. It's Mark Payne and Joe Jules Rude. Mark out of Waynesboro, Virginia, the 67 Chevy 2 left side. 589 on the dial. Jules Rude out of Stony Point, North Carolina, the S10 over on the right lane. Negative, JJ. He's in the lanes. Jules Rude will have the opportunity to leave first by just a hair under 2 of those yellow LED bulbs. Mark Payne will be in hot pursuit. Separate the drivers as they leave the starting line. Jules Rude, Mark Payne, give it to Jules Rude. 30, taking 003 to be 1 above and get the win. Mark Payne was 32 at the start, 590 with a 3 on the 589 to advance. JJ, about 6 or 7 more pair, young man. Rick Needham Jr. in the Cobalt out of Cleves, Ohio. Alongside Steve Collier. They didn't do a very good job pulling in the staging lanes. Huber Heights, Ohio. For Steve, 6:53 is the dial. 2 itty-bitty teeny tiny ones, the difference on the reaction time. Steve looking to the left. Here comes Needham. Steve Collier, 26, 4 above 4. Will get the win. Needham is 28 green, 93 on the 85. Steve Collier takes out Rick Needham Jr., Nate Halsey. Is red by 16,000. To move the win over to Chris Galitti. 24 dead for at 133 to move on. Wow. Dude, there has been like some insanely silly matchups here in round number 1. Like just crazy. Here's another one. Garrett Griffith and Tommy Plott here in round number 1. Man. This is just silly. Garrett out of Alexandria, Kentucky, 638. Very talented young man in that S10. Tommy Plott, guy who's won 4 Fling main events. This is pretty special here in round number 1. All right, gentlemen, do me proud. Off and away, Garrett and Tommy. Tommy Plott takes out Garrett Griffith. Garrett was 12 green, got to the finish line first by 34 thou, breaks it out 9 thousandths of a second. Tommy Plott got down there and whoop, sent Garrett through and ended up on the right side. Garrett Griffith defeated here in round number 1 by Tommy Plott. Garrett will be back with his second entry is Josh Burrow and Ken Clark. Josh out of Kaufman, Texas. Fourth out, separate Josh and Ken on the reaction time, and Josh Burrow will proceed 007 green and 1 above 9. Ken Clark got to the finish line first by 35 thou. And broke out by 20, needed to take 15 or less. Didn't do it. Josh Burrow will advance. Caroline McCarty and Chris McGuire. Caroline for McCarty Auto Parts. That's Carol's kid. That's Bug's kid. It's Trip's sister. 6 flat the dial for Caroline. That Rambler wagon, a wheel standing machine, and Chris McGuire, Christiansburg, Virginia. 566 is the dial. Caroline is off and away, almost cut Chris McGuire in half on the reaction time and is going to get the win. 603 on the 6 flat for Caroline. Caroline was Hey, since we're in NASCAR country, I mean, a couple of NASCAR legends on the reaction time. Jeff Gordon for Caroline McCarty and the King Richard Petty for Chris McGuire. I mean, if you're going to be Richard Petty on the starting line, you better hope that your opponent is at worst like Jimmy Johnson on the starting line. But Caroline was Jimmy Johnson's teammate for a number of years. Jeff Gordon got the win. Kendall Little and Jared Pennington. Jared in the slow Nova put 5.96 on the race car. Little out of Killeen, Texas is 009, but Jared is 001. Dead on 5, 6 total for Jared. And I never say this because it's Jared's thing, but Kendall Little is 009 and is mathematically ineligible. Good lap there for Jared Pennington. 6 total. Dirty. Brian McCown and Lou Greco. McCown, the 67 Chevelle out of Kentucky, 632 is the dial. Lou, and that awesome 70 GTO out of Pennsylvania, 575. The dial for Lou. Red light start for Lou Greco by 4 little teeny tiny ones. Brian McCown, 24 green, 1 above, nothing. Will get the win. Lou Greco, after being red by 4, is in 200 above. Adam Bambarger and Larry Hamby. Adam, 650 the dial in for the S10 out of Northport, Alabama. Larry Hamby, 678 the dial for the 55 Bel Air out of Orlando. Got to get me a 55. That's all it is. Red light start for Larry Hamby by 43 thousandths of a second. Bambarger, 28 on the green light start and 6:44 as I am completely distracted as Kerry Carr has brought me up this little soft nugget face. As I am a massive dog lover, and lick the microphone, give me kisses, oh my Lord. What is the puppy's name?
Roxy.
Roxy,
Booty team.
the newest Kick Booty team member, Roxy, is just a whole ball of cuteness. Here, can I have one more kiss? Right on the microphone. Mm-hmm. Yes. Kerry Carr just made my morning better by a factor of 86.
Take the mic 1 sec, Mike.
Yes, sir, here.
Attention in the pits. We'll take dragsters in Group A with an even car number to the lanes, please. Dragsters Group A with an even car number. We'll take it to the lanes now, please.
All right, Caden Harrell turns it red by a bunch. 180 on the red light start. Gary Kimball's going to move on there on the solo. What amounts to a solo. But like Peter Biondo said, Group A dragster, even number at the end. Group A dragster, even number at the end. Group A dragsters, even number at the end. We need you in the lanes is Shannon Waycaster. And the wheel stand-in veg of Tanner Miller. Mooresville, North Carolina for Mr. Miller. We get the chance to leave first. Thanks for the reminder on hitting the thumbs up. I just did so. Tanner is 10 green, stole a couple at the start, and is going to give it back by a thou. Tanner Miller might need some consultation and a daily affirmation. Shanna Waycaster, 33 green, 1 above, and 1 thou in front. Tanner Miller was 10 green, 3 above 4. Needed to be 3 above 3 to move the win light over. Did not do it. Got behind by a thou. Shanna Waycaster takes out Tanner Miller. Tanya Street, and Sean Brown. And Group A dragsters with an even number at the end. Get up here if you would, please. Tanya Street, 15 red, getting gift wrap the win here in round number 1 to Sean Brown. Sean was deuce at the start. 546 on the 548. After Tanya was red by 15, Thou was also too quick on the dial. Doing 638 on the 39 is Sarah Major and Kedrick Roundtree. All right, Peter Biondo says, hey, I no longer want even Group A dragsters. I want them all. I want them all. If you're a Group A dragster, Peter Biondo commands you to get to the staging lanes. He layeth down. Layeth down. Group A dragsters, all y'all. Get in the lane. Sarah Major. In that just really unique fabric. I just love how it sits. Unfortunately, Sarah turns red by 13. Thou, Kendrick Roundtree. Literally just like throw that time slip away. Sarah Major does not want to see it. Sarah Major, 13 red. Kendrick Roundtree was 195 on the green light start. Jared and I were talking about like things that are worse when you're like 00 red and your opponent is like 70 on the green light. And we were talking about like bamboo shoots shoved underneath their fingernails. I was telling Jared like Alabama losing outright as a 21-point favorite, and Jared was like, anytime Alabama loses, it's painful. It doesn't matter what the point spread is. But I'm going to say if you're 13 red and your opponent is a $1.95 green, I don't even know how. I mean, that's like painful. That's like passing 4 kidney stones at the same time painful. This is Jesse Long and Cody Spears. Yeah. Rock and roll. Yeah, we're rock and rolling. Thank you, sir. You know, we talk about like the Fling staff really being a family and everybody here at Bristol Dragway. Dude, I have to tell you, last night, I have never been so sideways in my life. At least, I mean, not that I remember. It's been a long time. And everybody's compassion and empathy towards what was going on last night was just A+, man. Just makes you very grateful to be part of such a kind, caring, empathetic group here with the Fling family and the team of Bristol. But at about 2:30 this morning, I was praying for pretty much death because it was ugly. But I feel right as the mail today. Jesse Long in the Malibu left side. Cody Spears, the S10 over on the right side. Cody a little bit better up front and is going to get the win on a double breakout. 690 to be under by 4. Jesse Long under by 5 to get the win. It's Jamal Woolridge and Cameron Fredrickson. Jamal out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Cameron Fredrickson. The Malibu wagon, right side. Riverview, Florida. Again, all Group A dragsters. Every one of you. Group A dragsters, get you up in the lanes, please. Group A dragsters. Get you up in the lanes if you would, please. Woolridge, Cameron Fredrickson. Man, Jamal Woolridge completely locks Cameron Fredrickson out of the house. 11 green, dead on 6 to be 17 total. Cameron's 24 up front and just wasting that very precious racing gasoline. S10 left side. Aaron Vale, Trans Am 73 vintage over on the right side. 639 is the dial. Barn, I'm going to say we're guaranteed to be 660 plus here in round number 1. Win light for Aaron Vale, 16 on the green light, 640 on the 639 to be 7th out in front at the finish line. To have some electricity over on that motor mile side of the racetrack. 26 green and 1 above 4 is no good. Left side is Bug McCarty. That's Carroll's guy. Hazelhurst, Georgia. The Olds Achieva. There for Bug. Nathan Schroeder, 603 the dial. For the S10, who turns it red from the state of Iowa. And then, of course, red and dead on. 13 red. 603.5 on the 603. Bug McCarty was 18 at the rip. And 594 on the 597. As Bug is exactly where he would like to be, is Travis Colangelo and Scott Albrecht. Scotty out of Jackson, New Jersey. In that impeccable, impeccable is offensive to impeccable when you talk about that 67 Camaro that Scott Albrecht is wheeling. Travis Colangelo left side. In the Chevy 2, 625 is the dial. Win light for Scotty Albrecht. 14 green and a bunch above. Travis Colangelo was 638 on the 625, over by 13 hun, and is going to be a first-round runner-up. See, first-round runner-up. We don't have first-round losers. First-round runner-up. That's why you tell your friends, how'd you do today? I was runner-up. Oh, really? Great. Yeah, first-round runner-up. It's all about perspective. Cameron Atkins and Jake Clayton. Cameron in the Camaro out of Mentor, Ohio. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hey, I got down in the semis today. Really? That's awesome. Yeah, there's 5 cars. Turned on 1 lamp. It was amazing. Yep, Jake Clayton. Chattanooga, Tennessee, the 91 Mustang over on the right side. The opportunity to leave first. He has 649 as we look down yonder at the Motor Mile scoreboard. Cameron Atkins, American Water Heater side, 647. The dial-in for Cameron. Jake Clayton's going to stand it up on the bumper here in the Mustang. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we give away our first Trip Zero Hero coin today? No. Jake Clayton drops it 000 at the hit and goes 646.0 on the 649 to break it out by 3 hun, taking 60 down at the stripe. Cameron Atkins, 18 green, 1 above 2, ends up on the right side. Jake just annihilated the finish line like me at the buffet. I mean, there was so much chowing down there. Like, it was just all sorts of wackiness. Zach Fulcher and Ray Holmes. 001 on the green light, and 2 above 3 to be 3 thou in front. Pretty good job there for Holmes. 001 taking 003. That gets it done relatively frequently. Zach Fulcher, 004. Pretty good, but 3 thou shy at the finish line. Alongside Ray Holmes is Donnie Quisenberry. As we are now at the point where we're merging dragsters and door cars. 17 on the green light right side, going to break out by 400. Donnie was 003 Babe Ruth at the hit. 480 with a 1 on the 479 to advance. They're in round number 2, getting out of Strange. First round on Mosier Engineering Friday is Marty Martin and Wes Neely. Marty Martin out of La Plata, Maryland. La Plata, Tomata. Wes Neely. Joanne says it's La Plata. La Plata, plate. I'm actually kind of afraid to eat anything. Talk about a plate. I'm gonna stay away from food for a little bit. Wes Neely, the 57 Bel Air Roadster out of Florence, Mississippi. 563 the dial for Wes. We'll be leaving first. They stage together. Away and away. Wes. Good position here at the start and is going to break out by 9,000th of a second. Wes Neely's 009. Marty Martin is 54. Wes got down there and took 56 thou at the stripe to break out by 9 thou. Wes might need a hug.
Yes.
When he grabs the time slip, he's going to be saying filth, shucks, darn it, G. Willikers, Jay Beaulieu, Quebec City, Canada, over on the left side. 445 for Team Canada. We love having Team Canada here with us at the Bristol Fling. And Dean Combs right side. Red light start for Jay Beaulieu. Dean, 17, dead on 8. We get out of round number 1. Proceed into round number 2, which we'll be running about 5 hours from now. And Jake Hodge, I will fully take your word for that. And Jake Hodge, I really could have used you last night. I'm just saying, even though Jared Pennington took us home and did an A+ job. Danny Bennett and Joe Nelson. Danny at Hampton, Virginia. The dragster left side. Joe Nelson, Illumina, Morgantown, North Carolina. 535 the number. For Joe Nelson. As we are staged and away. Danny turns red by 8 thou. Joe Nelson will get a free look at 535 here in round number 1. 5-3-4-3 for Joe Nelson, who was 11. Ripping the finger off the button and initiating that run at 126 miles an hour. Danny Bennett, 008, and then 2 quick as well, 483 on the 84 is Kevin Burkett and Matt Cook. Burkett in that red dragster out of Vanceboro, NC. 489 is the dial. Matty Cook, 631 the number. for the Vega Wagon out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. When I see Hendersonville, North Carolina, it reminds me of, what was Winona Ryder's character name in like Big Daddy, and she was from like Winderchester, Shundenfunville, is what she told Adam Sandler in Mr. Deeds. Green and green, Matt Cook in the Vega. Here comes Kevin in the dragster. Let's give it to Matt Cook. 31 at the start, 1 above 1 makes 42 combined, and Kevin Burkett was 51 at the hit. And was completely locked out of the show. Matt Cook takes out Kevin Burkett. Courtney Grisey out of Vermilion, Ohio. 4-2-1. The dial in for Courtney. Getting after it. Here on the mountain. Camaro right side, 594 is the dial. Double 01 right side, but Courtney Grisey, 13 green, taking 3 thou. We go 421-2 on the 421 for Courtney. We'll advance Camaro's double 01. And behind by 3 thou at the finish to be 1 above 7 and no good. Drags to right side, 418 the dial. 542 the number here for Chad Duke. Will be off and away first by almost a full Christmas tree. Red light start for Chad Duke. Should like 416 down there, 419.9, 168 miles an hour. Chad Duke was 12 green and then 6 too fast, as he's like breaking every single rule that we have. I believe no Rambo left side, or at least no Rambo's whip. 416 the dial. Taylor Rich in the super unique 39 Chevrolet Coupe out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Anytime the top of the hat is above the roof line, wow, Taylor Rich stands it up and sets it down. That was wild. Double bouncer there for Taylor Rich. Jason standing over off to the side just shakes his head, and man, that was crazy there for Taylor Rich. 17 green, 1 above 7 left side is going to get it done. Man, Jason Rich, that absolutely was a double bouncer. Just a wild one there for Taylor. That was nuts. Yeah, that definitely gets your attention at 10:18 in the morning. Man, that gets your attention at like 2:42 in the afternoon. 6:17 at night. Taylor Rich, man, that's crazy. Will Cawthon and Jacob Stowworthy. Jacob out of Idaho. Will, Lancaster, South Carolina. Winner. Cawthon, 13 green, 1 above 7 to be good. Jacob made the wrong choice down there and got behind. 006 was a little bit better of the hit. 483 on the 480 for Stolworthy to be 3 above and 11th thou behind. Wayne Vernon and Jeff Burns. Winston-Salem, North Carolina for Vernon. 560 is the dial. This is like one of those situations. Wayne Vernon, 560 the dial. Not a lot of instances where Wayne Vernon is doing the chasing alongside another dragster. Jeff Burns has 571 on the dial. Red light start for Jeff Burns by 7th out. Wayne Vernon is 38 at the hit. Be back for round number 2. 559.9 on the 560 for Wayne. Jeff Burns, after turning it red by 7th out, was 5728 on the 571 dial. Hayden Whitted and Andrew Conrath. Hayden, Richland, Virginia. 485 is the dial. Red light start for Andrew Conrath. 006 in front of the green light. 489.8 on the 495 for Andrew. Hayden, 008, 2 above 2. Will be good, but it was all over, literally like a couple of inches into 660 feet. Ron Campbell. As Ron Campbell, Bean Station, Tennessee, 485 is a dial. Amanda Mastorovic. 484 the number for Amanda. And there is a 99% probability that I am absolutely obliterating Mastorovic's last name. Green and green, man. Ron Campbell's over half a second on the green light start. Amanda is going to get the win. 32 up front, 4850 on the 484 to advance. Ron Campbell, 564 on the tree. And 505 on the racetrack, no good. Chris Wallen and Rachel Conrath. Chris out of Spencer, Ohio. Over on the left side, 492 is the dial. Rachel, Pleasant Unity in the state of Pennsylvania. My mission in life after this weekend is to go to Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania and get in an argument with somebody. What I should do, I should send Ryan Gleghorn to Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania, and have him get in an argument with somebody. I miss Ryan Gleghorn. Green and green. Chris Wallen. 300 better at the start and better at the finish line. 12, 1 above 5 to be 14th thou in front to get the win. Rachel Conrath was 47 at the hit and had no chance. Steve Collier and Josh Baker. Stevie Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. 454 the dial in for Steve. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky over on the right side. 457 is the number. Stage it up. And off and away. Baker stole 5 cents on the starting line, but is going to be on the wrong side of the win light. Collier, 11 green, dead on 8 to be 7th thou in front. Josh Baker, 006, 2 above nothing, but on the wrong side of the win light. It's Kayla Needham and Bo Sanders. Bo's turned on quite a few win lights here this week. The Raymond, Nebraska American Chassis Dragster, 479 over in the right lane. Kayla, 544. The dial in here left side. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away our first coin today? No! Perfect on the starting line this morning is the kiss of defeat. Kayla was perfect, breaks out by 5 hun, taking 6 hun at the finish line. Bo Sanders was 15, dead on 5 to move on. Kayla, perfect and no good. Shane Thompson and Junior Hodges. Shane out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State Refrigeration. 459 is the number. Junior Hodges, Wilkesboro, NC. For Junior, 476 is the dial. Thompson gave up a hun at the starting line. Can he get around? Yes. Junior Hodges breaks out by 3 hun, taking 54 down there. Shane Thompson, 24 green, 1 above 7. We'll get out of round number 1. Junior Hodges, in this entry, will be a first-round runner-up. As Tanner Theobald, Jerry Hollingsworth. So yesterday we were talking about how devastatingly handsome Tanner Theobald is, until Parker Theobald chimed in the chat bleachers and was like, his younger brother is much more handsome. And I do concur. The runner out of Utah. For Theobald Motorsports, left side, Jerry Hollingsworth. Out of the OHIO, 524 the number for Jerry. Tanner, 3 hun better at the start. Looking over to the right at Jerry. Double breakout win for Tanner Theobald. 006 under by 9 thou. Jerry was 36 at the hit, under by 5 hun. They're on the double breakout, going Tanner Theobald's way. It's Christopher Schneider. .451 over on the right side. Queen Jolene is feverishly, like she has like 14 different highlighters over there. Really working hard for getting everything ready to go, and a true start win for Christopher Schneider. Schneider left first, was in front of the green light by 2 thousandths of a second. Right side was 15 on the red light start, and Christopher Schneider via true start. As we all know, every time there's a true start victory, Kyle Seipel up there looking down upon us, just says, my man. It's Tim Markoglu and Steph Fuller. That's Barbara's husband over there in the left lane. That was the birthday boy over there yesterday. The birthday boy got dumped in round 1 in both entries yesterday, which I thought was very, very, very rude. Mark Aglu out of Staten Island, New York, 452 the number. Steph Fuller out of Nebraska, 470 the dial for Fuller. We'll have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Green and green. Markoglu is 009, 2 above to be good. Locks out Steph Fuller. Steph was 50 on the green light start. And when you're alongside somebody the caliber of Tim Markoglu and you would like to turn on a win light, 50 up front is not the way to start the process. Sam Hamilton and Dennis Lithgow. Sam Hamilton out of Maryland, 524 is the dial. Dennis Lithgow, Mansfield, Texas. The wing dragster over on the right-hand side of the racetrack will be doing the chasing by a bulb and a little more. Red light start for Sam Hamilton by 13 thou. Dennis is 10 on the green light effort. And a data acquisition run. He's going to, throw down 16 total. Dead on 6 for Dennis. Sam Hamilton, after being red, is in too quick by 13 thou. Was breaking every single rule. Sam's probably going to speed through the pit area. Probably going to water his lawn in the hours that you're not supposed to water your lawn. That's a thing in Utah. There are certain days of the week that we can water, certain times we can water. Because we live in a desert and it's a drought. Joe Gary. And Sugar. Shane Carr. 447 there for Mr. Carr. Hashtag 26. 447 is the dial. Red light start for Joe Gary. Shane Carr will move on to round number 2. 26 green, 444 for Shane. Joe Gary, 005, and then dead on 2, and that's going to sting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, parts call, racer in need. We need a Moroso rebuild kit for vacuum pump and or the pump itself. We're not greedy. Moroso rebuild kit for vacuum pump, or if anybody has a vacuum pump itself, Brody Cantrell would really, really like to make your acquaintance. Come up to the Diva desk, and if you have the ability to help out Brody, you can help facilitate that transaction. Tom Doyle, right side. 527 out of Virginia. A.J. Ash and the copper carbon fiber Mullis dragster that is just absolutely epic. And AJ is going to be 13 green, taking 6th out, the finish to be 1 above 2. And get the win. Tom Doyle, 007 and 2 above to be a first round casualty. Mike Morgan, left side. .492 is the dial for the Lebanon, Tennessee runner. And it's Todd Coltron's car out of Idaho. And we're not on file yet. I see Mike Coltron back behind. But a red light start from Mike Morgan. That's going to move the Coltron hot rod into round number 2. 007 and dead on 8. It's pretty good here this morning. And we are in our Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters here this morning. And Strange, round number 1. Mosier Engineering Friday for $100,000. Those of you that are in that Motor Mania, Mickey Thompson Tires, Jegs, live feed, and didn't hear, 640 entries went down track yesterday in round number 1. There are going to be 660 plus in round number 1 today. There are no buybacks today. Just to keep everybody up to date with what is going on. Oh, and Nick Hastings did win first round. Red light start for Jeremy McGraw by 0.005 of a second. Robert Pettis, the American dragster out of Texas, will move on. 11 green. 459 on the 462. There to get the win. It seems like the 2 most popular questions in the chat bleachers is, what's the car count? Has Nick Hastings run? All right, my friends in the chat bleachers, what else are the common questions that I'm missing? Those seem to be the 2 prominent. Oh, that and like, what round are we in? How much longer before door cars go? It'll be a little bit. All the door cars are in the B group. We're in the A category dragsters. So Noah Rambo and Mark Kidd. Mark on Wednesday obliterated an axle right on the starting line. And Noah Rambo is going to turn it red by 13 foul. Mark Kidd, 22 green and 466. Is Chief running? Yes, that is another one. Mark Kidd. Deuce at the start, 466 on the 467. To advance, Noah is red and then too quick. To be a first round runner up, Jack Collier and T.J. Harper. TJ out of Harrisonburg, Virginia, 460 the dial. Jack Collier out of Louisiana, 445 is the dial. Jack has 445 here bright and early this morning. Red light start for Collier by 2 little bitty teeny tiny ones. 4 green and 3 fast for TJ Harper on what amounted to a time run there in round number 1 as Jack turned to red and then was 3 hunt too quick. Brandon Barker and Greg Shones. B squared out of Bellevue, Ontario, Canada A. We love our competitors from Canada. I'm pretty sure he's not awake yet, but Travis Ringuth, one of our good friends from Canada that is usually down there at the Vegas Fling. Greg Shones being pushed back. A tough break for Greg with no buybacks today, not going to be able to stage it up there in first round. Brandon Barker in the diamond prepared machine. 504. With a free opportunity to look at that 504 under by 6 after dropping at 008. 498 at 139 miles an hour there from Brandon Barker. Steve Hawkins out of Madisonville, Tennessee. Alongside Casey Pesnell. Casey out of Gardendale, Alabama. Just don't look at my window that I broke. Steve Hawkins, 521 the number. KC 457 here in round number 1. Green and green. Steve is in a tight spot. KC in a good position is going to get the win on a double breakout. Wow, both guys well under the dial. KC's 005 under by 3. Hawkins 43 up front under by 6 thousandths of a second as KC is 005 taking 009. To move in around number 2 as Skylar Wagner 479 on the board. JR Lockhart 485 on the board. JR out of Riverside, Ohio. Skylar Simpsonville, SC. And J.R. Lockhart Win light for Lockhart, 13 green, taking 5 thou to be one above and good. Skylar Wagner was 19. One above 5, needed to be just flat out one above to move the win light over on the Skylar side of the racetrack. Didn't do it. J.R. Lockhart has some electricity in his lane. Back in round number 2 as we are in strange round number 1. Here on Mosier Engineering Friday, Jay Ralston and Shallon Broussard. Shallon out of Louisiana, 495 the dial will be leaving first. Jay Ralston, Hunlock Creek, PA. Ralston left side will be doing the chasing. Broussard will be leaving first. Ralston gave up 400 at the starting line, and Shallon pays it off. 004. Be 11th thou in front of the finish line. 496.7 on the 495 for Shallon. Jay Ralston was 41 green under the dial and still got to the finish line second. Shallon takes out Jay Ralston as Lee Dixon and our favorite NOF over in the right lane. The Clint Eastwood over in the right lane.
Oh, yes.
I mean, yesterday, you literally dropped a Lorne Green on us yesterday.
Big bonanza. Over the restaurant.
003 leaves last, and this is fixing to be something. Oh, Lee Dixon, best dragster package of the event, knocks out Trip McCarty. And that Brodick shootout. 001 green, Lee Dixon. 4720. 1 total for Lee Dixon. Remember, that contest goes through round number 3 today. We take the best dragster package, the best door car package, and they run off in that Brodick shootout for a set of SR20 heads. And that's a really nice prize. Lee Dixon, 1 total. And as the soccer or the football pundits over in the UK would say, brilliant. Tim Sansoni and Greg Hicks, as this will be my final pair. Samsoni, Pasadena, Maryland, 448 the dial. Greg Hicks, 475 the number for Hollywood for Jinko Plumbing, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Hicks in a good spot right off the starting line. 478-1 for Hollywood was 12 green. Samsoni was 60 up front and under by 5, but Greg Hicks will advance. And as Jared Pennington saved us with the national anthem this morning after we had some technical difficulties and he was getting ready to go out and run first round, I told Jared, you better be better than 8 total or you cannot come up in the announcer booth the rest of the event. And he goes out there and throws 6 total down. And so, Jared, we let you back in here.
I appreciate that, Mike. Rarely when I got pressure on me do I perform at a high level, but apparently I got it done that time, so I'm thankful for it. Pretty good way to get it started. Speaking of getting it started, I'm getting it started right. Got Fred Hagberg in the left lane with a 491 on the board. That's my boy Preston. I'm kind of mad at Peeps. He hasn't come see me. He knows I'm here, and he hasn't come see me the whole time. So I'm a little bit upset with him. Still happy to see him get a win light. Peep Show, 14 and 8 thou under. He moves into round number 2. Hagberg leaves 002, but breaks it out. 15 thou. Peeps with a less breakout, and he moves into round number 2. Hagberg had him on the tree. Peep Show made it work at the stripe. Derek Hubbard next up in the left. He saved the day yesterday with a Mountain Dew, a nice cold one. Dial 449. Right side is Isaac Hill. Isaac in the Miller chassis, dial 495. 2020 Phantom Dragster for Derek Hubbard in the left lane. I'll separate them. Leave me alone, Mike. 12 dead, 4 for Isaac Hill. How about 12 take 3 for Isaac to be 16 total? Hubbard's 19 total, 4 and 15 thou above. But he's 3 thou behind Isaac at the stripe. Next up is Trip McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia. American chassis over there, dial 473, McCarty Auto Parts. Picking up the tab on his racing ventures. Ivy Brandon, Miss Ivy Brandon, I needed her bad for that anthem this morning, bad. 447 is her dial. She's in a 2014 Maddox chassis out of Gaffney, South Carolina. Miss Ivy giving up 2600's head start to Trip. Turns it 3 thou red and then goes dead on with a 0. Oh, that's a tough lap right there for Miss Ivy. Trip McCarty, he's 14 up front. Good reaction time. He was going to be a handful because he's holding 3 and he lights the board 3 under. Miss Ivy, she leaves a few thou later. That one was going to be hard to deal with. Trip McCarty advances to round number 2. Josh Owens in the left lane, 485 is the dial. Couple of American chassis getting after one another. Big Cram in the right, Cameron Manuel. Dial 472, giving up 1300's head start. Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate the kind words. Nasty right here, double O's in both lanes. And Big Cram makes it work. 7 take 18 to be 28 thou above. It's 35 total. 005 for Owens, but goes 48 thousandths above to be 18 thou behind. Big Cram, Cameron Manuel, advances to round number 2. Probably would qualify. Brent Martin leaves 002 red in the right lane. Left side 003 and 3 under. It's still fast out there, folks. I'll try not to be too graphic right here, but when you're outside in this weather and your t-shirt has some unexpected buttons on it, it's a little chilly outside. The car likes chili. I like chili. I'm a big fan of chili. Somebody's cooking any chili out there today, as long as they don't have a bunch of onions and stuff in it that's just nasty, go ahead and bring a bowl up. Won't be mad at you at all. Left lane not on file. 440 is the dial. Right lane, Denise Young, dial 450. Young advances, 21 up front and then 3 thou under. Young into round number 2. Left lane is 14 red and 28 thou above. Next up, Greg Duffield, Temple, Texas racer in the left, Mullis chassis, dial 485. Right lane, wow, Travis Laster Sr., dialed 408. How about if you got a 485 dial on the mountain and you're getting a bulb and a half head start? 77 Hun to be exact. Laster in a rocket ship. .004, that's what happens when you run a guy going basically 180 miles per hour. .004 and 10 thou under. Duffield got there 39, breaks it out 10 thou, needed to take 29 or less. Laster 21 up front, then goes 409.2 on that 408, so 12 thou above. And then the big kicker there was the 179.64 mile per hour. Duffield goes 138, 139, basically 40 more mile per hour was Laster. And that's just hard to deal with. You don't see that very often. That 4.0 car has a distinct advantage when chasing, you know, the average dragster. 472 in the left, not on foul. Dale Thaxton in the right. Dial 543. There's a perfect reaction. Bag of donuts right there in the right lane. 8 thou under. Thaxton leaves 000. Then 8 thou under for the win. 10 red in the left lane. Then 7 thou under. So Dale Thaxton will collect one of those Kyle Seipel commemorative coins for his 000, and he gets a $50 bill on top of it. That's pretty cool right there. Something you can keep for a lifetime. Congratulations, Dale. Another Trip Zip award. Michael Needham in the left lane. 512 is the dial. Philip Pennington in the right, no relation. 468. Pennington out of Poth, Texas. TNT dragster.
I ain't going
Hot mic, Jack. Welded together on the starting line. 15s in both lanes. It's a double breakout. Pennington breaks it out 3 thou for the win. Needham breaks it out 11 thou. It's Moser Engineering Friday. They make breaks, and Michael sure did Needham. You see what I did there, Mike Ames? It took me a while to get there, but I got there.
On the winding road.
Pennington advances to round number 2. Now, we've heard that a couple of times today, and I'm happy for it. Buddy Fleener left lane, 486. Jaden Lawler in the right, dial 460. Diamond chassis in the left, Miller chassis in the right. What's up, Jeggy? Yes, we did have technical difficulties this morning. Typically, if I'm going to sing the anthem, I have days to prepare. And I would, get some citrus. I'd have a little bit of lemon or a little bit of orange or grapefruit or something in the morning, get the old voice cranked up. This time I had nothing, bro. Nothing but a microphone in my hand. Had a terrible time. There's another bag of donuts in the right lane. Trip Zip for Jaden Lawler. 24 thou above. 19 and dead 8 comes up 3 thou short. Jaden Lawler gets the Kyle Seipel Trip Zip coin and a $50 bill. I appreciate the kind words, Jeggy, and we appreciate all the hard-working associates back at Jegs and all of you guys that make the decisions to support races. The Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania live feed is off the chain. Been people watching it all over the world, and certainly appreciative of all you guys do for us to help us send this action out to the world free of charge. Your generosity is much appreciated. Bart Nelson, 004 and 11 thou over. Nice 15 pack for Bart. Scotty Watts is 009, but goes 39 thou over to be 33 thou behind the stripe is Bart Nelson. Motors in the round number 2. Look at the crowd of spectators here at the Fall Fling. It's the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Ultima batteries, really powered by Ultima batteries. We got RAD Torque Systems, so these people are in the torque business, and then Ultima provides the power, and they are definitely powering up a majorly huge product, Race Kid, 005, 10 thou above, 15 pack, hardballs, 13, take 32 to break it out 30. Had to take 2 or less. Race wasn't leaving him much to work with there. So we're thankful for all our great sponsors. RAD Torque Systems and Ultima and Moser, of course, Jegs and Mickey Thompson. And Strange. It is Strange round number 1 where the awesome folks at Strange going to put $500 in the best losing package's hands. What a great prize for what Pete calls a lose light. Ray Miller III, Miller chassis over there, dial 449. Jordan Parker in the right, out of Michigan, dial 452. This little nip in there, this northern air that's eased down here on us, got my sinuses crack-a-lacking this morning, so I apologize. I'm leaving my mic hot just because it's aggravating to turn it on and off. It's on the bottom, and it's got a little delay, so if you hear a sniffle, just, you know, I'm no pro. I'm just human, okay? You're just gonna get a sniffle. Yeah, if you hear a sniffle, and I'm not watching the Jegs and Mickey Thompson chat bleachers, but Rooster, if you're out there, yes, I do probably need to blow it. Ray Miller gets the win. 27, 14 thou over, 25 and 24 thou over for Parker. Comes up 8 thou short. And I'll let my sniffle go like 2 or 3 pair, knowing, I mean, I feel it. I feel it transitioning to the exit sign. So I mean, if you hear me, it could be a power sniff, okay? I mean, like a really good one, like a nose rattler. Jerry Brewer in the left, 457. Scott Jorgensen in the right, 529. Big Brew with the advantage, but must have caught the tailwind. My goodness, big break out there. Jorgensen 26 and 19 thou under. Big Brews 009 up front, but goes 47 thou under the dial. Got there 45. It's a double breakout, so he had to take 17 or less or get behind. I turned the mic off, saved y'all for that one. Josh Ludke, last night's ATI Performance Products $30,000 champion. Got that done a little after midnight, or not a little, about 12:45 a.m. He's back with that 458 that he had on there all yesterday evening. He's got Keith Thomas in the right. 2 thou separate them, and Ludke gets it done. 22. 10 thou above, 32 pack for Lukey, 24 takes 16 for Thomas, breaks it out 8 thou, had to take 8 or less. Lukey wasn't leaving him much room. Here's Corey Gulitti, semifinal finisher last night out of Tomball, Texas. He's already won a dragster this week. He's also semi'd in the 30 grander. And now he's back in round 1, that American chassis dial 451. He's got Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia, dial 466. And there's another Kyle Seipel trip zip coin going to Colby Fuller. Perfect react. 29 thou over. Fuller moves into round number 2. Got by a tough customer right there in Galletti. 14 thousandths going Colby's way at the stripe. Galletti, well, the screen cleared, but I think he went 2 or 3 above. Sorry about that. Either way, Colby Fuller. Yep, 3 above for Galletti. Of course, Colby had him on the tree. It was perfect, and I think Corey was in the teens, if I remember correctly. My apologies. Blaine Mayer in the left, 468. Michael Pascal in the right, dialed 472. Thousandths the difference. An advantage Mayer. Win light Mayer 006. Take 005. And Mayer moves into round number 2. 21 thou over the dial. That's a 27 pack. 15 on the tree for Pascal. Goes 17 thou above. Leaves him 5 thou behind. I got a killer mic stand right now. I'm not even having to hold this bad boy. Looks like a single up here. Not real sure what happened, but somebody's competition must have not been able to make the call. Or will not start. Got a jump box? All right, so apparently the competitor that was supposed to be in the left lane could not get fired. It appears to be just a dead battery. They're scrambling for a jump box. The racer in the right lane has elected to wait and let them get it fired. What a sportsman-like move. This is a $100,000 race with no buyback. And the right lane driver has elected to wait and let them get it fired. What a great sport. They've now gotten it fired, but the right lane obviously sat out there a little while, got it warmed up, wants to get a reset, said I'll let them run, but I'd like to reset, just get my car cooled back down and go back through my routine. Very understandable, and we can definitely accept that. Great sportsmanship there. Back on the racetrack now with Mckenna Brown. Mckenna in the left lane in the Jags entry. Dial 455 out of Boca Raton, Florida. 2013 undercover chassis. McKenna's got a tall task over in the right lane. Not really physically tall, but I guess metaphorically. That is the champ. Stephen McCrory, dial 468 out of Adairsville, Georgia. Champ in the Overkill Motorsports hot rod. He's been on fire for a little better than a year now. He's been on fire for many, many years, but Champ took a little time off, come back, just knocked him down like always. Tough matchup right here for both racers. Brown giving up 1300 head start to Champ. We're 1,305 strong in the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed. Chat bleachers rolling this morning. Thank you all for watching. We appreciate you very much. Glad you're spending your time checking us out here at a monster race. The car count is going to be massive. Oh, Mckenna Brown gets by Champ in round number 1, 27 and 10 thou over. Champ is 20, take 19 to be 2 thou under. Had to take 17 or less. Mckenna, nice little late drop there. Killed just a touch, I think. And she moves into round number 2. She got by a tough customer right there. Champ, not going to like that one at all. Chris Stein next up in the left, 418 is the dial. Corey Long in the right, dial 468. Stein going to give up exactly half a second head start. Stein way late right there, leaving Corey way too much room. 13 and 2 above. Taking 80 at the stripe. Stein 38 thou above, but left very tardy, very uncharacteristic of Stein. Well, how about a shout out? My Canadian isn't very good, but I think you'll understand me. Adam Bitzanis and Dana tuning in. Look really comfortable, Adam. Looks like a great spot to be in. We appreciate you guys watching. Wish you were here. Patrick McMath in the left, Chris Garrett in the right. Pretty nasty right here, only 4 thou separating them. McMath, 13 dead 1, taking 11 thou at the stripe. 14 total, 009 for Garrett, but goes 16 thou over to be 11 thousandths in the hole at the finish line. McMath moves into round number 2. Pretty nice lap right there, 14 total. Left lane 535 not on file. Right lane 477 not on file. I think I saw somebody say that was Mike Illig in the right lane. Probably going to work out for him. And it does. 009 4 above. Right lane moves on after being a great sportsman and waiting on his opponent to get fired. Then he turns on the wind light. That's kind of how that's supposed to work. No offense to the left lane racer. Left lane still had some issues. Couldn't run the dial. Shout out to Jeff Rigney. Appreciate that, Jeff. Sound beautiful? I mean, beautiful is not a word that describes me very often, Jeff. I appreciate that, but I think I get what you're trying to say. Oh boy, got the boss in the room. I got to straighten up. Everybody act right. Emily's in the house. Dan Davies, Diamond Chassis owner in the left, 417. Jamie Holston in the right, that's my dog. He's dialed 435. 435 and you get an 1800 head start. Holston out in front, and Holston with a win. Double breakout, 12 and 7 thou under. Gets by 16 and 11 thou under. Holston takes 0-0-0-5. Well done for Jamie Holston. He moves into round number 2. Next up's Dakota Wells on a 450 in the left. Michael Shoup in the right, dial 479. All right, Miss M wanted to remind me that today the Larice Motorsports bonus is in effect. If you are a Larice Motorsports insurance policy holder, you are eligible for the $500 prize for the Larice policy holder that goes the farthest in today's program. That racer will get $500 from Larice. Got to have the decal on your car. Emily has them. If you're a policy holder for Larice, come see him and get a decal, stick it on the car, and you'll be eligible for that $500 bonus from Larice. Shoup, 15 and 4 thou under, gets the win. Wells breaks it out by 27 thou. Bigger breakout for Wells, and Michael Shoup advances. Tony Owens in the left, 487 is the dial. Tim Thomas in the right, dial 476. Jake Walker said Jed is something else, with lots of laughing face emojis. I would agree with that. I am something else. A little bit of a different cat. Owens getting 1200 head start on Thomas. Kentucky racer in the left, North Carolina in the right, or North Kakalaki, as my good friend Loose Change would say. Big advantage for Owens, but a win light for Thomas. 28 dead 9 for Thomas, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Owens is 007 and 34 thou over. Comes up 4 little ones short. Brody Cantrell next up in the left, 510 is the dial out of Kentucky. Haley Whited, right lane. From Dublin, Virginia. Miller chassis, dial 510 as well. Couple of 510s on the boards. They'll see a whole lot of one another on the racetrack. Typically these are one right here at the starting line. We'll see if this one holds true to that theory. It will. 002, take 009 for Cantrell to be 44 thou above. Whited, a little tardy there, 57 up front. 2 thou under, no good. Whited, 46 total versus the 57 tree. That's kind of what I thought you meant, Jeff Rigney. I appreciate that. It is truly an honor to be here at such a impactful and significant event for big money bracket racing. I'm blessed to get the opportunity to be on the mic and work with such an amazing crew and work hand in hand with Mike Eames, one of the best in the business. Just a joy all the way around to get out on the racetrack and compete with these guys and gals. Just really, really cool. I appreciate the kind words, Jeff. Douglas Marsters in the left. Kayla Costello in the right. Kayla gets an entry to round 2 for her camp, 16 and 21 thou under. Marsters 002 red on the let go, just a little quick, and 10 thou under. Coy Collier next up from Louisiana. Coy gone down to 453 right down the left lane. Josh McDaniel, 475. That was a terrible, like, Cajun attempt. That was terrible. I think I was like the guy on Waterboy. I think I was more like him than I was just like a normal Cajun. I shouldn't have tried to change my voice and all that stuff. I apologize. Coy Collier out there got good reaction time. That was much better. 009, 25 thou above, 34 total. McDaniel's 45 up front, no chance. 45 on the tree, breaks it out 45. Average perfect, but we don't do averages. So Coy Collier advances. I do like some chili, yeah. Somebody brought some chili? Get the heck out. Already somebody has responded with chili. Who brought it?
Who brought the chili?
Sarah and Emily Norrod are angels sent directly from heaven. Fly away, ladies. You should have wings on. Thank y'all so much. Already got some. Already got chili in the house. Robbie Hamilton wins. Austin Thompson's 006 red. Not good. Robbie's reaction time started with a 2. Austin is going to probably need 2 puke buckets. I don't think one will hold it. Thompson's going to be sick about that one. Robbie Hamilton dodged a bullet. Michael Ridge, I'm not sure who you're talking about, but we need to get that guy here to do some announcing as well. He'd be a great addition to the team. Ian Woods, 474 in the left. Cliff Carr, 488 in the right. Neither in a major hurry to get off the starting line, but both of them eventually did. I say eventually, that wasn't terrible. 22 and 19 thou above in the left, 28, 15 thou above in the right. 2 thousandths margin of victory to Ian Woods. Again, a very special shout out to the Norrod family. Done brought the chili. I mean, they brought a bowl of it too. I'm talking about a bowl. There's a plate here with some aluminum foil on it. Let me take a peek. I got to take a peek. Oh my goodness, his sweet treats on top of that chili. What an amazing family. Thank you, Norrods. Advantage, Taylor, Winlight, Taylor, 004, 18 thou above, 22 total for Taylor. Allison Lloyd, 24 up front and then 33 thou above. Left her locked out of that one. Jeff Taylor with a really nice lap there. Got to the stripe, 35 thou in front to send him into round number 2. Jeff Sarah next up in the left lane. Sarah dial 478. Josh Dykes in the right, dial 467. Dykes giving up 11 hun head start. Sarah, hard to handle. First round, nobody's just 100% confident in their dial. This is where this guy really excels. See if Dykes has got something to throw at him. Okay, he's in the game. And Dykes makes it happen. How about that? 18 dead 3 for Josh Dykes. 21 total. Sarah's 12 up front. Did not like what he was seeing, and he bails out to go 45 thou above, and Josh Dykes takes a 36 thou win light. Appreciate you, George Hoff. Jake Walker, no, sir. I'm not a traveling announcer any longer. I just kind of hang around the house, but when Peter Biondo calls and says, I'd really like you to come, he's hard to say no to. You know, Peter will make you an offer you can't refuse. And I'm not talking about the paycheck, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. John Budakowski, 002 and 20 thou over, 22 pack for Budakowski, 32 on the tree for Bachelor, no chance. Goes dead 6 to be 16 thou behind. Jake Hodge, you crazy boy. It don't have noodles in it either. I love Jake Hodge. I know 91.937% of the world hates him, but I love that guy. Sean Parker, 438 in the left. Timothy Thomas, 461 in the right. Oh, Barn, yes. You gonna eat your cornbread? Yeah, you gonna eat your cornbread. Cornbread sounds good. I like mine dark with just a little bit of crisp to it. 20 red for Parker, too quick on the Lithgow. Thomas 19 and 13 thou under. He advances to round number 2. Parker lights it a thou under, but 20 thou red on the Lithgow. What's up, Fuzzy Dice? Good to have you tuning in, my friend. Brandon Williams next up in the left lane. 463 is the dial. Marlon Goatz in the right, dial 485. It's Moser Engineering Friday, folks. Strange number 1 round. And we are racing for $100,000 on one of the most beautiful race days you will ever participate in. It's a beautiful day at Bristol Dragway as Marlon Goatz advances to round 2. 23 and 15 thou under. Gets by the red light of Brandon Williams. Brandon's negative 14 up front. Oh, Win Billis. I love you too, bro. I'm going to reunite a couple of guys real soon. I want to be the mediator. 2 people I have a lot of love and respect for need to be buddies again. Good for the sport. Brandon Lane in the left, Kendall Payne in the right. Lane and Payne. Speaking of Payne, Kendall is 1 thou red. Appreciate that, Gator. Love you, bro. Lane is 007 and then 5 under the dial. Had a few in the pocket. Brandon Lane into round number 2. Kendall Payne is 1 thou red and 5 thou under. Here's Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana racer, Diamond chassis, dial 447. Cody Witt in the M&M chassis, dial 490. I love M&Ms, but I'm not a fan of them in my cookies and stuff. I don't like M&Ms all dressed up into my stuff. Now, if I got a chocolate chip cookie, I just want it to be a chocolate chip cookie. I don't want no M&Ms in it. I want those on the side. I just had to get that off my chest. It really had no bearing or no relevance to the race, but I just needed to say that. Now I feel much better. 3,000's the difference. Witt out in front and a win light for Witt. 9 dead 4, nice 13 pack for Cody Witt. York is 12, take 10 to be 9 thou under, had to take 1 or less. As Cody Witt lit it up 13 total and York had a 12 bulb. There was a sniffle. Y'all probably got some of that one. Johnny Ezel, Johnny Brackett Racer in the left, 457 is the dial. Cody McDaniel in the right, dial 451. $600 head start going Ezel's way. He's out of Louisiana. McDaniel's out of Tennessee. Only a thou difference up front. And McDaniel moving into round number 2. Nice 009, dead on with an 817 thou pack. Ezel is 10 up front. Gets there 31. Breaks it out 24 thou. Had to take 7 or less. McDaniel dropped him off down there. Both of them out of the gas significantly. McDaniel executed the plan a little more gooder, and he moves into round number 2. Jimmy Chavis Jr. in the left, 474 is the dial. Adam Russell in the right, dial 445. Nate Hershey, good to have you tuning in. We need you here, bro.
I miss Nate.
You are the leader of this group. We need you. But we're getting through it somehow without you. It ain't easy. I appreciate the text, brother. Really, really, really miss you.
We're very sad about it.
Adam Russell, 18 and 2 thou under. He moves into round number next. Jimmy Chavis is 37 and 45 thou under. Chavis, little too many in the pocket. Russell advances to round number 2. No buyback in any race of the weekend. No races this weekend will have a buyback. So it's $100,000 here on Moser Engineering Friday. And 2 goes down and 1 comes back. Adds a little element of pressure to round number 1. I ain't gonna lie to you. I peed a little up there because I was so nervous. Jesse York and Brian Cam. York in control. But Cam gets to win another double breakout win. Brian Cam 49, 8 thou under. I promise not the lap he was trying to make. York is 19 up front. He doesn't normally come up short on those when he's got 300 in the bag. But he got too much stripe. Took 39. Had to take 30 or less or even get behind. That's the one run you just really want to mess it up totally. Unfortunately for York, he did not. He broke it out too much, putting a wind light in Brian Cam's lane. Good morning, McF. I appreciate that. It didn't feel real good as I was doing it. You know, you standing here with a mic in your hand, just gave the invocation. The good Lord got me through that, and he said, all right, you're done. You can relax. Just listen to this anthem. Technical difficulties, a major scramble behind the announcer's booth, and then the boss, Emily, said, just do it, Jared. I was like, oh boy. Oh boy, not on file on the left, Travis Laster in the right, not on file, moves on. 40 and 3 above. Laster's 26, but breaks it out of thou, got there 46. Needed to take 45 or less. That one's gonna hurt. Good morning, Brady, all in. So yeah, I'm standing there with a mic. Emily says, just do it, Jed. All right, well, Emily's writing the paychecks, so I could say no, but I really would just need to plan on this being my last time to be here. So I said yes, and I did it, and it halfway worked out. But typically, if I'm singing the anthem, I got a few days or hours or whatever to practice up. No such luck today. But I had Mike Eames close by, and anytime you got Eames close to you, there's this calming sensation that comes over your body and allows you to just do things you really aren't capable of doing. That's what Mike Eames allows me to do. David Parker in the left, Kyle Cotrera in the right. Pereira, an easy win right here. 15 2/10 over as Parker goes dead on with a 4 and had a 1.108 package, if that tells you anything. What else we got here? What's loose change done brought up in the box? Got a sandwich. Y'all too good to me out here. I was holding a little first round, but if I eat all this goodness, I guess I'll be honest. Cortland Carter in the left, 465, not on file in the right, 477. The late thou red in the right lane, left side Carter moving on, 34 and 29 thou under. Carter needed that one. Eight red and 16 thou under for the driver in the right lane. NORAD family has stepped in with chili and sweet treats. Loose change came in with a sandwich. I had a sandwich straight right before I come up here. Loose change brought me a delicious bread sandwich.
A wish sandwich.
That's a wish sandwich?
Yeah.
Wish there was something in it? I wish there was some good crispy bacon in it. Before y'all throw that good crispy bacon in the dumpster, bring it to the tower. If you're done eating it, bring it on up.
Pits, Group B, even numbers. Group B, even numbers to the staging lanes, please.
Pete just stepped right in. I mean, he didn't give me any warning. He didn't say, hey, bud, I'm fixing to make an announcement. I mean, I'm hot mic'd over here. Right lane, Lewis breaks it out by 13 thou, putting the wind light in the left lane, 002, and 12 thou above. Nice 14 pack in the left. Chris Ferguson in the left, Kevin Portress in the right. Ferguson out in front. Ferguson, bigger breakout than Portress. Ferguson's 11, take 24 to be 6 thou under. Portress is 31 and 2 thou under. 2 is more lesser than 6, and that puts Portress into round number 2, and that puts Ferguson against the punching bag. Ferguson's not going to like that ticket. Really going to hate it, to be honest with you. Loose change said I can do a parts call on the condiments. So if you got a little crispy bacon left over from this morning, I mean, I hate to beg, okay? I'm not that kind of person. But if you got some crispy bacon left over and everybody's just full, where I'm from, we call it full as a tick. If everybody's full and you're like, well, I guess we're just going to throw this bacon away, stop right there. Don't do it. Bring it to the tower. Crispy bacon never lasts.
Jenna will also take bacon. She will also take.
Jenna likes the bacon? Okay. Mike Eames says Jenna Aldrich is a bacon lover.
She made that abundantly clear yesterday.
Jason Rich in the left, 434. Lester Adkins in the right, 446. Yes, Barry Anderson, if I win the 100 grander, I will interview myself. Jed, what was the key to victory tonight? Not sucking.
You have to interview yourself in the third person. Down here with Jerry Pennington.
11 and 7 thou under for Adkins. beats 008 and 4 under for Rich. Double breakout after double breakout. We need the great folks at Moser Engineering put some brake pads on the property. We got some folks that need them. Parker Dotson in the left, John Parker in the right, or excuse me, Parks in the right. Parks is dial 402 out of Cadillac, Michigan.
That's pretty serious.
Wow, 402. I'm barely to the 330 by then. Barely. Up front. How about John Parks? 31 thou above at 180 miles per hour. Left lane. Parker Dotson is 17. Get there 36. Break it out. 4 thou had to take 32 or less. Ouch. That one's going to hurt. John Parks with that 180 mile per hour blast moves to round number 2. Mike Nelson next up, dial 502 in the left, and the M&M chassis out of Newland, North Carolina. Donnie Burleson right lane, 2022 Ultra Tech. Big advantage here for Nelson and a win light. For Mike Nelson, 003, 18 thou above. Burleson's 43 up front, and then goes 23 thou above. 66 total. There's Donovan Williams. Tough young talent in the left lane, dial 463, right side not on file. Dial 466. The difference up front. And Williams gets the win light. 009, 23 thou above. 32 pack for Williams. Right lane's 004, take 42 to be 14 thou under. I think it was 14 thou under. Needed to take 28 or less. Screen cleared on me, but I'm sticking with that. What's up, Okie Doke? This is the final Group A dragster. This is Vinny Domino. Ben looking for really nothing. He doesn't even have a dial. He doesn't even care. And I'm not even going to dial it in. I'm just going to make my lap. Being with a 460 on the board. That wraps up Group A. We have called Group B door cars.
The ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event. Here at National Trail Raceway, I hear cars firing up. Locked, loaded, turn them loose. So as we roll into the Goodyear round number 7, it's going to bring Nasty Nick Hastings into Doug Linden. Hastings off the bottom, 25, 14 thou above. Greco, 13, then 7 to lay down at 20 total. Take 2,000. Kyle Bigley, 003, dead 9. And going into the
Hey Jeb, I'll tell you this, I was out in the staging lanes and you can cut the tension with the knife out there. These guys are pretty much at war with them out there.
And a $100,000 check is in sight for all 4 of these drivers. Who is going to the final for $100,000? K-Money and Nasty Nick. Hastings in control and Hastings with the win. Back-to-back $100,000 finals for Hastings in 2 weeks. And who is Hastings going to face in the final? Lou Greco or Kyle Coltrera? Top of the racetrack, Kyle Coltrera is going to the final. 24 up front, dead on 8. Take 3 thou through the stripe. So your final round for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Ultima Batteries. It's going to be Kyle Coltrera and Nasty Nick Hastings for $100,000. Backing up from the water box, put a little heat in the selected as he burns out all the way down to the 330-foot mark on the racetrack. Nasty Nick in the T1000, fresh off a 100-grander, coming in here and trying to do it again. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. Kyle Coltrera is in control, and the scoreboard lights up for Kyle Coltrera. 18 green and 454 on the 453 for Kyle.
$100,000 here at the Fling. You picked it up last year in Bristol. You picked it up again here tonight. Tell me something, man. The smile on your face. How are you feeling right now?
Very relieved.
For high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Spread goodwill.
All right, here we are with Group B. These are the single entered racers. We'll have door cars and dragsters out there. Again, working through Strange, round number 1. On Moser Engineering Friday. Companies that compete with one another. Tremendous products and services and support from competing companies. That's what this is all about, bringing everybody together. Personally, I use Moser products. Thankful for the Moser family and their products and Rocky Van Note for all he does to help, but certainly got strange struts on the front of my ride too. So wonderful, wonderful companies on board here as Jake Baird and Ivy Hutto get after it. And Jake Baird gets the win, 008, dead 816 total. Nice lap there for Baird. Ivy's 21, take 2 to be 7 thou under. Jake had him locked out of that one. Appreciate the kind words, Bobby Carpenter. Next up in the left lane is Hank Uselton. He's got Jack Foster. Uselton in control and gets a win light 14, 15 thou above, 29 total. That math didn't work there for a second. 29 total. 40 on the tree for Foster, no chance. Breaks it out 19 thou, getting there 8 thou. Hank Uselton moves into round number 2. Jordan Arnold next up in the left, 632 is the dial. Ethan Dean, right lane. Ethan dialed 678. Arnold with a pretty solid advantage up front. Arnold gets the win light, 007, take 23 to be 3 hun above. Jordan Arnold moves into round number 2. Ethan Dean's 23 and 37 thou over 60 total. Had Dean locked out of that one. Cody Wiggins next up in the left, Keeville, Kentucky racer. Driving the El Camino, dialed 634. Todd Wood in the right, Wood dialed 619. For Wiggins, win light Wiggins, double breakout win, 19 and 8 thou under. Taking 10 thou at the stripe for Wiggins. He had 14 advantage up front, so just needed to take 14 or less and does just that, took 10. Todd Wood, 33, 12 thou under. Sending Mr. Wiggins to round 2. Y'all remember that, Miss Wiggins? Carol Burnett show. That was a great show. Mrs. Wiggins. Kelly High Note, 609 in the left. John Corbin, 588 in the right. Red for Corbin, 5 thou, too much on the left though. High Note, 12, and wow. 63 thou under. Big breakout for Kelly High Note. Kelly moves into round number 2. Corbin 005 red and 13 thou under. Lane Dickin next up in the left. Shoe in the door truck, dialed 604. Richie Brown in the right, dial 565. 13 thousandths the difference up front with Richie on the better reaction, and Richie Brown locked him out. 16 dead 8, 24 total. Taking 38 at the stripe. Dickens 29 and 33 thou above. Left too much room for Richie Brown. Richie gets it done. Nice 24 pack for Brown. That's Todd McKinney in the left lane. That's my old buddy right there, dialed 672. Jason Sizemore in the right. Sizemore dialed 609. Oh, somebody's getting a Kyle Seipel trip zip coin. As Todd McKinney did not get the win light though. Sizemore 18 and 3 under. Gets by Todd McKinney, who leaves perfect 000 up front, but breaks it out by 58 thou, almost 600. Todd races here every time the gates are open. This weather fools him, it fools anybody. Doug Moles in the left, 549. Jamie Tupper in the right, dial 578. Tupper 15 and 8 thou under, moving into round number 2. Representing Canada. Even in Canadian, that math works. Moles 25, 42 thou under. Let me just go on and tell y'all, it's probably a little late. Big Jed should have gave you a little warning. If you're a little bit fat on your carb setup, right now it's going to run an ET that you didn't think was possible up here. Lucky Larry Miray turns at 21 red, sending Jerry Lone in the round number 2. Lone 33, 63 thou under. Jerry Lone advances. Here's Justin Logan in the left, 633. Michael Norrod, thank you to the Norrod family. Dialed 628, Norrod giving up 500 head start. Y'all remember Mike Elig that waited in Group A in the dragsters, was basically about to stage, and they said your opponent can't get cranked, but we think it's just a battery. They can get cranked if you want to wait. He said, yes, I will back up. Got off the racetrack, cooled down, come back and raced. That was tremendous sportsmanship. Our great friends at Autometer are awarding Mike Illig with a $500 gift certificate for his sportsmanship. So Mike Illig, good sportsmanship, should be celebrated, and Autometer feels the same way. Our awesome friends at Autometer are going to put a $500 gift certificate in your hands for your great sportsmanship. Thank you for that, and thank you, Autometer, for your support of not only the Fall Fling, but your support of good sportsmanship. Michael Norrod gets the win, 19 and 9 thou under. Logan, 24 and 15 thou under. He got there a thou, but he needed to be behind 5 or more. Colin Estes next up in the left lane, 607 is the dial. Jason Thompson, right side, dialed 674. Estes giving up 6,700's head start to the Sten. He made up a whole bunch of that right on the Lithgow. Win light for Estes. Wow. 009 and 4 under. Gets the win. Taking 8 thou at the stripe. Thompson is 44 and breaks it out 67 thou. Again, if you're jetted up for the air at home, this ain't no place to be jetted up. Lean is mean on the mountain. There's no air, so you need less fuel. You just can't get the oxygen into the engine unless you're forcing it in with something with a pulley on it. Naturally aspirated, it's just tough, so you need them to be lean up here. Fat gets you really fast in this air. Not on fire on the left. Gordon Wan in the right. Left side gets the win, 30 and 23 thou above, 53 total. Wan's 44 up front. goes 15 thou above to be 6 thou behind. Left side not on file, advances to round number 2. You were just a tick on the slower side. You were in the game. I hadn't really broke the ticket down.
Sure you run it
I haven't broke it down. It wasn't my fastest 3:30.
I'm gonna put you on.
I bet you're pretty close. Mike Osting in the left, Tommy Cable in the right, Mr. Fling in the right lane, leaves 003 and gets a win. 3 and 14 thou above, 17 total for Tommy Cable, 26 and only 65 thou under for Mike Osting. Tommy Cable advances to round number 2. Left lane, Chuck Griffith, 009, 21 thou above, 30 thou package. Right lane, Tolson leaves 008, got there 42. Screen cleared, so I don't know how much he broke it out, but he did break out, which could not happen. Left lane, moving on. Next up, oh boy, got a button failure up here. Chuck Sanders. Spoon Davidson. Spoon is a top 10 name for sure. Spoon's going to be sick about that one. 10, take 46 to be 20 under, needed to take 26 or less. 29, dead 7 for Chuck Sanders. And Chuck Sanders advances to round number 2. Shane Maddox, Maddox chassis in the left lane out of South Carolina. Dial 544. Still mad at Peeps, by the way. If anybody sees Peeps, he hasn't even come and said hello to me. Very upset with Peeps right now. I'm going to call him Preston the rest of the time. Josh Kessler in the right, dial 503. I don't know what made me think of that, but I thought of it. I think I just saw his name on a list somewhere. 5 thou separate them, Maddox with the advantage. How about Maddox with a 12 thou package? 007 dead on with a 5. Nice lap for Maddox. Kessler is 12 up front, had to go dead 0, goes 21 thou above to be 21 thou behind. Shane Maddox in the round number 2. Bob Haynes next up in the left. 691 is the dial. Jesse Ray in the right. Dial 593, almost a second head start to the left lane. And Bob Haynes. Well, Jerry McCracken, my advice would be to get on in that garage so you can do some racing tomorrow. 5, dead 4 for Jesse Ray, 9 thou total. Nasty lap for Jesse. Screen cleared again, not real sure why that's happening, but left lane's Joe P. Davis. Ernie Elam in the right. Davis is 4 thou red. Elam 24 up front for the win. Elam's 50 or 47 thou under, excuse me. 47 thou under for Elam, but he gets the win light as Davis is 004 red. Tim Johnson in the left, 565. William Daniels in the right, dial 701.
I could be belly up.
William Daniels, 008, takes 86 to be 35 thou under. Johnson is 66 up front, but only breaks it out 7 thou and puts the win light in his lane. Tim Johnson advances to round number 2. Mitchell McKinney next up in the left. Gall Star entry, beautiful 69 Camaro. Dialed 639 out of North Carolina. Roy Sams in the right, dialed 640 from Chesterfield, Virginia. Only a Hun head start going Sam's way. It don't take you long to get back in my good graces, peeps. I mean, just like that, you're back. Left lane, Mitchell McKinney with a win light, 13 and 15 thou under, beats 11 and 23 thou under. These double breakouts. Somebody come up here and watch the board and decide that your car's a little faster than you thought it would be. Come on up and check it out. Trey Sasser in the left. 674 is the dial for Trey. T.G. Pascal in the right, dial 580. I could always use a cold one, peeps. What a beautiful lead. That's a good-looking launch for Pascal. It turns into a win light, 13. 6 above, trouble in the left lane for Sasser as he goes way over the dial. Leaves a lot of room for T.G. Pascal. 12 on the tree in the left, 13 on the tree in the right. Basically dead even there.
She's gonna redo it.
Win light goes to Felix Hutchinson, 37, almost 3 above, 29 thou to be exact. Troy Akers, 52, and 24 thou under. Win light to Hutchinson. This will be my final pair as Mike Eames has stepped back into the booth. Told me to go get them ready out there. I'll wrap it up with David Holton. Appreciate that, Jerry McCracken and Rick Henry. Rick, one of those guys with 2 first names. It's hard to beat somebody with 2 first names. 009, well over for Rick Henry. 11 red for Holton. Rick Henry advances to round number 2. That'll wrap me up for a little while. I'm going to go out and get the hot rod ready and hand it back over to the pro. Guy that I'm thoroughly enjoying working with. My man, Mike Eames.
Thanks, Jared Pennington. Hard to beat somebody with 2 first names. Sarah is a very interesting, but I mean, I guess it is. Like, Sarah would be, I mean, you could use S-A-R-A-H, you know, instead of S-E-R-R-A.
That qualifies.
But point made. Jared, go get Big Red ready.
Yeah.
Go light up a lamp in our Group C door cars. But here we're in Group B. Group B door cars. Here in Strange, round number 1. Carson Brown and Lawrence Hinkle. And Hinkle had some numbers in the box that he guaranteed didn't want to have. Carson Brown, 005 and a bunch above to be good. Lawrence reaction time was 1:035. And that rarely works out. As Jason Overstreet and Herb Bailey. Loose change over there in the Vega, 679. The dial in for loose. Red light start for Overstreet by 5 thousandths of a second. Herb Bailey out of Hurt, Virginia. 6:06 after being 24 red. So the Virginia S10 will proceed. Paige Smith. Mustang left side, 6:49 the number for Paige as we have just passed the noon hour, 12:04. Here at Bristol Dragway. Was just outside, out on the staging lanes. I mean, it is gorgeous outside right now. Gary Williams, the Boss Lady Camaro, 12 in front of green for G-Dub. Turns on that big, ugly, nasty red light. Here in round number 1, Paige Smith, 22 green and 9 under. Takes out Gary Williams, who was 12. Kurt Harrington, Steve Helton. Harrington in the Chevette. Red and red. No true start here. Steve Helton left first. The S10 out of Tennessee was 005 on the red light start. Left first. Kurt Harrington was slightly less red, 003, and left second. Steve Helton will bow out in round number 1 with 5 red. TJ Luter, Robert Hetzler. Hetzler in the white, 69 Mustang right side, 633 the dial. TJ, Mooresville, North Carolina, the S10 left side. And again, double reds, and this time it is a true start win. Hetzler left first, was in front of green by 2 thousandths of a second. TJ left second and was 12 red. The lesser of the offender in that pair was Robert Hetzler, and he will get the win via true start. Yes, Landon. He is here and he won first round. Brian Kennedy. Jason Gill. Kennedy in the Corvette Roadster left side. Jason Gill, the West Virginia-based 73 Vega. 605 is the dial for Jason. Kennedy is in. Gill second to stage, and off and away. Red light start for Kennedy by a nickel. Gill 17 green and under by 700ths of a second, going 598 on the 605. Kennedy 005 and then under by 5. There's like 5s all over the place. They're for Brian Kennedy. Steve Breeden and Odell Davidson. Breeden left side, Odell right side. Odell has a couple hundred advantage on the starting line, and on a double breakout, Odell will take that 82 Camaro into round number 2. 19 green. 661 on the 664, under by 3 Hun. Steve Breeden was Jackie Robinson on the starting line. had 572 on the scoreboard, put 567 down on the racetrack to be 5 under. And no good. This is John LaBooth's Tony Hall. LaBooth's out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 636 is the dial. Tony Hall, Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The 67 Nova over on the right side. 1/100th of a second separate them as far as the dial-in goes, and LaBooth's had that already covered up. They're on the starting line. 13 green, 1 above 8 for John LaBooth's. Tony Hall, 55 on the green light start, 631. There for Tony Hall in a first round defeat, Don Tipton and Lewis Trentham. Tipton out of Maryville, Tennessee. That 89 S10 left side, 612. The dial-in for Tipton, Lewis Trentham. The Tennessee, the 67 Chevy 2, 540 the dial for Lewis. Lewis separated by 4th thou, double breakout win, gonna go Don's way. The S10 will move on. Under by 4 thousandths of a second after B11 green. Lewis was right there, 15th thou on the green light start. As he was a dime and a nickel. But ended up on the wrong side of the double breakout situation. The Sidewinder, Stevie Dustin and Mark Price. Really like Mark Price's Mustang. 560 the dial for Mark. Stevie Dustin out of Westminster, Maryland. Extended cab S10 over on the left side. Dustin, 4th thou in front of green. Gonna allow Mark Price a free data acquisition run in round number 1, 559. On the 560 was 33 at the start. And after Dustin turns it red by 4th thou to add insult to injury. 592.0 on the 592, and that's going to be a little painful. There for the Sidewinder. Anthony Bertozzi. Donnie Gibbs Jr. Donnie turns it red by 4th thou. Bertozzi and the Ols will move on. 599 on the scoreboard, 594 down there on the racetrack. There, Peter Biondo.
All right, attention in the pits. We'll take Group C door cars. Group C door cars with an even car number. We'll get you up here first. Group C door cars with an even car number. To the lanes, please. If you're a Group C door car with an odd car number, we're going to call you in 5 minutes.
What about if you race a Group C car and you're just odd in general, not necessarily... Oh, copy that. All right, I got you. Billy Lieber, Nathan Hamilton. Ooh, this is pretty good here on the starting line. And a good one down there on the racetrack. Billy's 007, 1 above 5 is going to get the win. Nathan Hamilton was 005 at the hit. Couple of ticks better. And then 561 to move Billy Lieber in round number 2. Brian Jones, Jeremy Kessler. Brian, the red Camaro out of Cookeville, Tennessee, 570 is the dial. Jeremy Kessler, Sabina, Ohio. And the export, double breakout win Jeremy's way. 007 under by 4th thou beats 20 green for Brian Jones. And under by 3 hun is Jeremy Kessler. Gets out of the B group here in round number 1. And all of our friends on the Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires. Not familiar with the Fling format, we run Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Group B is all the single-enter door cars, and that's what we're running. We're nearing the end of that. And we have called our Group C door car even up into the lanes. So we still have all of Group C and all of Group D to go here in first round. I'm going to say over 670 entries today in first round, which is just amazing. As Trevor Denton and William Rosenbaum make their way down track. Trevor 008, 3 above 4 is good. Trevor had a little advantage on the starting line. Rosenbaum was 34 and 4 above, and that combination of numbers does not solve the equation here in round number 1. Trevor Denton moves on. All right, all door cars in Group C. Group C door cars, all y'all. Odds and even. Odds and even. Odds and even. All of Group C door cars, let's get you here, please. Ted Barnes and Chad McKee. Red light start for McKee and the Cutlass. Barnes, 10 on the green light start. Ted proclaimed it was going to run 669. Throws down 672. That round 1 victory. Seth Street and Austin Brown. Seth out of Richlands, Virginia. Camaro left side and Austin Brown big. Jacksonville, North Carolina. White 72 Nova. There for Big Brown. Big starting line advantage for Austin as he's taking the serpentine route through 660 feet. Is going to get the win on a double breakout. 002 under by 14 thou. Seth Street was late and under by 5 hun. Bam, there are substantially more than 70 door cars. Jimbo, weather was just outside about 10 minutes ago, and it is absolutely spectacular outside. Scotty Taylor. Tim West. Taylor out of Portage, Michigan. The Camaro Roadster, left side, 483 is the dial. Tim West, Asheville, North Carolina. The Monte Carlo right side, 491 is the dial. Red for Tim West. Scott Taylor, 22 green and under by 5. When he grabs that time slip, 478 on the 483. They have that American water heater scoreboard light up. Tim West turned on just the, not the worst red light, but the second worst red light, 002 on the red side. Camaro left side, 599 is the dial. James Blankenship, he got some money this morning in our Fling Reaction Time Challenge. Picked up $100. And one of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another Trip Zero Hero coin? Yes, we do. Perfect left side, 595.3 on the 599. It's going to get one of those amazing 000 Hero coins and $50 in cash. If you are perfect in eliminations on the main event days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and turn on a win light, you get that amazing Kyle Seipel tribute 000 Hero coin and $50 in cash courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo. It's John Scott and Kenny Underwood. Skinny. Over on the right side, 615 the dial for Underwood. John Scott, 594 the number for the Vega out of Pennsylvania. Red light start for Kenny by a dime and a nickel. 6:09 for Kenny as well. John Scott, 17 on the green light effort. And goes 5 at 87. Grabs that time slip is Donald Brown, which might be our final Group B car. Yes, final Group B car. Here's Donald Brown, the Beretta out of Curry, North Carolina. It's 15 in front of green, which is absolutely 100% copacetic when you're on a solo. And a little bit too quick as well. 5:29 on the 5:31. There for Donald Brown. That was our final pair in Group B as in boy. Our Group C door cars continue to file into the staging lanes.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Group C door cars. Moving forward, Dustin Smiley, Tanner Miller. Dustin out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 554. The dial-in for Dustin. Tanner Miller, the Vega Wagon out of Mooresville, NC, has decided on 636. Here in our C category door cars. All of these competitors were double entered in the A category. Some are looking to take 2 entries forward, while others are looking for the opportunity to continue racing today. Dustin Smiley's 005 at the hit and under by 15 thou. Tanner Miller, 27 up front, gave up a little bit and ended up on the correct side of a double breakout. 634. On the 636, under by 2 Hun, Dustin was under by 3. On the true margin of victory, when you perform your order of operations, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. True margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second there for Tanner Miller. Noah Johnson, Joe Julesrud. Noah, Wilmington, North Carolina, 687 is the dial. Joe, White S10 out of Stony Point, North Carolina, 677 the dial for Joe. Neither driver is going to be framing the time slip on the reaction time side of things, and Joe locks out Noah Johnson. 33 at the start, dead on 4 at the finish to be 8 thou in front for Joe Julesrud. Makes him 37 total. Noah Johnson, 52 at the rip. And just wasting space in that S10. Joe Julesrud will move forward. Shane Boney, Brian Griffin. Shane out of Bellevue, Minnesota. 596 is the dial for Shane. Brian Griffin is like, you know what? I really like 596 as well. 69 Camaro out of Trenton, Tennessee. Talking yesterday about, like, when it's heads up, we should have a pro tree and just go. Red light start for Shane Boney by 10. Brian Griffin. 002 on the green. And Shane Boney, after dropping at 10 red, is 596.2 on the 596. Brian, I mean, if we could average him out, he would have had a perfect run right there. Brian was 002 at the start and under by 2 thou at the finish. Pretty good lap there for Brian Griffin in the Camaro. It's Donnie Smith and Cody Spears. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky, 664 is the dial. Over there in the left lane. And Cody Spears, S10 over on the right side, 692 the number for Cody. He'll be leaving first. Off and away, Donnie and Cody. Cody and Donnie. Win light, Cody Spears. 11th out, he was better at the start. And ends up getting a double breakout win. 690 with a 1 on the 692, was under by 19 thou. Donnie was 20 green and much more worser on the breakout. To be a first round runner-up, Jeremy Bargo and Glenn Williamson. Bargo, Barberville, Kentucky. There for JB, Glenn Williamson, out of Ontario, Canada. 79 Camaro right side, 676 the number. There for Glenn. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another coin? Yes, for Team Canada. Glenn Williamson. Good job, sir. Perfect at the hit. Double breakout win. 675.2 on the 676 for Glenn. He's going to get one of those Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coins and $50 courtesy of our friends Peter and Emily Biondo. Bargo was 24 green and under by 400 on that double breakout. Glenn Williamson for Team Canada. We'll see in round number 2 Zach Fulcher and Chris Hodge. Fulcher in the Monza. Hodge, the 66 Chevy 2 right side. Staged, and we're away. Zach is early by 6 thou. Chris Hodge, 008. Right down there on the starting line, 6:15.1 at 111 miles an hour for Hodge. Zach Fulcher, after being red, was also too quick. Chris Hodge. Back in round number 2 is Kevin Pollard and Chad Axford. KP out of Virginia. They're off the bottom. 592 the dial for the Love Truck. Chad Axford, Mount Washington, Kentucky. 70 Nova right side. Be leaving first. 604 on that Motor Mile scoreboard. Red light start for KP. Pollard, early Michael Jordan red. 23 on the red side for KP. Chad Axford, 008 on the green light start and under by a skosh. But it was all over like 2 inches into 660 feet. Sean Lingerfelt and Matt Dattis. I mean, 660 feet is 7,920 inches. And when you turn on the red light, the race is literally over like 2 inches into the 7,920 inches that you travel. I'm just saying, Sean Lingerfelt. Greenville, South Carolina, and the Beretta 556 will be doing the chasing. Matt Dattis out of the OHIO and the Starfire, otherwise known as the Star-Lord, otherwise known as Peter Quill. Dattis looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Sean Wynn for Matt D. 626 on the 625 as Peter Quill advances. 005 on the green light start for Matt. Sean was 002. Got to the finish line first by trip 01, but was under by 5 thou as Matt Dattis had Sean Lingerfelt totally packaged up as Howard Westbury. And 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. Verdi already got the Top Gun Firebird into round number 2. Here's looking to get the GTO and will do so as Howard Westbury turns on the hideous, grotesque, like filthy nasty red light by 1 thou. At 564 on the car, goes 558 after Verdi was 003. He was up on the wheel, 616 on the 614 there for Jeff Verdi. Rodney Fincham, Chuck Miner, our next pair. Hot Rod in the Vega, 639 the dial. Fincham lost 1 entry earlier this morning. Trying to get 1 through, and Fincham, as we go back to back, 001 Reds. Over on that American water heater side of the racetrack. It's just painful. Chuck Miner, 18 green, 609 on the 612. There for Chuck. As Rodney Fincham is out in both entries, Garrett Griffith and Sean Carpenter. Garrett's like, all right, last 2 people have been 001 red. I'm going to bump like 2 more in the box. Garrett Griffith, 639 on the dial out of Kentucky. Sean Carpenter, 005 in front of green. The red light start for Sean. His entry is over in round number 1. The Elm City, North Carolina machine. Garrett Griffith, 15 green and under by 8 thou. And yes, Gator, Matt is a bad dude. Also, Matt Dattis' favorite movie of all time is Caddyshack, which I appreciate very much. Caden Harrell and Lucas Walker. Caden out of Madisonville, Tennessee, 667 is the dial for Caden. Lucas Walker in a Mustang out of Kentucky, 6 flat. Green and green, Lucas. A little bit better at the starting line by a hun. Here comes Caden. Double breakout win for Lucas Walker. 599.2 on the 6 flat to be under by 8 thou. Caden, down 667, is under by 3, going 6640. And on another double breakout, Lucas Walker will proceed. Shannon Waycaster and Nick Hastings. Shannon, 611 is the dial. 612 the number for Nasty. T1000 for Hastings out of the state of Ohio. Red light start for Nick Hastings by 4 teeny tiny ones. Shannon Waycaster was up on the wheel, 006 green. 608 for Waycaster. Nick Hastings, after being red by 4 thou, goes 606.3. All right, JD, so true start. So back in the day, before true start, it was always the first red light. So if the person was 2 seconds slower, left the starting line and was red, no matter what, the person in the other lane got a green light. True start, both sides can be red, and whoever has the worst red light, Vale. Kenneth Street and Taylor Rich. Taylor, in the first round, stood that 39 Chevrolet Coupe on the bumper, slammed it back down to earth, and it double bounced. 538 for Taylor. Kenneth Street, Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The 02 S10. Red light start for Kenneth Street by 5 out. Taylor Rich, 34 green and above to be good. Street was red and too quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Group C dragsters, even. Group C dragsters, even Steven. 02468. Let's get you in the lanes, please. Group C dragsters, even. Let's get you here, please. Jason O'Terry and Joe Nelson. O'Terry moved forward in his A entry. The Firebird out of Pennsylvania. $6.99 the dial for O'Terry. Joe Nelson out of North Carolina in the Lumina. $5.35 the dial. A full tree head start, plus a little more. Red light start for O'Terry by 5 thousandths of a second. 006 green for Joe Nelson. And under by 3, which is totally fine, as the race is already over, as O'Terry was red. It's Chad Duke and Jared Pennington. Duke out of Wilmington, North Carolina, 539 on the dial for the Camaro. Pennington, 595 in big red. He will be leaving first. Chad Duke will be off and away second. Jared, 6 thou better at the start. The nose drops on that Nova to be dead on 6. And 15 total for Jared Pennington. Chad Duke was 15 up front, needed to be dead 0. And was not. Jared Pennington goes 2 for 2 in round number 1. There's Jamal Woolridge and Amanda Manuel. Jamal out of Virginia, 660 is the dial. Amanda Manuel out of Louisville, North Carolina. We don't want to talk about what happened with Amanda in round number 1. Just like we don't talk about Bruno. Oh, wait a minute. So we don't talk about Bruno, and then literally right off the bat, it was like, it was our wedding day, and here's what happened. It makes no sense. It's like, don't touch that, it's hot. Ooh, let's all touch that. Amanda has 626 on the board. Red light start for Amanda by 2 thou. Both of her entries will be done in round number 1. Jamal, 16 green, and a free look at 660 goes 655 at 103 miles an hour. Amanda Manuel, after being red, of course, runs right on the number 626 on the 626 dial. This is Marco Abruzzi and Jay Hill. Marco. Warren, Ohio, the S10 left side, 622 the dial. Jay Hill, 570 the number for the Honda Prelude. I mean, I think like Jay Hill has inspired me like the 97 Prelude, like need to put together like a 2016 Kia Forte that runs like 570s. But Jay was Wayne Gretzky on the starting line. And I mean, if you're going to be the great one on the starting line, you better make sure that your opponent's either red or way, way late. Marco Abruzzi was 11 green and is going to get the win on a double breakout. Jay Hill, 99 at the start. I also could have threw Aaron Judge out there, but then it would be, okay, wait a minute. Are we talking about the 60 home runs? Are we talking about the number? What are we doing? Jay Hill, 99 green, led to his demise. Marco Abruzzi puts one entry through. Don Cox and Ray Holmes. Don, in that 55 Chevrolet, 532 the dial for Mr. Cox, and Ray Holmes, 63 split window Corvette Coupe, 581 the dial for Ray. Away and away. Cox a little bit better at the starting line and is going to get the win. 006, 2 above 2 for Don. Ray Holmes was 28 green, got to the finish line first by 4 thou, and broke out by 4 thou. Needed to get there and take nothing. Didn't do it. Don Cox wins on the breakout. It was Barry Woods and Kenrick Roundtree. Barry in the Camaro out of Georgia, 595 the number for Barry Woods. Kenrick Roundtree, the Camaro out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, down there in Tar Heel country. Kenrick, 24 on the red light start, 565 for Kenrick, and a round 1 defeat. Barry Woods, 47 green and under by 4. To move on, it's Cameron Atkins and Frankie Denton Jr. Cameron out of Mentor, Ohio. A lot of tutelage goes on in Mentor, Ohio. 67 Camaro, 646 for Cameron. Frankie Denton Jr., 519 on the board. Almost a full Christmas tree head start. 2 bulbs and 86% of a third. Off and away. Denton is 001 trying to reel in Cameron Atkins. Double breakout win going to go Cameron's way. 645.7 on the 646 to be under by 3 thou. Frankie was 001 under by 9 thou, and on that double breakout, true margin of victory is 6 thousandths of a second for Cameron. Todd Whited and Chris Smith. Todd out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia, the 95 Oldsmobile. Chris Smith, Pittsboro, NC, the S10 over on the right side. Todd in the Cutlass, trying to reel in Chris in the S10. Ooh, Todd got a little angry. 002 dead on 4, 6 total. Chris Smith is 19 green and is completely froze out. Bug McCarty. Good job there for Whited. Bug out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. The Olds Achieva and Jake Clayton. Mustang left side. Both of these competitors like to stick the nose in the air. Red light start for Bug McCarty. I believe Bug lost in his first entry, and we won't see that Olds Achieva anymore today. Jake Clayton, 15 green. 643 on the 644 is Bug McCarty. Bows out here in round number 2 of our C category door cars. Adam Bambarger and Benny Ulmer. Adam out of Northport, Alabama, the S10 left side, 645 is the dial. Benny Ulmer, Nice, South Carolina, the Chevy 2, 525 is the dial for Benny. This is Benny Ulmer going to break out by 16 thou, taking 39 down there at the finish line. Adam was 19 green, one above 6 to be good. Benny was slightly better at the starting line, was 12 on the bulb. 7 thou in front near, but unfortunately too much far. And will lose via the breakout. Tanya Street and Mike Coltrane, as we are in our 2 transitional pairs. Before we go fully into our C category dragsters. In C, even numbers, you are the only ones that have been called. And just C, even has been called on the dragster side. Tanya Street, 639. Mike Coltrane, 484. Seventh out, the difference between the two on the reaction time, and Tanya Street throws down 6 total on Mike Coltrane, and that's just rude. 004 taken 003 to be 6 total. Mike Coltrane's 11 green and had no chance whatsoever of turning on a win light. Tanya Street. Just rude to our friend from Idaho. Being 6 total. It's Caroline McCarty and Jake Townsend. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. The Rambler wagon left side, 604 is the dial. Jake Townsend, 573 the number. For the dragster right side. Red light start for Caroline by 1 little teeny tiny thousandth of a second. Jake Townsend was 003 green and goes 571 on the 573. Caroline red by 1, and then under the 640 or 604 running 6029. It's Blaine Mayer, our winner from Advanced Product Design Carburetor Wednesday. Over on the left lane, Michael Pascal. Greensboro, North Carolina. Pretty good matchup here. Pascal, the Race Tech prepared machine, the dragster with the wing right side. Blaine, Mullis prepared machine. 470 on the board. Mayer is in a spot of bother as Michael Pascal freezes out Blaine Mayer. 14 green, dead on 7 to be 21 total. Blaine Mayer's reaction time was a couple more touchdowns and extra points, as he was 35 on the green light start, and Michael Pascal packages up Blaine Mayer. Donnie Quisenberry and Jerry Hollingsworth. So Donnie Quisenberry and Jerry Hollingsworth. 26 letters combined in both last names. 14 green, dead on 3 for Donnie. Locks out Jerry, as Jerry was Jackie Robinson releasing the hounds, which led to his demise. Jerry was then 2 above the dial. Donnie had a pretty easy one there, being 17 total, and Jerry 42 green. It's Marty Martin and Denise Young. Marty Martin out of La Plata, Maryland. 446 the dial for M Squared. Denise Young, Knoxville, Tennessee. The M&M chassis dragster on the 451 dial. Be leaving first is Denise. D-Nice. Green and green. D-Nice is D-Nice. 451, 4 on the 451. To get the win, Marty Martin was 007 and no good. I mean, we just had D-Nice. We just needed Jaqueline. And then we're really talking. Shane Thompson and Owen Duffield. Shane for Team Silver State Refrigeration out of Henderson, Nevada. 465 the dial. For Mr. Thompson, just a massive supporter of bracket racing and bracket races all across the country. Owen Duffield. Temple, Texas for Owen. 491 is the dial. Green and green, Thompson better at the start. And there's going to be 10 total, locking out Owen Duffield. 002 dead on 8 for Thompson. That scoop rocking. Down there for Shane, Owen Duffield. 18 and 2 above. And no good. Shane Thompson will advance. Will Cawthon and Race Kid. Cawthon, South Carolina, 455 the dial. Race Kid, Boise, Idaho, the TNT Supercar. Kid Performance and Dyno, 468. For Mark's Kid. Red light start for Will by a bunch. That's honestly pretty surprising. And Race Kid was late. That's also pretty surprising. Race Kid takes out Will Cawthon. I mean, really, Will took himself out. 46 on the red light. Race was 31 green. But Kid will get the win. Steve Collier and Cliff Carr. Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. 455 the dial for Steve. 489 the number for Cliff Carr out of Toledo Plains. Right here in Tennessee. 489 the dial in. Green and green, Collier cuts Cliff Carr in half, but Cliff Carr is going to get around Steve Collier. 12 green, dead on 4. 16 total is good. Was 12th out in front of the finish line, Steve Collier. Was 006 green and sent Cliff Carr through. Cliff was dead on 4. It was Jason Rich and Dennis Lithgow. Jason, the dragster left side, who normally wields that wheel stand in 39 Chevrolet Coupe. Dennis Lithgow. Mansfield, Texas, right side. We are in, staged, and away and away. Jason Rich dug himself a hole on the starting line and is going to be able to climb out of it. Dennis, 15 green, got to the finish line first by 56 thousandths of a second to break out by 11 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 45 or less. Did not do so. Jason Rich was 47 up front and 1 above 3. But that combination of numbers will turn on a win light for Jason Rich. Jack Collier. Junior Hodges will be our next pair. Jack out of Benton, Louisiana for Team Manpower. 445 the dial for Jack. Junior Hodges, 472. The dial for Junior out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. The American Assembled Machine. Red light start for Junior Hodges. By 10, Jack Collier. 17 green, 444 is what Jack will see when he grabs that time slip. Junior Hodges, after being 10, was one above. Vinny Domino and Andrew Conrath. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. 463 is the dial. Conrath out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. 490. Vinny, second to stage, off and away. 3 little ones separate the two. Vinny and Andrew. Vinny Domino locks out Andrew Conrath. 12 green, dead nothing for Vinny Domino. 12 total. Andrew Conrath was 15 green, dead on 5. And have a nice day. Tim Markaglu and Jerry McGraw, our birthday boy from yesterday, and that's Barber's guy, is Timmy Markaglu. Staten Island, New York. Markaglu pushed 1 entry forward. They're in round number 1 out of Staten Island. The Race Tech machine, left side, 454 the dial. Jerry McGraw out of Nebraska. Mullis chassis for Jerry. McGraw is 001 up front and dead on 4 at the back. 5 total is Jerry McGraw. Tim Markaglu's 007 green and has no chance to win the race whatsoever. He's also down there and he goes dead on 6. He's 13 total. Jeremy McGraw, 5 total. Timmy Markaglu, 007 green and has no shot. That's pretty filthy. There for Jerry McGraw. Kayla Needham and Brian Cam. Brian in one of the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team cars. Red light start for Brian Cam by 1/1000th of a second. Kayla was 10 green and under by 2 thou. But Brian misses perfect by 1 blanking thou. All y'all can insert whatever adjective you would like to put in the blanking part. I will use putrid. Lee Dixon and Cody McDaniel. Lee out of Virginia was 1 total in the first round. That puts him the leader in the clubhouse for the Brodick shootout. Cody McDaniel out of Tennessee, 452 the dial for Cody. Lee Dixon is not going to be 1 total here. Lee Dixon is not going to take 2 entries into round number 2. Cody McDaniel, 009. 452.8 to be 17 on the combined, and Lee Dixon was 19 green. And just had a whole bunch of unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train components. Courtney Grisey and Cody Witt. Grisey out of Vermilion, Ohio. 422 for Courtney. Cody Witt out of West Virginia, 490. Naugatuck. Naugatuck WV. Sounds like a fun place. Seriously. Ooh, one of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another coin? Yes. Cody Witt. 00 nothing. And a win for Cody. 491.3 on the 491. That will get another Kyle Seipel tribute 000 hero coin and $50. There for Cody Witt. Good job is Ed Grisey. And the Scotty Watts. Ed out of Ohio. 419 the dial for EG. Scotty Watts. 484 the dial for the American Dragster. Lancaster, South Carolina for Scotty. Red light start for Watts by 4th thou. Ed Grisey is going to have some electricity on the American water heater side of the racetrack. 420 on the 419. Scotty turned it red by 004 and goes 482. So it's Noah Rambo's car, but I'm not 100% sure that Noah's doing the driving. 418 is the dial. Going to be alongside Mark Kidd. That's Race's dad. Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Twin Falls, Idaho made the tow out here. There. Late pilgrimage, Mark. 23 dead on one to be 24 total. Left side. Was 46 on the green light start and completely locked out. Noah Rambo and Noah Lewis. Rambo out of Michigan, 455 the dial. This non-blown dragster, 449 for Noah Lewis. And the car that was best appearing at the Galat Fling there at the end of April. At Galat Motorsports Park. Down there in Benson, North Carolina. Noah Lewis, 008 on the green light start and is going to get the win. 450 on the 449. Noah Rambo, 41 green and locked out. Noah Lewis will advance. Here, Bristol Dragway. This whole entire facility, man, it is something really, really, really special. Galat down there in North Carolina is also just a amazing facility, and they do such a great job down there. The Flings are lucky to hold events at such incredible venues across the country. Brandon Taylor and Steph Fuller. BT left side, 457 is the dial. Steph Fuller. Out of Nebraska, 472 the number for Steph. The wing dragster over on the right side. Red light start for Steph Fuller. Brandon Taylor, 12 on the green light start. And 4 above is totally fine. After Steph was red by 2 thou. Also too quick, 470 on the 472s. Rachel Conrath and Preston Pennington. Rachel out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. 494 the dial in for Rachel. 464 the number for Peeps. Former million main event winner out there in Vegas. Three Rivers, Texas. For Mr. Pennington. Reaction time in both sides. Peeps going to end up on the wrong side. Rachel Conrath, 4.952 on the 494. Peeps got down there and woed her up and got behind. Rachel took it on through to be one above two and get the win. Peeps out in this entry. It was Joe Gary and Misty Unser. Joe out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, 450 is the dial. Misty Unser, red by 1 thou. 465 on the 464 for Misty. Joe Gary, 42 up front. And Misty, she's going to get that time slip and going to be like, why couldn't I have been like 10 green? But unfortunately, Misty was 1 on the red side. Parker Dotson and Jordan White. Parker out of Saluda, North Carolina, 463 is the dial. Jordan, Winston-Salem is where Jordan lays his head. JW over on the right side, 456. As both competitors are 14 on the green light, breakout win going to go to Parker Dotson. Jordan got to the finish line first by 24 to break it out 16. Needed to be 8 or less. Parker Dotson, 14 up front, 463.8 on the 463. There for Parker Dotson. Tim Sansoni. Or Tim Sansone. And Josh Baker. Mr. Baker out of Kentucky, 458 is the dial. Tim out of Pasadena, Maryland. Tim is 006. Tim is dead on 5 to be 11 total. Josh Baker's 18 up front and was on a run for fun right there, because there was nothing Josh Baker was going to do to turn on a win light on his side. It's packaged up there in round number 1, Danny Bennett and Tim Thomas. Danny out of Hampton, Virginia, 483 is the dial. Tim Thomas, 477. Pretty good dude over in that right lane. Tim Thomas out of North Carolina. Be doing the chasing, leave it second. Tree and away with a red light start for Tim Thomas by dose thousandths of a second. 002 red for Tim. Danny Bennett was 17, 1 above to work out, and Tim Thomas, after being 2 red, is dead 1. 477-1 on the 477 is Tanner Theobald and Nick Warren. Tanner out of Utah for Theobald Motorsports, 486. There for T squared. 15 total. That's all you got? Nick Warren. Miller chassis right side, 462 the dial. There for Nick. Two little teeny tiny ones. The difference on the starting line is 005 leaves last, but 005 is going to get the win. Double breakout for Nick Warren. Under by 5 thou. Tanner Theobald was 003. Got a little greedy down there. Broke out by 0.02 of a second. Got to the finish line first by 17 or less. It was Robert Pettis and Tom Doyle. Pettis out of Houston, Texas. All right, Jared Pennington. So why is it Houston, Texas? but the world famous street in New York that is spelled the exact same way as Houston. I've wondered that forever. 007 green for Robert Pettis. 462.6. Then on the 461, we'll get it done. Locks out Tom Doyle, who was 34 at the start, and just flat out in the way. Buddy Fleener and Travis Laster Jr. Buddy out of Rogersville, Tennessee. 486 is the dial. Travis Laster Jr. 414. The dial for Laster Jr. Both drivers are being very cautious approaching the pre-stage beams. Not like Jared Pennington pouncing on a bowl of chili. There was consequences. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another coin? Yes, we do. Travis Laster, let's go 3 zeros. And gets the win, 418-0. He will get one of those Kyle Seipel tribute 000 hero coins and $50 courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo. Buddy Fleener, 12 green and 2 quick. Got to the finish line first by 30 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 28 or less. Did not do it. It's Kevin Burkett and Troy Williams Jr. T-Rock lost in his first entry. Here he's trying to take one forward. Kevin Burkett out of North Carolina. The American Chassis Dragster left side, 489 on the board. And a red light start on both sides. Not a true start. Kevin Burkett was 006 in front. Troy Williams left second, was 002 out. Kevin Burkett will bow out to Troy Williams Jr. as everybody in the Perry is like, yay, Troy Williams Jr. still has one entry in. Woo! Said nobody. Ian Woods and Colby Fuller. Ian out of Powell, Tennessee. 475 the dial in for Ian. Colby Fuller out of Georgia, who moonlights once a year as an excavation operator there at Galot Motorsports Park. I mean, the young man is just skilled for days. Multifaceted is Colby Fuller. Fourth out, separate the two, Ian and Colby. Colby Fuller, 13 green, getting there first by 10 thou. And dead on 8 is good. Ian Woods was a little bit better of the hit. 009 to Colby's 13. And then 477 on the 475 is Colby Fuller. We'll move on. Josh Ludke and Ken Batchelor. Josh Ludke last night on ATI Performance Products Thursday. Got the check, got the trophy, but most importantly, got that winner circle interview with Jared Pennington. I mean, that money and the trophy, that's just all a bonus. It was a micless interview? That's okay. I had the same thing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So I said, when you got here, I'm not doing any more. I ain't doing any more. Ludke, Batchelor a little bit better, but Ludke is going to have the electricity on his side. 20 green, dead on 2. Will work. Ken Batchelor was 16 up front. Got to the finish line first by 9 little bitty ones. Needed to get there by 6 little bitty ones. Little bitty, teeny tiny. Tiny. Not like me. Got that, buddy. Chris Wallen and Cameron Manuel. This will be my last pair as my guy who went 2 for 2 in round number 1. But I mean, 15 total in the second one. Soft. What is this, amateur hour? Is this amateur hour? Amateur night at the Apollo? When do we get James Brown on stage? 1,000 separate Chris and Cameron. Pretty good one right here, and the win going to go to Chris Wallen. 14 green, snug it up 5,000 with a finish. Chris Wallen takes out Cameron Manuel. 15 green and 474.5 on the 473 is the moment that we have been waiting for since 12 o'clock. Well, it was like 12:03 p.m. when I rolled in. The return of Jared Pennington. He went 2 for 2 in round number 1, which is better than 1 for 2 or 0 for 2.
Yes, it most definitely is, Mike. I haven't had to buy back yet. It's been good. First up for me is Derek Hubbard, 449 down the left out of Florida in the Phantom Dragster. Danny Nelson chassis in the right for Kendall Payne. Kendall down 460, 11 hun head start for Hubbard. And he holds on to that all the way to the stripe. 15 dead 0 for Hubbard. 15 package. My partner Mike Eames says that's a little soft, but Hubbard made it work. 13 and 12 thou above for Kendall Payne. Comes up 10 thou short. Derek Hubbard advances to round number 2. Next up, Corey Gulitti. Gulitti semifinal last night in the ATI Performance Products Thursday 30 grander. He won a dragster chassis in the dragster shootout on Tuesday night. He's got Philip Pennington in the other lane. 455 for Gulitti. Pennington down 468. Both racers from Texas. They know each other well. 11 thousandths the difference up front. And Corey makes that work in his favor. 14 and 16 thou above. Gets by Pennington's 25 and 25 thou above. 50 pack for Pennington, left 20 thousandths margin of victory in Gulitti's lane. I got a cup of Milo's sweet tea up here. I'm rocking and rolling in the announcer's booth. I'm gonna slide over to Mike's seat so I can scan over the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed chat board where there's 1,100 people watching right now. That's cool. Jay Beaulieu in the left, Brent Martin in the right. 9 thousandths the difference at the starting line going Martin's way, and Martin gets to win 6 dead 6. That is not soft. That's a 12 pack. That's better than 15. And that's a solid lap right there for Brent Martin. The Maryland runner moving on to round number 2 with a 25 thousandths margin of victory, as Beaulieu is 15 and 22 thou above. Oh my goodness, the rabbit has brought in some chili, crackers, cheese, the whole shebang. There's no way I can say, I mean, he's got a spoon in it and everything. No way I can sit and look at this without eating it. Oh, Mama Hutto, shout out. I love the Hutto family. That's just a great group. Jerry Brewer, 451 in the left, not on file, 472 in the right. I ride an Ivy Hutto golf cart everywhere I go when I'm at the track. Had this thing for over 4 years now, and it's been absolutely amazing. 1 thou red in the right lane, left side is 003 and 15 thou above for an 18 pack. All dragsters. All dragsters Group C. All dragsters Group C. We need you, please. All dragsters Group C. We need you to the lanes, please. All Group C dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Jerry Brewer next up in the left. Right side is James Hinkle. Hinkle giving up 18 hun head start to Big Brew. 11 thou separate them. Yes, that is chilly. My apologies. You can only look at it so long. Hinkle, 10, 17 thou above. Comes up 5 thou short as Hamilton is 21, dead one. 22 pack. I need a staging battle right now. A big old long one. That was a huge bite of chili. Lord have mercy. The NORAD family, I've done had some of that chili. Now I'm having the Hutto chili. Life is good at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Ultima batteries. Ricky Harbaugh on the left, TJ Harper in the right. Harper giving up a 10th head start to Harbaugh. Somebody get my sniffles going. 4 red for Harper. Harbaugh's 18, 25 thou under. Ricky Harbaugh advances to round number 2. No buyback in the program. A little extra added pressure on round number 1. 4 thou red for Harper is a heartbreaker. 16 thou above. Wonder what the Poe folks are doing. My goodness. I'm living good up here in the tower. Got the Rabbit sitting next to me, last night's runner-up. Spring Fling Million winner. Life's pretty good for you, Rabbit. 9 thousandths the difference. Bo Sanders out in front with a win light. 12 takes 7. Nice lap for Bo. 26 thou above. Trip McCarty's 21 up front, then sets down to 24 thou above. Left too much room in Bo's lane. Bo slides by 7 thou. Ron Campbell in the left, 488 is the dial. This is my dog. KC Pesnell in the right. Out of Gardendale, Alabama, dial 456. KC with a win light. 17 on the tree. Out the back door, 451 with a 9 on that 456. Campbell is 2 thou red. And breaks it out a couple of hun on top of that. KC Pesnell advances to round number 2. I just knocked out 2 big old bites of Miss Hutto's chili. I've double entered on the chili today. Bart Nelson, 477 in the left. Loose change in the right. Win light going to change. 15, dead 6. Loose change advancing to round number 2. Pretty nice lap there. Nelson's 14, take 14. Breaks it out 7 thou. Had to cut the finish line in half and take 7 or less. Goodness. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, it's pretty good to be Big Jed right now. That folks bringing treats to the tower. Announcing the largest Fling event ever in terms of attendance. Got the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon, sitting beside me. My wife, baby girl, are somewhere at a water park about an hour from here, loving life. JJ's at home getting his lesson. Not too bad. Jesse York with a win, 38. Sets down to 7 above. Kenny Snyder couldn't get going off the starting line. Had some trouble there, just going to ease it down. It sounds like a great time to take a couple of bites of chili. I think it's going to take Snyder just a minute. Turns out I was right. That was a great time. Next up is Michael Needham in the left lane. 508 is the dial. Right side is Miss Ivy Brannon. She's an amazing singer. Her dad builds the best golf carts on earth. Her husband's a world championship racer. And her mama makes a mean bowl of chili. See if she's got something for Michael Needham right here. She's giving up 6/10 head start. Oh, Miss Ivy lights it 2 thou red, putting a wind light in Needham's lane. Needham was making a pretty good lap over there, 11 and 12 thou above, 23 total. Miss Ivy lights it dead 9. Few thou later was going to be real good for her. Little quick on the let go, turns it 2 thou red. I appreciate you, KB. Allison Lloyd next up in the left, 452 is the dial. Josh Dykes, right lane, dial 467. Allison was making some killer laps yesterday. Think she come up short in her first entry today, so trying to get one into round number 2. Giving up 1500's head start to Dykes. But Allison was double 0-1. Nice lick for Allison Lloyd. And she does advance an entry to round number 2, 28 thou under. Dykes, 14 thou above and 3 thou red. So Allison Lloyd moves an entry into round number 2. It's Strange, round number 1, where our awesome friends at Strange are giving away $500 to the best losing package. Wonderful prize from the great folks at Strange. We appreciate them so much for all they do for us here. It's Moser Engineering Friday, $100,000 on the line at the RAD Torque Systems. Fall Fling, powered by Ultima batteries. Mike Nelson and Champ. Champ lights it 1 thou red, and he's done for the day. 47, dead 8 for Nelson. Champ, 1 thou red, and his day has come to an end here in the Moser Engineering $100,000 main event. You don't hear that or see that very often. Hayden Whited next up in the left, Adam Russell in the right. Whited, 487, getting a 4,300 head start on Adam Russell. Russell with the advantage up front in the wind light, 12 and 11 thou over, 23 pack. No chance for Whited. He's 30 on the tree. Had a 23 package in the right lane. Left him locked out of that one. He got there 3 thou, but broke it out 10 thou. Johnny Ezel, Shallon Broussard, couple of Louisiana runners. Ezel lights at 10 thou red, sending Broussard into round number 2. Broussard's 39 and 24 thou under. Ezel 10 red, 38 thou under. Tough lap there for Ezel. Shallon Broussard will advance to round number 2. AJ Ash and Isaac Hill. Isaac, 004, take 007 to be 12 thou above.
Look out, Marlene.
AJ Ash is 17, dead 6. 23 package comes up 7 thou short. Jeremy York and Sugar Shane. Sugar moving on to round number 2. York lights at 4 thou red. Shane Carr, 009, just sets it down to go 2.5 tenths over. York 4 red, dead 2. That one's going to be painful right there. There's Curtis Allen next up in the left. 490 is the dial. Curtis out of Kentucky. Kyle Cotrera from Maine. Dial 457. Allen going to get 33 on head start. Kyle Cotrera, I think, come up short in his first entry. Can't remember. Nonetheless, trying to get this entry into round number 2. Should not have an issue getting that done. Cotrera, 004 and 25 thou above. Allen, 30 up front, got there 6, broke out 7. No chance. 29 total in the right, 33 in the left. Kyle Cotrera does advance that entry to round number 2. Coy Collier next up in the left lane. 456 is his dial. Scotty J in the right. Scott Jorgensen. Dial 528. 72 Hun head start going Jorgensen's way. Collier out of Bossier City, Louisiana. Right lane Jorgensen out of Orange City, Florida. Advantage for Collier and a win light over here for Coy Collier, 009, 3 above, taking 4th out at the stripe. Coy Collier advances an entry to round number 2. Scott Jorgensen's 23 and 2 hun over in the right lane. He comes up 4th out short as Collier rolls him through and takes that entry into the next round. Jordan Parker next up in the left out of Plainwell, Michigan. American chassis, dial 455. Right lane's Timothy Thomas from Lumberton, North Carolina. Timothy going to dial 461. 6 hun head start going Thomas' way. Advantage Parker, win light Parker. Thomas was 22 dead 1, not a terrible lap, but Parker slid inside of that with an 18 dead 0, taking 5th out at the stripe. Pretty solid run there for Jordan Parker. That puts Jordan into round number 2. Thomas comes up a few thou short. Cody Strickland next up in the left, 446 is the dial. Out of Rayford, North Carolina, 2011 undercover chassis. It's the 2010 Race Tech chassis of Jimmy Chavis in the other lane. Chavis out of Orangeburg, South Carolina. Got him a drag strip right there in Orangeburg, I believe. 469 is the dial for Chavis. Getting 23 hun head start. Thou red for Strickland. Chavis to round 2, 14 and 22 thou over. 008 on the wrong side of things for Strickland, and then 12 thou under. Greg Hicks next up in the left, all the way from North Las Vegas. He's dial 477. Haley Whited in the right. Haley on a 510. Getting 33 hun head start is Haley Whited in the right lane from Dublin, Virginia in the 2015 Miller chassis. Greg Hicks leaves perfect 000. Then goes 57 thou above Hicks. Going to collect himself a Kyle Seipel commemorative coin for his perfect trip zip. Here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Optima batteries. And a $50 bill. Congratulations, Greg. Pretty cool memento of your trip zip at the largest fall fling or largest fling event ever. Christopher Snyder, Stainless Works entry in the left lane, 470 is his dial. Kevin Portress in the right, dial 446. 6 thou advantage for Snyder and a win light. 10 dead 8 for Christopher Snyder. 18 total. Portress is 16, take 5. Pretty solid lap for Portress. But it didn't work out as he needed to take 2 or less. 3000's breakout in Portress lane. Sam Hamilton next up in the left, 523 is the dial. Lester Adkins in the right, dial 444. Hamilton, win light Hamilton, 15 dead 7. 22 thousandths package over there in the left lane. 25 tree for Adkins, left him locked out of that one. It was 10 thou above to be 13 thou behind. Sean Parker next up in the left, 439 is the dial. Out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. That's a top 10 city. 2019 American chassis. Facing the 2016 Miller chassis of Kerry Long out of Roxborough, North Carolina. All right, folks, if you're hanging out under the tent or parking your cart or anything under there, we're going to need that area cleaned out. They're going to be putting some tables in there, actually trying to do that as we speak. So if you are under the tent with a cart or just hanging out in there, need you to kind of clear out for a little while. Let us put some tables in, please. Carry along with a big advantage, 004, 12 thou above, 16 pack, taking 21 at the stripe. Parker, 34, dead 3, comes up 21 short. Little tardy on the starting line. 300's advantage for Carry Long. Carried that, no pun intended, all the way to the stripe. Keegan Hinkle next up in the left, 538 is the dial. Michael Illig, Sportsman of the Year right here in the right lane, dial 476. Autometer gave Michael a $500 gift certificate for his great sportsmanship in round 1. He's trying to take this entry into round number 2 as he's already advanced 1, and he does just that. 11 and 6 thou under for Michael Illig. Pretty solid lap there for Michael. 18 and 25 thou under for Keegan Hinkle. Hinkle took 12 at the stripe, needed to be behind 7 or more. Somebody's ringtone was straight up. Andy Griffith, loved it. Mckenna Brown, Jegs entry in the left lane, 455 is the dial. Jeff Taylor in the right, dial 469 from Apache Junction, Arizona. Pretty long ride there for Taylor. Not an easy ride for Mckenna Brown from Boca Raton, Florida. $16,000's the difference up front going Taylor's way, and Taylor gets a win. 18 takes 17 to be 17 thou above, 35 total. McKenna was 34 on the tree, so there was a lot of work to do there. She comes up short going 18 thou above. I've had 2 bowls of chili today. I sound like I need my rotor button phased in. My timing's off just a little bit. You know, I got backfire here or there. Coughing back through the carburetor. Need somebody to phase me in on my timing. Cortland Carter in the left, Donovan Williams in the right. Couple of tough cats right here. 2 Hun head start going to Williams. Williams 7, dead 4, 11 thou package. Donovan Williams. Motors his way into round number 2. Nice lap there. Cortland 16, take 8, but breaks out 13 thou. No chance. 16 on the tree while Williams is 11 thou total. Jeff Burns, Slushy King in the left lane out of Lebanon, Tennessee. M&M chassis, 2022 model, dial 435. Donnie Burleson in the right. Burleson in the Ultratech. Dial 446. 11 Hun head start going Burleson's way. They both turn it red, but True Start did not have to get involved. 3 red in the right, 2 red in the left. 2 is more lesser than 3. And Jeff Burns advances an entry to round number 2. Burleson dead 9. Burns 9 thou under. Wayne Vernon next up in the left, 559 is the dial. Travis Laster Sr. in the right, dial 444. Laster giving up 1.15 second head start. Seven red for Vernon. 26 on the tree for Laster. Laster breaks it out 53 thou, moves that entry into round number 2. Vernon 18 thou above, but lights at 7 thou red. Chris Stein in the left, 424 is the dial. Chris got her dialed up a little bit. Seen this car go as fast as a 17 this weekend, I believe. Right lane, Jacob Stallworthy, dial 453. Let's see if Chris has got all that in his pocket. 2016 Diamond chassis over there. They're really throwing the power to it. Stein 10 and 4 thou under. So pretty good dialing on Chris Stein's part. Must have put a different pulley on it or something. But Chris Stein moves into round number 2 with that entry. Stallworthy 12 thou above and 7 thou red. Patrick McMath. That ought to be JJ's last name, McMath. He's pretty good at it. 465 is the dial for Patrick. It's out of Chesapeake, Virginia in the Racetech chassis. Racetech chassis of Jeff Serra in the right. From Adamstown, Pennsylvania. Dial 468, 3 Hun head start going Serra's way. Advantage for Serra, and Jeff Serra gets a win. 7 takes 6 to be 2 Hun above. 27 total, 20 on the tree for McMath. He lights it up 13 thou above to be 6 thou behind. Just a nice little squeeze of nitrous to gain you about 100th late would have been perfect right there. You've got a guy that can roll you through 00. You want to be out there about 100 to 200 slow, and real late get you about 100 worth of nitrous, and that'll take their 6 or 7 stripe to -3 or 4. It's a great strategy if you can stay disciplined and make it work. But it takes a lot of discipline. Fred Hagberg in the left, 491 is the dial. Dale Thaxton in the right, dial 542. I think Thaxton collected a Kyle Seipel coin for his trip zip earlier. He's out in front by a thou, but couldn't hold on as Fred Hagberg goes 14, dead 8, 22 total. Thaxton 13, take 25 to break it out by 16. Thou had to take 9 or less. Josh Owens next up in the left, 488 is the dial. Jamie Holston in the right, dial 434. That's my dog over here. Guy's got a killer foot brake car, beautiful Chevelle, does wheelies. Now he's out here in the dragster, going 430s on the hill. Holston had the advantage up front, but gets behind by 6 thou, and Josh Owens moves on. 007, 22 thou over. Holston's 004, but goes 31 thou over to be 6 thousandths behind, and Josh Owens takes his 2014 American chassis to round number 2. I apologize if anybody's on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed trying to communicate. We are out of the chat bleachers at the moment. I'm on Mike Eames' computer, and Joanne said you got to be a subscriber for at least 24 hours, so we're kind of out. And we've been kicked out of the bleachers. I'm sorry, Joanne, what was that? Yeah? Okay. Well, I think I'm a subscriber, so might have to figure out how to get this fancy thing switched over to my computer. I'll have to get it out of the motorhome. Nonetheless, I've been kicked out of the chat bleachers at the moment. Y'all are making me watch from the gambling pit at the moment. Well, I can't communicate with you. If you've ever been over there in the pit, you know the communication, I don't really understand it, okay? Let's just say that. A little something needing checked out on the racing surface. We are wrapping up Group C dragsters in Strange Engineering round number 1. Group D, even number cars. Group D, even number cars to the lanes, please. Group D cars with an even number. We need you in the lanes, please. Odd number, Group D, you are on standby. Skylar Wagner in the left, 481 is the dial. Jaden Lawler in the right, dial 461. Very even on the starting line. Wagner gets it done, 23, dead 7. 30 pack for Wagner. Lawler, 24 and 12 thou above, 36 total. 6 little ones short of that 30 pack of Skylar Wagner. Wagner advances that entry to round number 2. Chris Ferguson next up in the left, out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Dial 455. Keith Thomas in the right, dial 501. Thomas, 008, dead 1, 9 thou total. Nice lap there for Keith Thomas, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Ferguson is 12, dead 9 for a 21 thou package, but comes up 12 thou short. Got a dozen and change right there. Brody Cantrell in the left, 513 is the dial. Chris Garrett in the right, dial 446.
Right now. I hold.
Red for Chris Garrett by 1 stinking, measly, rotten thousandth. 11th thou above. Brody Cantrell got by with 1 there. He's 36 and 25 thou under. Not the lap he was trying to make, but you know what? The lap he was trying to make was one that got electricity, and that did just that. So Brody Cantrell gets an opportunity to come back to round number 2. Dakota Wales in the left, 447. Out of Sevierville, Tennessee. Beautiful area. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We got major repairs going on up here. Austin Thompson in the right. Dial 486. Out of Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina. Yeah, I can. I'll write it down for you. Read it. 11 thou separation. Austin Thompson with a win, 002, take 29 to be 19 thou above. 21 pack. Wales is 13, 37 thou over 50 total. Comes up 29 thou in the hole, almost 300s behind Austin Thompson at the stripe. Barker left lane, Marlon Goatz in the right. 7 thousandths the difference going Brandon Barker's way. How about the Canadian moving into round number 2? Nice lap there, 21, take 7. 12 thou above for Barker. Met Barker in the tower yesterday. Good dude. The Bracket Life brand. Got the podcast up there with Andrew Stirk. Guy's doing great things for the sport. He's moving into round number 2 with that entry. Jack is up here getting her done right now. Little WD-40, that'll fix most anything.
Bob Brightmeyer,
Steve Hawkins.
That's the best electronic spray you can buy.
In the left, J.R. Lockhart in the right. Lockhart gets the win. Whoop, don't know what the numbers were, but Lockhart won. Tom Dauber, the Red Rocket in the left lane, 472 is the dial. Josh McDaniel in the right, dial 471. Medford, New Jersey, left lane. Coreyton, Tennessee in the right, 100th head start going to Dauber.
If we ever get done here, I'm going to stay home Sunday, and I'm going to sit with my grandbabies all day long. Button for me next year. you normally do, you know?
Yep.
I mean, just random.
5,000's the difference. Advantage is in McDaniel's lane. The win light is in Dauber's lane. Double breakout win going Dauber's way. 19 and a thou under for Tom Dauber. 14 and 8 thou under for McDaniel. McDaniel got there 12 thou, but had to take 5 or less, or even getting behind on accident could have worked out for him.
Working now, ain't it? Look at it, it won't stop working. It actually did that during World Football Challenge.
Terrell Sinkler, 483 in the left. Oh boy. No whammies, no whammies. Stop. Jay Ralston in the right, dial 473. If y'all only knew what was going on in the announcer's booth right now.
Oh, it's bad. It's worse now than ever.
A 10th head start going to Sinkler in the left lane. See if Rail can hold off Jay Ralston. I think Rail's going to be able to hold Jay off. 27, 2/10 over Ralston. First number was a 5. And that ain't good. And then 2/10 above was even more worser. Oh boy. No whammies, no whammies. Stop.
My man's bringing some food. More food.
Oh Lord, help us all. Ray Miller the third in the left lane, 450 is the dial. John Parks in the right, dial 407. It's fixed, but I don't think it's fixed.
It's working too good.
Too much WD-40. Got my screen switching button.
Might be going to buy a new button now.
Just rolling through the names. Seven red in the left, 22 red in the right. 7's less than 22. Ray Miller gets the win, 13 thou under. Parks, 22 red, dead 8. 407 with an 8 on that 407. Wow. 0.15 mile per hour from going 180. Douglas Marsters in the left, 491 is the dial. John Budakowski in the right, dial 453. Budakowski out of New York, Marsters out of Maine. .38 Hun head start going to Marsters. Thou red for Budakowski. Win light to Marsters, 006. 23 thou under for Marsters. Budakowski goes 31 thou under. Left 5 thou too soon. Nice 006 reaction time for Marsters. Nice. Nice. Mike Morgan in the left lane, 492 is the dial. Right lane, 418 dial for Dan Davies. Diamond Chassis, head honcho, giving up 74 Hun head start. Davies in pretty good control here, and he gets a win light. 19 take 36 to be 16 thou above. Way late for Morgan. Dead 4 comes up 36 thou short. Not on file, left lane. 487 is the dial. Benny Domino in the right.
That ain't nothing to do with the butt.
Domino, Domino dial 463 in the right lane out of Staten Island, New York. Racy Guffey in the left lane water box. Appears to be making a single.
Might just have to hire somebody on the butt.
Well, that must be the last car in Group C. Saw Guffey sitting off to the side over there. It's potential buy run. It worked out for him. He's looking for a 622 on the board, and arguably one of the most beautiful, clean, and neat 67 Camaros you'll ever see. It does have a snorkel hood scoop like the old days. Out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. He's your neighbor. Park by you. Did you make him a bread sandwich too?
No, sir.
You saving those for me?
I figured you could. I didn't know what you wanted on. I figured you could call for whatever you wanted. I wouldn't throw it.
Well, I knew the plate was light, and I was like, what's a light plate for a sandwich? Mike Eames said it was a wish sandwich. Wish you had something on it. 26 on the tree for Guffey. He'll take a stress-free ride in the round next, 2 thou under. Well, that wraps up Group C. We're about to roll into Group D. Group D, even numbered cars, you have been called. Group D, even numbered cars, you have been called. Odd, you're on standby. We only need our Group D, even numbered cars at this time in the staging lanes. Are you feeling lucky? The folks at FTI have a transmission raffle going on. They're going to do 54 cards. It'll be a deck of cards plus Joker. $100 a card. The winner will receive an FTI Level 5 shorty transmission, carbon dipped overflow tank, all the good stuff that you need for your dragster. Second place will be $200. Third place gets you $100 back. That's at the FTI trailer across from the shower house out in the pits. Go see them. It won't last long. 28 dead, 3 for Paul Rich, taking 5 thou at the stripe. 10 and 26 thou above for Kobe Hodges comes up 5 thou short. Keenan Myers in the left, 497 dial. Mike Laws in the right, 492.
Hey, pre-stage, it'll reset normally, right?
Right, yeah.
So, you want me to put it back together in case you want to try it, or you want me to just go grab it?
In the right lane for Laws, Myers moving on, 39, 25 thou under. Laws, 31 red, dead 6. Just kind of met that one coming on. Keenan Myers advances.
Loosen it up now.
All Group D cars to the lanes, please. All Group D cars to the lanes, please. Gary Mentor, big advantage in the left. Win light for Mentor. 42 and 8 above. QJ Arnold, way late and 5 over. Left him no chance there. Gary Mentor advances to round number 2.
We need to move it side to side.
Drew Smith, 5'11" in the left lane. Barry Brown, local racer here from Bluntville, Tennessee, dial 477.
See if I can find anybody.
Yeah, you probably should take a chance, Mr. Boo Boo. .24 dead 7 for Brown, getting to the stripe, 7 thou in front. Nice lap there for Barry. He advances to round 2, 45 and under. In the left lane, Barry Brown. In the round next. Steve Witherow next up in the left lane, 459 is his dial. 2012 Miller chassis out of Summer Duck, Virginia. Jason Sizemore from Kyle's Ford, Tennessee in the 05 Mullis, down 487. 28 Hun head start. Will be going Sizemore's way. Double breakout win to Steve Witherow, 009, 5 thou under. Sizemore 005 and 3 Hun under. Win light. Rolling over to Steve Witherow. That guy won $50,000 here on a time shot a couple of 2 or 3 years ago. Had the $50,000 run for the money, I guess you'd call it, where a perfect run got you 50 grand, and Witherow made a perfect run, if I remember correctly. It was perfect, dead zero on a 467 dial. 50 grand for a time shot. Scotty Neat and Mark Price. Price giving up 2/10 to Scotty Neat. Five red for Scotty Neat, Price 23 and 11 thou under. Price getting it done with a green light there. Not his target, I'm sure, with the 23 bulb. If your opponent goes red, 23's just right. 005 on the wrong side and dead 8 for Scotty Neat. Going to make that one about as aggravating as it can be. It's bad enough to red light when you light it up dead on. Your opponent probably didn't hit their target. It just adds a little frustration to it. Nonetheless, Mark Price moves on. Michael Harbaugh on the left, 469 is the dial. Scott Taylor in the right, dial 439. 3/10 head start going to Harbaugh. Out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. Portage, Michigan, Scott Taylor. Going to try to run him down. He's off to a good start. Had a 6 thou advantage right here. Didn't run him down, but really didn't have to. 007, 19 thou over, 26 total. Harbaugh's 13 up front, so had a good opportunity. Took 24, broke it out 11 thou. Obviously, would have to take 13 or less to make that work out. Scott Taylor into round number 2. Eric Rollins next up, 450 in the left. Kenny Underwood in the right. Skinny on a 488. How are you, bud? Pretty nasty right here. 002 did 4 for Underwood. Rollins is 005 and 12th thou above. Rollins lays down 17 total. Underwood said, here is you a dime and a penny back. Give him 11 change. 6-pack for Skinny Kenny. Pretty solid lap there in round number 1 for Underwood. Rollins no slouch. That 17 total should be in the running for the Strange Engineering round 1 best losing package. Not sure who's holding the cards to that right now. 17's probably in the running. Joel Maddox, 469 in the left. Mark McKay, 472 in the right. There's 36 thousandths of difference. One of them was 36 and one of them was perfect. Mark McKay, how about 000 take 3? That's going to get you a high electric bill. That's a very solid lap for Mark McKay out of New Boston, Michigan. He gets Kyle Seipel commemorative coin for his trip zip, and he gets a $50 bill on top of it. Solid lap there for McKay. He moves into round number 2. Ray Fordyce Jr., dial 457. Jamie Tupper, the Canadian right lane, dial 468. Good number of Canadians came down for the Fall Fling. We appreciate each and every one of you. We appreciate everybody that's here, but cool to see our friends to the north get an opportunity to cross the border, come join us for some American big money bracket racing. 3,000 difference. Fordyce out in front in the win light. 25 take 14 to be 11 thou above. Tupper's 28 and 22 thou over, 50 total. 1.5 short. Ray Fordyce takes that entry to round number 2. Joe Kerner and Tommy Cable. Wow, about my man Joe Kerner right there. Perfect reaction, trip zip, dead 7. Taking 12 thou at the stripe, 7 thou total for Kerner. Tommy Cable, Mr. Fling, is 20 and a thou under, but couldn't get there. Kerner gets a Kyle Seipel commemorative coin for his 000 win, and he's going to get a $50 bill and an invitation to round number 2. Pretty good all the way around there for Joe Kerner. Samantha Thornton in the left lane, 472. Don Butkowitz in the right, dial 472. Butkowitz, top 10 name always. He's got work to do here. Left lane, 009, dead on with a 3, 12 thou package for Thornton. That weather has stabilized and everybody's got it figured out right now. Going to be some nasty laps for this 100-grander. 33 and 18 thou above for Butkowitz. Putting a win light in Thornton's lane as she laid down 12 total. Jason Hoff, 434 in the left. Sidney Wiggins, 446 in the right. Sidney going to get a 1200s head start. 2022 Miller chassis in the left. A 15 M&M in the right. Wiggins out of Kentucky, Hoff out of Pennsylvania. Jason's also got a cool little Vega if he's still got it. That's a good looking ride. Would be my favorite of his two cars because it's got doors on it. Big fan. Wow, another perfect reaction and a win light for Sidney Wiggins. 000, 15 thou above. 15 package for Wiggins. Hoff is 11, take 5, very solid lap. Had to take 4 or less as he broke it out of thou. And Sidney Wiggins will collect the big nasty commemorative coin for her Trip Zip win light. And she gets a $50 bill. These Trip Zips like government cheese right now. I mean, everybody just lining up and getting their $50 bill and their coin. It's impressive. Brian Jones, 440 in the left. T.G. Pascal, 463 in the right. Pascal in control. And Pascal gets the win light. 007, 18 thou above, 25 pack. Jones is 46 and no chance. Lit it up dead on 8 to be 29 thou behind. T.G. Pascal. Y'all don't let T.G. get on a roll. He'll be hard to handle. Chris Johnson, 471 in the left lane out of Maryville, Tennessee. Zach Grant in the right, dial 522. 5 thou red for Grant. Johnson, 21 up front and 21 thou above. Chris Johnson will take that entry to round number 2. No buyback in the program. Field cuts in half every time until we get us a $100,000 winner on Moser Engineering Friday at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Ultima batteries. It's Strange, round number 1, where the cool kids. It's Strange. Going to put a $500 gift certificate, or excuse me, put $500 in the hand of the racer with the best losing package. It's a gift certificate to everywhere on earth. It's cash. Ostrowski giving up 18 Hun to Carson Brown. Carson Brown is 2 thou red and 15 thou under. Ostrowski moves into round 2. 13 on the tree and 24 thou above. Jack Ostrowski gets that entry into the next round of competition. That'll put him down to about 380 cars or so. Oh, man. Got troubles up here. Got Jamie Holston in the booth with me hanging out. Says he's just watching. Steve Law in the left, 475. 02 first name, Troy Henry in the right, dial 487. Like I said, you got to watch those guys with 2 first names. They tough. I'm on a timer. Big time red for Law. No good. 20 on the tree for Troy Henry, 19 thou under. Said anybody with 2 first names, you gotta watch them now. It's like the kids. I used to ride the bus. I didn't have the parents that could take you to school. They were already at work or whatever, so I rode the bus. Well, you know, I was one of the first ones on the bus, so everybody pretty much got on after me. When the kids with the dirty blue jeans got on the bus, you let them sit where they wanted to sit. Because if a kid got on the bus with dirty blue jeans, that kid wasn't no joke. You had to be tough when you had dirty blue jeans because people would pick at you, so you got tough in a hurry. So the dirty blue jeans kids, when they come in, I would move over, say, you want to sit right here? You want to be friends with the kids with dirty blue jeans. Because they wore them yesterday, and then they played in them in the yard when they got home, and then they put them back on the next morning because nobody washed them for them. Those kids were tough. could have torn down a transmission. So if kids getting on your bus with dirty blue jeans, kids, give them some room. 008, 10 thou over for Dale West. 18 pack. Candy Dairy leaves 12 thou too soon. Goes 24 thou above. Dale West takes his 05 Mullis into round number 2. Matt Reclitus, 470 in the left. Zach Henry, 492 in the right. What's up, Troy? How are you, sir? Yeah, track might be working. 22 Hun head start going to Zach Henry. Zach Henry, another guy with 2 first names. Watch him. Yep, just like I said. In control is Zach Henry and a wind light. How about 7 dead 0? 7 thou package for Zach Henry. Nice lap there for Zach. Reclitus 36 and 13 thou over.
It was moving. And it made
Trevor Denton next up in the left, 491 is the dial. Not on file in the right lane. Is that Siegel's car? Looks like Siegel's car, 445. That car's got to be in the running for best appearing. Beautiful hot rod right there. John Siegel giving up 46 Hun head start. Siegel, 8 take 10 to be 23 thou above. He moves into round 2 with that entry. 008 had 11 thou advantage on Denton, who was 19 and 22 thou over.
Look good. Good luck. I'll come do your interview after you win tonight. So you ain't got to do your interview.
Gilbert Derry in the left, 482. Thomas Bayer in the right, 494. Derry from Maryland. Bayer from Cherry Valley, California. 12 Hun head start going to Bayer.
So what's the strategy with the button?
7 thou red for Bayer. Derry into round number 2. 29 and 48 thou above. Bayer's 007 red and 37 thou over. Wind light to Gilbert Derry.
This is Jared Pennington.
What's up, Severio? I gave you your first shout out from right here.
Yes, he did. You were only 1 year old. And this is Mike Eames.
What's going on, my guy?
Anthony Bertozzi in the left, 463 is the dial.
Yeah.
Jamie Bridge in the right. Canadian dial, 482 in the right. 8 thou advantage for Bridge. Wind light to Antoine. Bertozzi is 19 and 15 thou above for the win. Bridge is 11 and 8 thou under. He took 31, had to take 23 or less. David Brown in the left, Bobby Spence in the right. Spence giving up 45 hun head start. 438 chasing a 483. Red for Brown, Spence 007 up front. And 5 thou under. Bobby Spence takes his 2021 Race Tech chassis to round number 2. Brown rolls through a 10th above. Left 10 thousandths too soon. Rick Johnson next up in the left, going to be my last pair. 474 dial out of Johnson City, Tennessee, about 15 minutes down the road. Dustin Light in the right lane, dial 477. Only a 3 hun head start going to Light. You know, Billy Paul, everybody with 2 first names is pretty tough. What I was saying, and you are a prime example. Nice lap to finish me off right here. 8 thousandths advantaged in the right lane. Win light goes to Johnson, though. Left lane gets it done. 10 and 4 thou under. Gets by 002 and 7 thou under. Light had an 8 thou advantage, had to take 8 or less or get behind and took 11. Put a 3 thou win light in Rick Johnson's lane. That wraps me up. I'm going to hand it over to the mainest man I got, and that's Mike Eames. He's going to finish up Group D.
All right, JP, you got to go give me a couple of win lights.
Yeah, bro.
But we are going to have to do some work. Oh, and we can do that between the class changes. Hey, we're going to, oh my Lord. What do we? We are having a serious struggle bus up here, and I sincerely apologize. Hey, Todd Zeller. Over on the left side. Not on file over on the right side. We will rectify that. Zeller with the Copo-powered Racecraft dragster. 447 the number over on the left side. 462. We'll dial it over on the right side. Red light by 9,000. Over on the motor mile side of the racetrack. 452 at 150 miles an hour for Todd Zeller. Was 005 right down here on a free time run. There's Justin Harrington and Severn Johnson. Severn out of Maryland, 469 is the dial. Justin Harrington, Muncie, Indiana, the Race Tech machine, 529 is the dial over on the left side. We are staged, and we are big red for Justin Harrington. Severn Johnson, 006, 2 above would be good. Justin Harrington, unfortunately, is pulled over to the side. Over in that American water heater side of the racetrack, we're going to have to go down and assess the situation for Justin. Big shout out to our many faithful followers on the Motor Mania live feed, brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. We are nearing the end of round number 1. All of our great friends in the chat bleachers, we will be doing our Ultima yellow top battery giveaway sometime after 4 p.m. Eastern, which, as I turn and look at the clock here at the Tower of Bristol Dragway, is in 54 minutes from right about now, as the clock just turned 3:06 p.m. Eastern time. So I think sometime after 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that could be 4:05, it could be 4:10, it could be 4:20, hey. It could be 4:07. But sometime after 4 p.m. today, we will do the Ultima yellow top battery. You guys are all experts, you know how it goes. We will give you the phrase. You have to enter it into the chat. You do that one time and one time only. Joanna's like, okay, so wait a minute. So that means that we could do it after 7 since we say anytime after 4. Okay, it will be anytime after 4 o'clock. However, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say it's going to be relatively close to the top of the hour. I mean, we might miss it by like 5 minutes, but that Ultima yellow top battery, once again, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 1 o'clock for all my West Coasters. 2 o'clock for all my friends in the Mountain Time Zone. Three o'clock. Eastern Daylight Time. Brian Kennedy and Tommy Norton. Kennedy out of Odessa in the great state of Texas is going to move on. 13 green, 1 above 6 is good. Tommy Norton, 13 down here. Said he's going to run 450, goes 453.8 down there at the top end. All right, attention in the pit area. Group A door cars. Group A door cars. If you turned on a win light in round number 1, let's get you headed back up this way for round number 2, as we are in the middle of Strange round 1. Well, not in the middle. We are like nearing the end of Strange first round. Probably 30 or so dragsters left. And Ricky Harbaugh and Cody Wiggins. Harbaugh is going to need some consoling. Ricky's 003 at the hit, dialed 483, goes 481.3 to break out 17th thou. Got to the finish line by 56. Cody Wiggins, 31 green, 1 above 1 is good as Ricky Harbaugh breaks it out. Shane Maddox and Todd Barton. Shane out of Piedmont, South Carolina. The Maddox chassis machine over on the left side, 450 the dial. Todd Barton, Gray, Tennessee, the clowning around dragster for Todd Barton Design. Todd is behind at the start and behind at the finish. Maddox, 15 green, dead on 2. To be good. Todd Barton's 27 and 4 over. And it'll be a first round runner-up. literally mortified to touch anything up here in the tower. Had a rough few days here at Bristol. To be honest, Marty Burton, Frank Lacates. Marty out of Russell Springs, Kentucky, 488 the dial for Marty. Frank Lacates out of Maryland, 459 the number for Frank, and give it to Marty Burton. 21 to be a thou in front at the finish line. It was 489.5 on the 489 to be good. Frank Lacates, 13 green, 2 above 4. And will not advance out of round number 1.
Group A? Group A door car.
Yeah, once again, Group A door cars should be filtering in. David Collins and Brittany Ulmer. Win light for Brittany on a double breakout, 491 on the 492. Both drivers were the 2-2 on the reaction time. David Collins dialed 507, goes 503 to break out more than Brittany Ulmer. Brittany Ulmer will come back around. Ronnie Whitlock, Travis Colangelo. Whitlock out of Lake Mary, Florida, 446 the number for Ronnie. Travis Colangelo, Port Clinton. There in Ohio. Ronnie has barely left the starting line. Travis Colangelo, 25 green, 3 above. Tough break for Ronnie, who will not make it out of round number 1. Travis Colangelo, 25 green, 3 above. Will be good for the win light. Working on closing down. Strange round 1. Greg Maddox, Mike Griffin. Maddox, Piedmont, South Carolina, the Horton chassis left side. Mike Griffin, Trenton, New Jersey, off and away. The wings dragster looking over to the left, and the win going to go to Mike Griffin. 13 green down here. 487.5 on the 485 down there to be 27 thou in front to get the win. Greg Maddox was 11 up front, right there in the game, but then 5 over to not win. Negative on buybacks, Gino. Negative on buybacks. All 3 days, no buybacks. Our friends there in the chat bleachers. Katie Kirby and Allison Eads. Allison Eads is going to pick up a prize before the tree even comes down, as we have awarded Allison Eads the dragster that needs a scoop the most. He will get a Regiel's fiberglass scoop.
What do I do on track, bro?
Katie Kirby is going to get the win in that pair. 28 up front, 2 above, 4 is good. Eads was 46 reacting to green and 4 above, but Allison Eads is going to take home the dragster scoop that needed it the most. We'll get that scoop from our friends at Rigils. Jeff Rigney, we haven't finished first round yet, but it's going to be north of 660 cars. We'll give you a count when we have that. Johnny LeBouse. I touched it a couple of times. Yeah. John LeBouse and Billy Lieber. Real good matchup here. Billy. 004 taking 2 thou at the finish line. Billy takes out Johnny LeBouse. LeBouse was 009. 472 on the 470 for LeBouse, but unfortunately 2 thou behind for LeBouse. Billy Lieber. 2 above 9 and 2 thou in front at the finish as both drivers were 00. Yeah, roughly. I'm going to say like 6 or 7 pair left here in round number 1 with our Group D dragsters. As my second round door car should be filtering in the lanes as Bill Dempsey was off and away way prematurely. Left side will move forward. Dempsey was 1-4-6-8. I'm going to say let go on nothing, or his box was zeroed out, one of the two. Seth Street and Brad Core. Seth out of Richlands, Louisiana, 467 the dial in for Seth. Brad Core, Crawley, Louisiana. Win, Seth Street. Pretty good lap thrown down right there by Seth. 002 dead on 8 to be 10 total. Brad Core, 15 green and had no shot of turning on a win light in that particular pair. Mike Hoff and Scott Albrecht. Hoff out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. 487 the dial, Scotty Albrecht. Jackson, New Jersey. Over the right lane, Scotty looking over to the left and gonna bow out to Mike Hoff. 17 green and 8 thou in front. Scott Albrecht was 006 and 8 thou behind at the finish line. 3 above 8 for Scott. He got down there and woed it up a little bit too much. Mike Hoff takes out Scott Albrecht. And my Group A door car should be heading this way. Yeah. Okay, so the common denominator, so just like everybody knows what's going on. So up here in the booth, we have a button that changes our announcer screen. Well, let's just say that Jared broke the button. I mean, I know it wasn't me. I mean, it probably was me because, I mean, I broke the window up here. I mean, there's been a couple other things that I have been personally responsible for this weekend. More than likely, I broke the button. So, like, literally, you breathe on the button and it just constantly toggles through the screens. And that's not a lot of fun. Dennis Long and Jessica Hoff. Dennis, 10. Dead on 4 is 14 total. Jessica Hoff was 13 green. Needed to be dead on nothing and was 469 on the 471. This is Dennis Long. Pretty tough right there, 14 total. Takes out Jessica Huff. And so so everybody in the chat bleachers watching live feed, how it works is when both lanes pre-stage, the screen will change on its own. So I don't get any information until they pre-stage both sides because there's no way I'm touching that button. There's no way. It's John Edwards the third and Jasmine Madden. All right, Jasmine just threw down a perfect reaction time, and no win for Jasmine. I wanted to give another Kyle Seipel tribute 000 hero coin away. 484.0 on the 484 for Jasmine. Broke out by 20. She took 50 down there at the finish line. John Edwards the third was 15. And one above one for John Edwards to get the win. And I believe final pair in round one that we started right just a little before 9:30, if memory serves me right. So just a shade under 6 hours for round number one. Yeah, I'm not too shabby. Skosh under 6 hours for 660 plus cars. Gary Williams, Robert Benson, G-Dub. Ooh, Gary Williams. 003 got down there and parked it and got 5 thou behind. Robert Benson, 29 up front, 3 above 8. And Gary Williams made the wrong decision down there. Got behind by 5 thousandths of a second. Robert Benson will move on to round number 2, and that concludes round number 1. We're going to have some quiet time on the racing surface with a little bit of track prep. We are going to start disassembling stuff up here in the tower. Jack's up here ripping the button out. We're going to change buttons. I got to change batteries. And we're going to be just fresh as a daisy when we fire up Beyond Racing Products round number 2 here in just a little bit with our Group A door cars.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultima tachometer line, the Ultima 3 and the Ultima DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultima 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultima DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultima 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you. Everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Each year at the Fling since 2010, we do what's called a reaction time challenge. The drivers love it. We call 25 drivers to the staging lanes, randomly picked. If they get a 00 anything reaction time, so 001 to 009, they get $100 cash. If they get a 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come back and do it again. If they hit the second time, they get $10,000.
All right, check it out, guys. I'm here with Bill Dykes in the lanes for the Reaction Time Challenge here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Ultima batteries. Bill, how has your experience been out here so far this weekend?
This is the most amazing race, best time ever. If you can't have fun here, you shouldn't be drag racing.
You're about to go and try and turn on a 00 reaction time for $100. Trip Zip gets you $1,000. What are you doing with the delay box?
Yeah, I leave it. I'm pretty aggressive with it. Last year I went 00 back-to-back. So I just left it. Hopefully I'm paying attention at the light and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you here in the Reaction Time Challenge and in today's 30K main event. Can't wait to see you out on the track.
Thanks for talking to me. Have a good one.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Here in our Group A door cars. Donnie Smith and Jeff Verdi. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky. The S10 left side, 652 the number. 2 mil, 1 year, Jeff Verdi. And the Top Gun Firebird right side, 594 is the dial for Mr. Verdi. Red light start for Donnie Smith by 1 teeny tiny thousandth of a second. Verdi's 26 down here and 2 above down there. As I look at Old Glory here on the left side of the racetrack here at Bristol Dragway. There for a minute, the flag was blowing from right to left. Kind of cross track, but now it's kind of, let's call it an 80% quartering. Well, Donnie Smith, after being 001 red, left us a little present down here on the starting line. We are going to have the chat bleachers. You have no idea what's going on up here. Okay, so everybody watching across the world on our great Motor Mania live feed, and everybody here on property, I'm here in the announcer. I am tipping my cap. 674 entries went down the track in round number 1, and that is absolutely just freaking awesome. Like, the support for the Fling events and the Fling brand, man, you racers, you guys showed up. 674 cars went down the track first round. I mean, that is just unreal and just so much appreciated. Peter and Emily and all of us that all play a little part putting on these events. Racers have been so good showing up to the lanes, having their programs ready to go. But man, 674. That's just a big number, man. And everybody here plays such a part in the success of these events. We get work our way later on Mosier Engineering. $100,000 Friday. But man, 674 went down the track first round. This is Jeremy Bargo, Kylie Thaxton, Jeremy out of Barberville, Kentucky, the S10 left side, 616. Going to be alongside Kylie Thaxton, Butler, Georgia. A Little Red 81 Chevette, 636 the dial for Kylie. Man, 674. 001 for Jeremy Bargo. Looking over at Kylie Thaxton, and the win is going to go to Kylie. 11 green, in front by 1,000 with the finish line to be 2 above. Jeremy got down there and got behind by 14 10,000. Kylie Thaxton will move on. I love it. Craig Walker and Steve Collier. Yeah, there we go. All right, we'll talk about what is going on up here. Greg Walker, Clinton, Maryland, 541 is the dial. Steve Collier, right side. Huber Heights, Ohio, the 88 S10 left side. 008 leaves last. Greg Walker trying to run down Steve Collier. No, Collier, 001, 655 on the 52 to advance. Walker was 008 and 8 above and no good. Kevin Pollard and Gary Kimball. KP out of Virginia, the 72 Love truck. Hitting the bottom. Gary Kimball, Concord, North Carolina, the Nova right side. So right now up in the tower in the booth, we have 2 exposed wires that should go to the switch. The jack is up here, and whenever I want the screen to change, he taps the 2 wires together to get the screen to change. And Jack Lesor was like, well, hey, we are in Tennessee. Oh, and Gary Kimball. Gary Kimball is not going to be able to make it up into the stage beams here in round number 2. Kevin Pollard, 588 was the estimated performance. KP will get a free shot at the tree and a free rip down the racetrack. Is off and away. 588 was 19 green and goes 586.7 at 124 there for KP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Group A dragsters even. Group A dragsters, even numbers. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Gleghorn, buddy, I'm telling you, you were missing it. You'd be right home up here right now. And I know you'd be just completely busting the gut laughing. Real good matchup here in round number 2. Robert Holton and Nick Hastings. Holton out of Monarchs Corner, South Carolina in the Mustang. Robert made it, in fact, I think both. Holton made it to the ladder last night, down to 6 cars, and I believe Nick was defeated the round prior. Hastings in the T1000. Ooh, 009. Leaves last. 1 thou separate the 2. Nick and Robert give it a nasty nick. 008 taking 008. Is 1 above 4 to get the win. Holton, 009, 2 above. As Nick Hastings will move into round number 3. Robert Holton. $674 cars went down the track in round number 1. Is wearing Biondo Racing Products round number 2. We just started with our Group A door cars. Caroline McCarty and Chuck Miner. Caroline and the Rambler wagon from McCarty Auto Parts. That's Carol's kid. Your life is not complete unless you've met Carol McCarty. I stand by those words. 606 a dial for Caroline. Chuck Miner, 610. Caroline gave up a couple down here, but makes it work down there. 607 on the 606 and his 7th thou in front. Caroline was 33 at the hit. Chuck Miner was yo 11 up front. 613 on the 610, but was behind by 7 thousandths of a second. Down there at the finish line, Caroline McCarty will advance into round number 3. Noah Pollard, and Joe Nelson. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina, 628 the dial for Noah. Joe in the Lumina. 002 leads second by 2 thou, meaning one of our competitors is perfect. And that driver, Joe Nelson, is going to get a Kyle Seipel tribute. 000 hero coin and $50 courtesy of Pete and Emily. Perfect for Joe Nelson. 532.7 on the 531 to get the win. Noah Pollard was 002 and 2 above Joe Nelson. 3 zeros taken 006. That gets it done more often than not.
Just slow down out there, 'cause I really want.
This is Jason O'Terry. We might be onto something. Jason O'Terry and Frankie Denton. We might have success up in the tower. Finally, something that I didn't break and got put back together. Jason, out of Pennsylvania, the Firebird. Whoa, Jason O'Terry is 176 at the green. Frankie 009. And had Jason covered by a bunch to be a 10th safe. Frankie Denton Jr. takes out Jason O'Terry. Jason O'Terry was 176 there on the green light. I mean, Sean Lingerfeld and Lucas Walker. Jack's up here with everything that a man needs. Duct tape and WD-40. Hey, what'd you build that space shuttle with? Duct tape and WD-40. Lingerfeld is going to advance. Lucas Walker 003 RED to bow out. Sean Lingerfeld 002, 1 above 6. There for Sean. Lucas, 3 red, 6014 on the 599, but it was all over 1 inch into the run is Don Cox and Jay Hill. Don out of Tennessee, that 55 Chevrolet. Jay Hill, the 97 Prelude, 568 is the dial, and talked about this before. Jay Hill has inspired me. I'm gonna build me like a real unique race car. A 97 Prelude. Man, that's a glorious thing. Hey, it's not pretty, but it works. Just like me. Not pretty, but it works. Really not pretty. How we do it? Red light start for Jay Hill in that Prelude. 007. In front of green, Don Cox, 12 on the green light start, 536. On the 534 is 12 green, and we will see that 55 back in round number next as Jamal Woolridge and Chuck Roycraft. I mean, I may not be very pretty, but 2 things. Number 1, I'm very self-aware. Number 2, I am the president of the I married so far out of my league club. Like, seriously, on my best day, I might be like a 4. My wife is like a 37. And everybody who knows fully agrees. Jamal Woolridge and Chuck Roycraft. Jamal is red by 1 little teeny tiny one. Chuck Roycraft, 25 on the green light effort. 1 above 6 is good. On what was a free time run for Chuck. Jamal, after being red, of course, is dead on 7. It's Cameron Akins. and Tommy Plott. And fellas, I know there's a lot of us out there that married completely out of our league. But I'm telling you, I am the president of that association. I mean, when you talk to Peter Biondo about it, Peter proclaims that if I'm the president, that he's the vice president. Cameron is going to bow down to Tommy Plott. Tommy 004 and 4 above. To be 14th thou in front is Tommy in the Mustang to advance. Cameron was 15 and 4 above. As we seem to have gone from everybody being too quick to everybody being too slow. What's up with that? Kevin Brandon and Andrew Sturck. Andrew is red by 4th thou, giving the Rabbit the win. 569 was the dial. Brandon goes 568.9. What are you looking for? Kevin Brandon, our runner-up from yesterday, will proceed. Shannon Waycaster and Chase McKay. Shannon out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina, 612 is the dial. Chase McKay ends up on the right side of things there in that pair. It's Chris Gallitti and Marco Abruzzi. Huh. So at the Vegas Fling, Marco was making laps in Chris's other dragster as they were both double entered. And here they are in round number 2. Gallitti is perfect. And Gallitti is 528.0 on the 526. Chris Gallitti is going to get a Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero coin at $50. Perfect, 2 above to get the win. Abruzzi got to the finish line first by 3 thou, needed to take 2 or less, as Marco was 18 green and under by 1 little teeny thou. Bug McCarty and Matt Dattis. Bug left side from McCarty Auto Parts. The Oles out of Georgia. Matt Dattis out of Ohio. Double breakout win, going to go Bug McCarty's way. 23 green under by 9 thou. Matt Dattis was 17 down here. Broke out by 14. 660 feet. Down there. Bug McCarty takes out Matt Dattis. Brian McCown and Sean Brown. Brian McCown. Sean Brown. McCown out of Kentucky. The Chevelle that was best appearing car here last year. And Sean Brown out of Durham, North Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. Identical right down here by 6 thousandths of a second on each side. And Sean Brown on the right side, 547.1 on the 546. McCown Got to the stripe first by 14th out, a breakout 3. Needed to tighten that up to 11 or less. Didn't do so. Sean Brown takes out Brian McCown, Adam Bambarger, and Ray Holmes. Really, really, really like Ray Holmes' 63 coupe. In a sea of 63 Corvette Roadsters, Ray's hot rod is very, very unique. Love it. Adam out of Northport, Alabama, the S10 left side. Ray Holmes will be in pursuit with a 581 number over on the right side. Separate the two on the starting line. Adam and Ray give it to Adam Bambarger. 12 on the green light, 6:46 on the 6:45 to be in front. Trip zeros 2 at the finish line. That was Toit. Toit like a tiger. Smoke at a pancake. Cigar and a crepe. Ray Holmes was 20 green and 1 above. To be a second round runner-up, Logan Westmoreland and Cody Spears. Logan out of Troy, South Carolina. $690 the dial for Cody. Off and away. Here comes Logan in the Camaro. Win. Gonna go to Logan. 12 green, dead, nada. Makes 12 total. Cody Spears was 16 on the green light and had a better chance of getting Emily Radajowski's phone number than he did of turning on a win light there in that pair. Speaking of not turning on a win light, Tim Arkaglu was the best losing package of Strange round number 1. Tim was 13 total and ended up not turning on a win light. He gets $500 and a small Fling check. Barry Woods and Nat Moore. Nat behind at the start and not going to get a win. Barry Woods, 592 on the 591, 11 green. Had Nat Moore shut out as Nat was 4-9 on the green light start. And 4th out behind to the finish. Donnie Quisenberry and Kenrick Roundtree. Donnie out of Virginia. Dragster left side. Kenrick Roundtree, Chapel Hill, NC. 565 the number for Kenrick. Red light start for Roundtree by a lot. Donnie, 002, 1 above is good. To get the win, Roundtree will bow out here in round number 2. Josh Lutke and Shane Boney. Lutke out of Boonville, Indiana, 459 for our winner last night. And ATI Performance Products Thursday. I mean, technically, he won the event today. A little after midnight, when Lukey was crowned the winner. Shane Boney out of Minnesota. 94 S10 for Shane over on the right side. We are off and away. Boney better at the starting line. Here comes the dragster of Lutke. Josh, 460 on the 459 to get the win. Got around a little bitty hole shot. Shane Boney was 009. Josh Lutke was 23 green. But Shane got down there and was 400 over the dial. Josh drove around, got the win light. As Marty Martin and Jared Pennington. Big red, 595 on the dial for Mr. Pennington. Marty Martin, 451 out of La Plata, Maryland. The Race Tech dragster over in the left lane. Jared's going to be out there a ways. Here comes the dragster. One teeny tiny one, the difference on the starting line. Jared Pennington is going to get the win. 596 on the 595 was 10 green. Marty Martin got to the finish line first by 24 to break out 7. So Jared Pennington takes one entry into round number 3. He'll be back up here in the booth in a little bit. And then we'll be back out there with the C category door cars to try to take 2 into round 3. My cohort keeps lighting lamps. It's a good thing. Courtney Grisey and Dink Holmes. Courtney out of Ohio, 424 is the dial. Dink out of Richmond, Virginia, who took home the 100 grand event at Galat Motorsports Park. The Spring Fling Galat. So we talked about that earlier. If you have not been to Galat Motorsports Park, got to get there. Place is A++. The facility itself, the people who are there that run it, just a special, special place. Looking forward to getting back there next April. Courtney is perfect. Dink Holmes is 555 on the reaction time. Courtney is going to get one of those Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero coins as they are rolling out the gates. Those perfect and wins. Get that coin and get that $50, courtesy of Peter and Emily. I hope Emily can get like more of those overnighted because we're going to need them. We gave away 38 at Columbus. And I think we're close to like 38 just in 2 days. Ed Grisey and Aaron Vale. Grisey, 422 the dial. Aaron out of Indiana on the Pontiac, 639 for Aaron. Green and green. Ed's 002, Aaron out in front. Ed, 423 on the 422 will get the win. Aaron was 16 up front, 641 on the 639 and will not get a win light here in round number 2. And Aaron will bow out in this round as Brian Rambo and Scott Albrecht. Albrecht in Steve Dunn's incredible 67 Camaro that earlier this morning was awarded the Todd Barton Design Best Appearing Car, and that, I took a close look at it in the staging lanes. It is a work of art. That machine is. That ragtop 67 Camaro, I mean, it is stunning. Brian Rambo. And after all the hyperbole, Scott Albrecht turned her head by a thou in that Camaro. But still, best appearing car. Out of all the entries here, still something to be very much proud of. Brian Rambo, 14 green and under by 3. But it was all over right off the bat as Scott Albrecht turned on just that disgusting, gruesome, horrid, nasty, repulsive, ugly red light by 1,000th of a second. Steve Collier and Joe Julesrud. Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. 455 the number. Joe Julesrud, 678 the number for the runner out of Stony Point, North Carolina. Julesrud will leave first by an entire Christmas tree and a fourth bulb, if it had one. Joe Julesrud is almost to the 330 before Collier gets to release the hounds, and Collier, 18 up front, one above one, is good. Julesrud was 001 down here. 681, might have got it wound up just a fraction too much as Collier was in front by 2 thou at the finish line. Shane Thompson and Thomas Marlowe. Shane for Team Silver State. Dragster out of Henderson, Nevada, 463 the dial. Thomas Marlowe, 617 the number for the Camaro out of Mesquite, Texas. All right, Group A dragsters, door or odd. Group A dragsters, odd. Let's get you rolling, please, which means we called even before, we're calling odd now. Which means all dragsters. Thomas Marlowe, red by 2 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson. We'll move in around number 3. Marlowe will be done for today. Thompson down 463, goes 62. But it was over right when Thomas Marlowe dropped it 2 red. Brandon Taylor and Matt Cook. BT out of Woodland, AL. 458 the dial for Brandon. Matt Cook out of Hendersonville, North Carolina, the Vega wagon right side. 631, another one with a large spread. 3 thou the difference. Cook out in front. Here comes Brandon Taylor and gonna get the win. 459 on the 458. Was 007 on the green light. Cook was right there being 10 green. Got to the finish line first by 23 to break out by 15. If you look at the mile an hour spread, I mean, it's a 42 mile an hour difference on the spread. I mean, if you think about it, try to judge like a 6-inch space while you're driving 70 and somebody who's driving 112 is coming up alongside of you, and you pick out like a mile marker pole on the interstate and you try to like time it just right. Just really, really tough when you have that big of a mile an hour spread. But Brandon Taylor ends up being good here in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. In 674 cars in round number 1. Hi. Pretty good. But we did make a call out to our Group A dragsters. Odd ending numbers. So all of Group A of my dragsters should be in the staging lanes. Pretty please. As Tim Markoglu and Bo Sanders. Pretty good matchup right here. Markoglu. That's Barbara's husband. Staten Island, New York. Had our best losing package in first round in his other entry. Here, he's going to advance as Bo Sanders, his 002 on the red light start. And then Tim Markoglu with 6 total. 006 green, dead on 0. Timmy Markoglu will move on. Bo Sanders, 2 red and then 2 quick. 481 on the 83 prediction. As Robert Pettis and Mark Kidd. Pettis out of Houston, Texas. 462 is the dial-in. 469 the dial-in for Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Kidd Performance and Dyno. undercover chassis dragster. We're staged and away. Kidd is 002 looking over at Robert Pettis, and Mark Kidd throws down 3 total. I mean, he was inspired by Timmy Markoglu, who was 6 total. Mark Kidd, 3 total, 002 dead on 1, and is starting to get a little feisty. Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Better tighten down those straps, boys and girls. About to get bumpy. Pettis 14 green, dead on 3 to be 17 total, and just got squashed. Ian Woods. And Amanda Mostorovic. Ian Woods, Powell, Tennessee. Mostorovic. Red light start for Amanda by 3 thousandths of a second. Ian Woods was 23 and dead on 6. .476.6 on the 476 for Ian Woods. And Amanda's going to bow out, being red by 3 thou. Robbie Hamilton and hashtag 26, otherwise known as Sugar. Sugar Shane Carr, 450 the dial. Carrying that whole team. And Robbie Hamilton out of Maryland, 488 is the dial. There for Hamilton. Carr is in a little bit of a predicament. Robbie Hamilton completely locks out Shane Carr. 008 dead on 6 is 14. Shane Carr was 24 thou on the green light start and no good. Completely locked out was Shane Carr. Haley Whited and Misty Unser. Hayden out of Richland, Virginia, 487 the dial for Hayden. Misty out of Kuna, Idaho, 466 the dial for Misty, the wing dragster over on the right side. Misty, 008 looking over at Hayden. Win on a double breakout. Going to go Misty Unser's way. 465.8 on the 466 for Misty. Hayden, 17 up front, under by 2 on double breakout. Misty Unser ends up on the right side. Is AJ Ash and Greg Hicks. Real good one here. AJ out of Louisiana in that brand new copper carbon fiber mollusk car. I mean, that thing just obliterates the rad meter. Greg Hicks out of North Las Vegas for Genco Plumbing. The Fighting Jeff Taylors. 479 the dial for Hollywood. So Hicks and AJ Ash. Hicks flickering that bottom bulb is in. Tree, unaway. 3,000 the difference at the starting line. See that scoop rocking down there for both. And AJ Ash, 12 total, 007 dead on 5. Hicks was 10 green, needed to be dead on 2 or less, was not, was under by 11 thou. Taking 13, needed to take 002. And did not. AJ Ash takes out Greg Hicks. It's Bart Nelson and Cody Witt. Bart out of Texas. 477 the dial for Bart. Cody Witt, 490 is the dial. out of Naugatuck, West Virginia. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another coin? Yes. Cody Witt, 9 total. Perfect at the start. Dead on 9. Cody Witt is going to get one of those Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero coins and $50. Layla's back there. Keep a track of everything and is like, again? How many is that for today? And how many yesterday? So that was number 13 for today. We had 19 yesterday, which makes 32. So when we were establishing the betting line prior to the event, we gave away 38 at Columbus. I said the over-under was 47.5. I said the over-under was 47.5, and I believe we're going to hit the over. And now JJ and Pete are fighting about the amount of coins at Columbus versus the amount of coins at Bristol. JJ's making a pretty good point. There's more entries at Bristol. Chris Wallen and Dennis Lithgow. Wallen out of Ohio. Lithgow out of Texas, and the win is going to go to the OHIO, Chris Wallen. 10 green, 1 above 9 is good. Dennis, 27 up front. Needed to be dead nothing to move the win light over. Was not. It was 1 above 3. Chris Wallen will move in around number 3. And when we get into FTI Performance Products round number 3, I mean, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if you turn on a win light in round number 3, that means cha-ching, you cash for the day. Lee Dixon and Brian Cam. Lee out of Chesterfield, Virginia. 472 the dial in for Lee. Brian Cam out of Pacifica for team Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. With Tom Bear out behind Brian. Brian's going to get the win here as Lee Dixon is read by 9 thou. 471-0 for Lee. Brian Cam is 11 up front and 1 above. Domino and KC Pesnell. Vinny out of Staten Island, New Jersey. This is a really, really good matchup here in round number 2. 464 the number. KC 30 green. Gave up a punch to Vinny at the start. And Vinny locks out KC. 12 green, dead 6 to be 18 total. KC was 30 at the rip and was just on a 144 mile an hour joyride, because it wasn't going to result in a win light no matter what. Vinny Domino moves on to round number 3 for Team Numidia Dragway. And I do have to say that Numidia Dragway, that's a joint that I need to get to sooner than later. Coy Collier. If I only knew people who worked there and went there frequently. If only. Coy Collier and Denise Young. Coy out of Bossier City, Louisiana. 457 the dial for Coy. Denise Young, Knoxville, Tennessee. 453 the dial over on the right side. Green and green. Coy and Denise. Coy Collier locks out Denise Young. 25 total for Coy. 19 green, dead on 6. Denise Young's 44 at the start and had no chance. Brandon Lane and Isaac Hill. B lane out of Pikeville, North Carolina, 446 the dial. Over in the left lane, Isaac Hill out of Mount Vernon, Maryland. $495 the dial in for Isaac Hill. Isaac, right side. Brandon Lane, left side. Green and green. Get away from the center line there, Brandon Lane. Brandon's going to get the win using the entire width of the Bristol Dragway track. 13 green, 446 on the 446 to be good. Isaac Hill was 15 up front. Got to the finish line first by 15 to break out 11. Needed to take 004 or less. Will Cawthon and Preston Pennington. And to echo Jared Pennington's sentiments from earlier, I have not personally talked to peeps this weekend either, and that makes me very sad. Peeps is 004, rip. 469 on the 468 for the Peep Show to get the win. Will Cawthon, 49 up front and under by 5, but still got to the finish line 24 late. All of our friends in our chat bleachers, we said we were going to do the Ultima yellow top battery giveaway sometime after 4 o'clock Eastern. Give us another like 10 or 15 minutes and we'll have that ready. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbors. Cody Strickland and Cameron Manuel. Cody left side, 460 on the dial. Cameron, Louisville, North Carolina, 473. For Cam and Amanda. Cody is 001, but Cameron Manuel's going to get the win. 16 dead 7 to be 11th out in front at the finish line. Cameron Manuel takes out Cody Strickland. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. Blaine Mayer and Race Kid. So all of our friends in the Motor Mania chat bleachers, brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires. We will be doing the Ultima yellow top battery giveaway here in a little bit. Also in the chat bleachers, Jeff Smith. I'm not saying that I got kicked out of the tower at an NPK event at Firebird Raceway in Boise, but let's just say that the NPK people were happy that I left. Well, that's a whole entire, and it wasn't because I was being like, I was just making very astute and appropriate observations that they didn't care for. Blaine, Race Kid. Blaine and Race and Blaine win. Race Kid, 22 up front, taking 8th thou. 470 on the 469 to get the win. Blaine was 471 on the dial, 26 green, 1 above 4, and 8 behind as our winner from Advanced Product Design Wednesday is out here in round number 2. It's Terrell Sinkler and Philip Pennington. Terrell left side will get the opportunity to leave first, 483, the number for Terrell. Philip Pennington out of Poth, Texas. Will have the opportunity to leave second Terrell will have the opportunity to leave first. Tree, and we're away. 009 leads last, and that was Philip Pennington. Can we make it work? Yes. 009, dead on 1 to be 10 total. Terrell was 006, 2 above. Philip Pennington and Peeps make it out of Biondo Racing Products. Round number 2 is Mike Nelson and Tanner Theobald. Nelson out of Newland, North Carolina. Theobald, St. George, Utah. For Theobald Motorsports. That whole Theobald clan. Win for Tanner Theobald. Mike Nelson is red by 17 thou. Tanner 006 and 480. 144 on the speed. Mike Nelson 17 dead on 5. But is going to bow out via that red light. Yeah, so Marco, so we broke the window. We broke the switch. We broke, like, it's...
How did you guys manage that?
You know, I'm not saying that it was Jared. Like yesterday afternoon, it started sticking a little bit, and you would have to hit it like 4 or 5 times to get it to change. And then finally, today, like Jared officially busted it. And then Jack come up and he tore it apart, and he had it where like you would barely touch it, and it would just constantly cycle through all the screens. And then we had it completely tore apart, and Jack had the 2 bare wires, and every time I wanted it to change, he would touch the bare wires together, and it would change the screen until. But he's going to fix us up right. But the temporary fix is working. Ray Miller III and Cody McDaniel.
Jack is a jack of all
Jack is a jack of all trades. Ray Miller III, Spring City, Tennessee for Miller Race Cars. Cody McDaniel, bad dudes right here. Win. Ray Miller III, 14, 1 above 4. It's 13 thou in front of the finish line. Cody McDaniel, 455 at 145. This is Ray Miller III. Will advance. Christopher Schneider and Colby Fuller. Colby out of Savannah, Georgia. Christopher, Strongville, Ohio. 474 is the number for Christopher. Colby Fuller, 469. All right, what are we doing? What's our... Schneider is perfect. Do we get to give away another? No! Colby Fuller, 16 dead on 3, is going to advance. Christopher Schneider was perfect. Got to the finish line first by 31 thou as Colby Fuller in the right lane. I mean, we might want to go down and check the track because, I mean, the anchor that Colby Fuller pulled out definitely ricocheted off the racing surface about 7 times. Mckenna Brown and Trip McCarty. All right, all my friends in the Motor Mania chat bleachers. Brought to you by on the Motor Mania live feed, Jegs Mickey Thompson. I'm going to give you the Optima Batteries phrase where you enter one time, you enter one time. You enter one time. And our rando winner is going to win that Optima yellow top battery. And that secret phrase is... Fling champions are powered by Optima batteries. Enter that in there one time and one time only. We will draw a random winner, and you will get that Optima yellow top battery. Once again, Fling champions are powered by Optima batteries. One time and one time only. Trip McCarty, red by a 4 thousandths of a second. Mckenna Brown, 13 green, dead on 3. McKenna, it's a pretty good lap. Trip was 004 red, and then off the gas well early to be 585. But McKenna, 16 total. Once again, the Optima Batteries giveaway going on right now on our Motor Mania live feed. Friends in the chat bleachers, we do this Thursday, we do it Friday, we do it Saturday. That again, Fling Champions are powered by Optima Batteries is the phrase of the day. Enter that in, we'll give you a little bit of time, and then we'll cut it off and draw us out a winner as Wayne Vernon, Timothy Thomas. Wayne Vernon, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 559 is the dial. Timothy Thomas, 462, is going to get the win. Thomas, 18 at the start, 464.9 on the 462 to get the win. Wayne Vernon was 16 green and a lot above. Timothy Thomas will advance. It's Cortland Carter. T.J. Harper. C Squared out of Lubbock, Texas. Chromeworks chassis. There for Cortland. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, if you are a Group B door car and you illuminated a win light in round number 1, I summon you to the staging lanes for round number 2. Was that over the top? Lola wasn't even paying attention. She's like, I just completely tone you out. Cortland, TJ Harper, 21 green and 2 above to be 4th thou in front is good. Cortland Carter, 3-3 at the start. 463.3 on the 462. And a second round runner-up effort there for Cortland Carter. The Biondo Racing Products second round as Brody Cantrell and Jeff Taylor. Brody out of Kentucky, the dragster left side. Jeff Taylor, Apache Junction AZ for Genco Plumbing. Taylor right side. Almost a full bulb head start will be to Brody Cantrell over on the left side as we are pre-staged. Taylor rolls in. Red light start for Jeff Taylor by a bunch. 24 red. Brody Cantrell, 16 green, 2 above, and good is Jeff Taylor. Turns on that big old ugly nasty red light. Patrick McMath and Travis Laster Jr. McMath left side. Travis Laster Jr. right side. 416 is that. Once again, Group B door cars. Group B door cars. Group B, I need you in the lanes, please. Everybody in Group B is a door car. Group B, need you in the lanes, please. Laster is going to advance. Patrick McMath is read by 3 teeny tiny ones. Laster, 28 at the start, 416 on the 416 to get it done. Brandon Barker and Tim Thomas. Brandon out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada. 502 the dial. Tim Thomas from right over there in Lumberton, North Carolina. 477 is the dial for Tim. Green and green. Brandon and Tim. Win light. Brandon Barker, 005. One above is good. Tim Thomas was 11, dead 8, but 4th out behind at the finish line. Brandon Barker takes out Tim Thomas. Lester Atkins, Josh Dykes. All right, all of our friends in the chat bleachers. Time is up on the contest. Give us a couple minutes, we'll rando draw. Lester, 446 left side. Josh, 468 right side. Lester, 12 for Josh Dykes, and the win going to go to Lester Atkins. 15, one above one is good. Dykes got to the finish line first, 18 thousandths of a second to break out 4th thou. Bow out here in round number 2. Beyond Racing Products, second round here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Kayla Costello and Kyle Coltrera. KC and KC. Kayla, 450 is the dial. Kyle Coltrera, 462. Will be leaving first. Who's my winner? Yep. Kayla Costello, as we are staged and away. 6th out separated 2. Kyle right side, Kayla left side, and the win. Kyle Coltrera, 18, one above. To be 13th out in front is good. Kayla Costello, 24, one above 7 is no good. All right, our winner of our Optima yellow top battery. You missed the giveaway. You missed so many things when you were gone. I need to tell you about this because you'll love it. At one point, Jack was up here with 2 bare wires, hitting them together to get the screen to change. It was pretty epic. It was awesome. Our Optima yellow top battery giveaway. Kirkman Racing was our winner, drawn at random. So Kirkman Racing, please message the Spring Fling Facebook page so we can get you that prize. Kevin Poitras and Adam Russell Poitras in that really, really good looking 2022 Ultra Tech hot rod is going to advance 11 and one above. Adam Russell turned at 9 red. 441 on the 445, but it was all over 1 inch into 660 feet. There's J.R. Lockhart and Michael Illig. It ain't pretty, but it works. It ain't pretty, but it works. It's just like us. It ain't pretty, but it works.
That's the most mixed up.
Love it.
It'd be right.
Jack Hart, J.R. Lockhart, 485. Will be leaving first out of Ohio. Michael Illig. Gladwin, Michigan, 475. Just tip of the hat to Michael for what he did in the first round. Had the opponent that had problems. Michael was like, nope, I'm good. I'll wait. Don't want to get a wind light like that. Red light start for Illig by 1/1000th of a second. That just hateful, repulsive, disgusting, ghastly red light by 1 thou. J.R. Lockhart, 14 green and 1 above. To be good, Dale Thaxton and Jamie Holston. Thaxton, 540. Jamie Holston, 437 out of Rural Retreat, Virginia.
I mean, that was a real, that wasn't made up.
437 is the dial over for Jamie Holston.
Yeah, gotta be tough. Gotta take the pick on it. That's like Barry Blue Jeans. They gotta be tough.
We are weighing away. Dale Thaxton, red by 4,000. Jamie Holston, 009, is going to get a free look at 437. He's like, I don't need to look at 437. I'm just going to run 437. 437.6 for Holston. Thaxton, after being red by 4, was 3 above, but it was all over right down there. Right quick. Right quick. That's a good Southern term. Right quick. Right quick.
It's not right quick, though. It's right quick.
Todd Piper, 674 cars went down in round number 1, buddy.
How many?
674. That's it.
Down to 337 with 1.
Yep. Shallon Broussard.
8. 169 with the other.
Scott Jorgensen.
We got up to 312 or something.
496 for Shallon Broussard. Scott. Out of Orange City, Florida, dragster left lane, and Jorgensen locks out Shallon Broussard. 531.1 on the 530. Was 23 at the start, makes 24 total. Shallon, 25 on the green light, dead on 8 and no good. John Budakowski and Marlon Goatz. Budakowski left side, out of New York, with one of the best stickers on the side of his car, is Budakowski. Got a New York Yankee logo right by his name. That's okay, you don't have to comment.
I like the Phillies. Said I really didn't care.
Marlon Goatz. Troy, Texas, 486 the dial for Marlon. Get on my B. Cars, you should be in the lanes because you are about right now. Budakowski is going to bow out to Marlon Goatz. Pretty good race right there. Marlon, 17 green, dead on 5 to be in front by 3 thou. Budakowski was 19 green, dead on 6 behind by 3 thou. Marlon takes out John Budakowski as John Parks and Donovan Williams. Now this one should be relatively interesting. Donovan's really, really, really good. He has a plan. He executes the plan. But how does the plan change when you have a pro-charged monster dialed 409 in the other lane? And I concur. 3 for Parks, 10 for Donovan. Win light. John Parks just did Donovan Williams. Filthy, dirty, nasty. I'm like, John Parks just took Donovan Williams out on a date and never called him again. And walked out on the bill. 3 green, dead nothing for John Parks. Donovan Williams was 10 up front and was like, I have nothing. I got nothing here. John Parks, that was just nasty alongside Donovan Williams. I mean, that shouldn't be fair. You got a 409, 178-mile car. 3 total should be against the law. 3 total should be, I mean, that's borderline criminal. Carrie Long and Jaden Lawler is our final A category competitors before we move into the B category door cars. Gary, 472 is the dial. Jaden Lawler, 462, the estimated performance. For the Miller Chassis Dragster over on the right side. The 16-year-old Jaden. Perfect. And a win. Trip zeros. And a win light for Jaden Lawler. 465 on the 462. We'll get a Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero coin to wrap up our A group. That is Jaden's second today, which is good. So also there's been another little development here with the Fling, and we haven't really had a good opportunity to talk about it. Something was kind of a brainstorm and a brainchild. Was it Peter threw it out? So Peter Biondo threw it out, and we, amongst a whole bunch of us, we kind of all hashed out the details, and we have a new little program that is special here for the Fling races. It is called the Race to 5K. And how it is, the first racer to get to 5 Fling wins, and those events have to have had a purse of $20,000 or higher, will get a $5,000 bonus courtesy of the Fling family. Once again, it's got to be a minimum of 20K win. So, Lela Paravaleris went through the whole entire deal. She added everything up. Johnny Labuse has 4 of those wins. Luke Bogacki, Tommy Cable, Troy Williams Jr., Peeps Pennington have 3 of those wins. Then there's a whole slew of racers that have 2 of those wins. Josh Ludke, Garrett Griffith, Kevin Brandon, Kyle Coltrera, Jeff Serra, Marco Paravaleris, Pete Dagnolo, Tim Thomas, and Vinny Domino. It could be one of those. It could be somebody else. But the first person to hoist 5 of those trophies will get a $5,000 bonus. Jared Pennington, glad you're back in here after turning on a win light. That's a pretty good deal right there.
It's a real good deal. I was over here on my phone. I didn't hear where I was on the list. I forgot to look over here and see. Did you see me on the list? I didn't hear you call my name.
No.
So I don't have one yet?
Just outside.
Okay. No, that's a very cool thing. Something Peter and Emily just came up with and decided, we've got some people that have followed us coast to coast. We've got some people that have attended a lot of Fling events. Got some people that's won a lot of Fling events. We want to do something special for those folks that are on the verge of, winning 5 times in this series, which is a pretty special deal. So, Mike, we've got the kids' treasure hunt. That is coming up at 5 p.m. near the fun zone down in the lower area. We've got popsicles, got lots of prizes for the kids and the moms. And we want everybody to get the little ones and come on back for the kids' treasure hunt. Come back here and win some of these great prizes for the kids. Moms and kids going to have a great time. It's near the fun zone. Back here behind the tower, located down the hill in the lower area back here. So, folks, get the kids, come on back, 5 p.m., which is only 15 minutes from now. 5 p.m., we're going to have the kids' treasure hunt. We'd love for you to bring the kids back, and let's have a great time back there. Win some prizes, enjoy themselves.
nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
One for two, Jed?
So far. Got one left in C.
One is all you need.
Yeah, I'd prefer two, though.
Yeah.
Jake Baird first up for me in the left lane. 560 is the dial. Jake out of Hampton, Tennessee. Right side is Jason Gill. Jason in the Vega, dial 598. 38 Hun head start going Gill's way. This is Group B. And it is Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Red light by 4th Thou in the right lane for Gill. Baird moves into round number 3, 14. 16 Thou under for Jake Baird. 4th Thou red and 4 above the dial for Gill. Jordan Arnold coming up in the left lane out of Knox Vegas, Tennessee. 634 is the dial. Richie Brown, right lane. 567 in the Nova. It's out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. It's over there on the eastern side of the state near the ocean. Raced over there one time in, at Coastal Plains Dragway. Ran the loose rocker fall foot brake frenzy there. Cool place. Double reds, true start, goes to work and puts the win light in Jordan Arnold's lane. Jordan is 004 red. Richie Brown leaves second, but 009 red is more worser than 004. And Jordan Arnold collects the win light and moves to round number 3. Both cars break it out. Donald Brown and Robert Hetzler very close on the starting line. And Donald Brown makes his small advantage at the line work out for him. 21 take 18 to be 17 thou above, 38 total. Hetzler, 24 and 32 thou over. It's 56 total. He's 18 thousandths behind at the stripe. And Donald Brown goes into round number 3 with that entry. Actually, this is Group B, so Donald Brown goes into third round with his entry. Mitchell McKinney, 641 in the left. T.G. Pascal, 579 in the right. Red for Pascal by 5 thou, 001 green for McKinney. McKinney goes 25 thou under the dial. Moves McKinney into round number 3. 005 red for Pascal and dead on with a 1. Ouch. That one's going to have a little sting in it. Here's the big chief, Jerry Lone in the left lane. Out of Rockville, Virginia, dial 585. Rick Henry in the right. That's 2 first names. This guy's going to be trouble. 559 is the dial for Rick Henry. Thou red for Lone. Win light goes to Rick Henry, 14 and 10 thou under. Henry takes that entry to round number 3. 29 thou above for the big chief off the 009 red. Lawrence Hinkle has won a $250 Drag Race Solutions gift certificate for his hard luck during round number 1. Drag Race Solutions coming to the party and helping us out with a $250 gift certificate for Lawrence's hard luck. So congratulations, Lawrence Hinkle. And thank you, Drag Race Solutions. These guys offer many different products that will add value to your racing program. Check them out at Drag Race Solutions. Thank you, Scott Lemon, the Pirate, and everybody at Drag Race Solutions. Greg Shounds has won a Mazier water pump for his hard luck during round number 1. Thank you, Mazier. Congratulations, Greg Shounds. What an awesome prize. I run that Mazier water pump, remote pump, and it has been excellent. Chuck Griffith and Michael Norrod coming at you. Griffith getting a head start by 18 Hun in the left lane. 008 red for Norrod puts a win light in Griffith's lane. Chuck Griffith 32 and 22 thou above. 008 red for Norrod, dead on with a 5. He's going to hate that ticket. Justin Harrington has won a Mazier starter for his hard luck during first round. So again, Mazier stepping in there with a water pump for Greg Shounds and a starter for Justin Harrington. Awesome prizes from awesome people. Thank you so much, Drag Race Solutions and Mazier, for your support of our participants this weekend and helping them out when their luck was down just a little. Roger Thornton next up in the left, 564 is the dial. Odell Davidson, right lane. Dialed 662. Only 4 thou difference up front. Davidson gets the win. 24 and 6 thou under, gets by 28 and 24 thou under. 18 thou more breakout for Roger Thornton, and Odell Davidson carries an entry to round number 3. It's Tim Johnson, left lane from Roan Mountain, Tennessee. 564 is the dial. Kingsport, Tennessee's Ernie Elam Right lane, out 611. Dropped it red in the right lane for Elam by 1 rotten thousandth. 300 above the dial, left lane Johnson, 42 and 4 thou under. Johnson moves into round number 3. Kelly High Note, left lane, 605 is the dial. Austin Brown in the right, out 639. Nashville, Tennessee racer, left lane. Jacksonville, North Carolina in the right. 4 thou red in the left for Kelly High Note. That one's going to be tough to take right there. Brown is 11 and 27 thou under the dial. High Note 004 red and 2 thou under. There's Cody Wiggins, left lane, 634 is the dial. Cody's out of Keyville, Kentucky in the El Camino. Ted Barnes in the right from Ontario, Canada. Cool little 72 Datsun right here. And Wiggins got control of this one. Takes the win, 16, take 43 to be 2 above the dial. Ted Barnes a little late at the start and then 18 thou above for an 83 pack. He had let that one slip by him on the starting line. Cody Wiggins advances to round 3. Felix Hutchinson in the left, Herb Bailey in the right. Bailey turns at 18 thou red. Hutchinson moves around 3. 10 on the tree, 3 above. Bailey's 18 red and 7 above. Win light goes to Hutchinson, and he goes to round number 3. Next up is Paige Smith in the left.
I'm going to go from Tennessee to New York just like that. And Jeremy Kessler in the right. Had to kick Jared out because we just called Group C door cars to the lanes. Group C door cars to the lanes. Kessler Smith. Give it to Kessler. Smith, something not going right there. 3/10 above the dial. Kessler will take that for a round 2 win light. 018 coast through 581 on a 566. So we called Group C door cars for round 2. Hank Olson and Jason Sizemore. Good one shaping up here. How about a breakout win? Going to Jason Sizemore, 011 608 on a 606. Looks like he was wide open at 113. Hank is 018 and gets there by a fender length to break out by 7 thou. Chuck Sanders and Tommy Cable. Tommy Cable, multiple time. They used to call him Mr. Spring Fling. First it was Johnny LaBoost, then it was Tommy Cable. Now JJ, announce a little bit. Does that one work?
Chuck Sanders picking up the win there. Tommy Cable is red on the hit. Next pair, Kurt Harrington 87 Chevette taking on Jamie Tupper. Tupper 578, Harrington 605 dialing. So we roll through round 2 of B group here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Ultima Batteries.
This thing have to stay.
Harrington's 24 up front, 13, takes 6 thou, gonna get the win. Harrington moving on to round 3. Tupper was 31 up front, goes 79 on the 78. That brings up Carson Brown and Scott Taylor. Taylor 484 dialing, Brown 619. Our Group C door cars, you should be coming in the lanes at this time. Group C door cars for round 2. Group C door cars, you should be coming into the staging lanes at this time for round 2. Double breakout. Taylor 24 up front, Brown 22. Brown under by 6 thou. Gonna get the win. Taylor taking way too much. And so Carson Brown gonna move into round 3. Shane Maddox and John Scott. Maddox in the right lane, 588 dialing. Maddox 549. Scott kicks her red by 38. Maddox is good by 3, goes 46 on the 49. And Maddox will take the Mustang into round 3. Colin Estes and Jesse Ray going to roll up next. Ray, 593 dialing in the right lane. Estes, 603 for his 65 Pontiac. We continue to roll through B group. Round 2 here on Moser Engineering 100K Friday. Only 8 thou between them on the line, and Jesse Ray going to get the win by 1,000th of a second. Matt Cook. And the little Vega wagon, 618 dialing. Vale, 640 dialing for the Trans Am. Cook, 008, but was behind. Vale was 003, dead 3, taking 7th thou. He's going to get the round win. So, listen up. FTI is having another raffle. $100 a ticket. $100 a ticket. If you want to get in the FTI raffle, they are doing a second raffle. They had the first one's already complete. It's done. They're doing another one. So, FTI, head on to the FTI trailer. They will take care of you. $100 a ticket if you want to get into the FTI raffle, the second raffle of the day. Jamal Woolridge, Chris McGuire. And it is McGuire, 005 up front, goes 64 on the 62. Woolridge is 40 up front. McGuire is going to go into round 3. Kevin Brannon and Lucas Walker. Here's a big matchup. 569 down for Brannon. Walker 6 flat. Brannon, your finalist last night for the 30K. Looking to go some rounds again today on Moser Engineering 100K Friday. Lucas is late. Brannon, 19 up front, dead 2. Lucas was 45 up front, had no chance. Rick Needham Jr. and Tanner Miller. Needham 592 dialing, Miller 635, and it will be Miller. 30 total. Going to get the win, locking out Rick Needham. Double breakout win there. 004 up front, 65 on the 66. Don Cox was 002, under by 300. Noah Pollard and Joe Nelson, your next set. Nelson, 535 in the right lane. Pollard, 629 in the left. Noah Pollard, 009 up front, dead 0, 9 total, locking out Joe Nelson. He was 11 up front, had no chance. David Young, 587. Landon Neely, 555. Rolling up next, Neely. That right lane, Young in the left.
Dragsters, all of them.
Okay, groups. So once again, we will now take dragsters, Group C for round 2. All dragsters, all dragsters. Group C. For the lanes, please. Shannon Wakester, 612 on the 612. 21 total, locking out Chris Hodge, who was 24 up front and goes dead 16, dead 3. So it looks like we got a little bit of sportsmanship here. A little S10 pickup, having trouble getting into the gear. Jason or Riches go, we'll pull her to the side. We'll give them time. We want to play it fair. So kudos to them. As we'll roll in our next pair, Mark Payne and Andrew Sturk. Sturk out of Ontario, Canada. Mark Payne out of Virginia. 67 Chevy 2. 592 dialing. Sturk 575.
Attention to pits. Bart Nelson. Bart Nelson, you are needed on the starting line. One of your buddies here needs your help. Like now, quick. Bart Nelson, if you can come, Josh Burrow needs your help. As quick as you can get here.
Sturk, 575. Payne, 592. Sturk is 34 up front. Had no chance as Mark Payne is 17 up front, dead 5. 22 thou. Package going into round 3. Barry Woods and Jared Pennington. Pennington 596. Woods 591. Pennington, 28 up front, goes 98 on the 96, dropping him, letting Woods take the stripe, Woods is 21 up front, under by 5 thou. took too much. Todd Whitted and Chad Axford rolling up next. Axford, 70 Nova, 603 dial, and Whitted, 533 in his 95 olds. Axford, perfect up front, gets the win, so he gets one of the Kyle Seipel perfect light coins and $50. Kendall Little and Heath Bambarger. Bambarger 618, Little 608. Little 004, under by 1,000. Bambarger's 25, under by 300. So Kendall Little going to move into round 3. Adam Bambarger and Joe Julstrid. Julstrid 681. Bambarger 646. Julstrid 17 up front, under by 4,000, taking 24, and Bambarger's 24 up front, going 47 on the 46, getting the win. Cameron Atkins and Sean Brown. Sean Brown 546 dial at Atkins, all the way up from Ohio, or down from Ohio, 650 dialing. His 67 Camaro. Giving up a little bit on the line, but Atkins takes too much. He's under by 20. And Brown goes 46 dead one with the 35 up front. So Sean Brown going to move into round number 3. Larry Hamby and Jake Clayton, your next set of cars. These boys finally put them in the stage beams. Clayton with a slight advantage, 3 thou advantage off the line, and he'll take it. 18 thou total. So Jake Clayton, 9 up front, dead 9, going to round 3. Garrett Griffith, Josh Hamlin, next set. Do just a little bit of blowing off of a little bit of gravel on the starting line. Right here in front of Garrett Griffith, who will be looking for a 641 dialing. Hamlin, 594.
All right, thanks for JJ filling in. As Jared Pennington had to go out and do his thing, and I was down helping with the Fling Fun Zone. Garrett Griffith and Josh Hamlin. Garrett left side, Alexandria, Kentucky. Josh Hamlin, both are late. Who's going to make it work? Josh Hamlin, 596 on the 594. Garrett Griffith got to the finish line first by 37th out to break it out by a hun. And Garrett Griffith will be done. Josh Hamlin advances. Donnie Quisenberry and Glenn Williamson. Big spread here, 2 seconds. Glenn is going to get the win. Donnie is going to need some consultation. 008 to Glenn Williamson's 78 bulb. Quisenberry, 4795, breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second and got there first by a tenth and change. That is going to leave a mark. Jimmy Chavis Jr. and Ed Grisey. Red light start for JCJ, Jimmy Chavis Jr. 7th out in front of the green light. Ed Grisey, 15 green and 421 on the 422, but it was all over right off the bat as Jimmy Chavis lit that bottom bulb by 7th out. Mike Nelson and Kerry Long. Nelson. Newland, North Carolina, 505 the dial. Carry Long, Roxborough, NC, 472 the number. Both are pre-staged. Nelson rolls in. Carry Long follows. Separated by 3 thou on the starting line, and Carry Long going to advance on a double breakout. 471 with a 7 on a 472 to be under by 3 thou. Mike Nelson under by 15 thou. On a double breakout, Carry Long will advance. Christopher Schneider and Michael Illig. One thou separate Christopher and Michael, and Christopher Schneider locks out Michael Illig, even though only 1 thou separated him at the starting line. 14 green, 473 nothing on the 473 for Christopher to make 14 total. Michael was 15 green, and there was nothing that Michael could do to put the win light over on his side. Shane Thompson, Jake Townsend. Shane for Team Silver State. Gave up 200 at the starting line. Jake Townsend trying to hang on alongside Shane Thompson. Ooh, Shane. 28 green. Got to the finish line first by 45 thou. Breakout by 4/1000th of a second. Jake Townsend. 007 and 6 above. There for Jake to get the win. Sam Hamilton. Denise Young. Hamilton out of Maryland. 524 the dial in left side. Denise Young, Knoxville, Tennessee, 453. The number over on the right side. Sam is green. Denise is green. Trying to chase down Sam. Gonna get the win. 18 at the start. Dead on 5 is 23 total. Sam Hamilton got to the finish line first by 23 thou to break out 0.08 of a second. It was 008. Out of Texas is 001 at the start, and then mechanical difficulties set in. Taylor Rich, 96 green and 2/10 above, but is going to get the win. Rolling into our C category dragsters. Parker Dotson and Bo Sanders. Parker out of North Carolina, 466 is the dial. Bo, Raymond, Nebraska, 483 is the number for Bo Sanders. Bo Sanders, Parker Dotson. Bo right side, Parker left side, Parker Dotson. Bo Sanders, 10 up front, under by 1 thou. Taking 16 thou at the finish line, needed to take 15 or less. Parker Dotson, 14, 1 above 1. We'll move North Carolina into round number 3 as we are in Biondo Race Products. Round number 2. Shallon Broussard and Nick Warren. Shallon out of Louisiana, Nick Warren out of Kentucky. 11 and 23. Nick Warren is the 11. Nick Warren is the winner. 463 on the 461. Shallon Broussard dialed 496, went 495, breaking out by 10, taking 19, needed to take 9 or less. Kayla Needham and Mark Kidd. Kayla, 538 is the dial. Mark Kidd, 469. For the Kidd Performance and Dyno Undercover Chassis Dragster. We are staged. And Mark Kidd is going to be our winner. 10 on the tree. 466 for Mark. Kayla Needham, red by 22 thou. And goes 540. Chris Wallen and Jerry McGraw. So Chris Wallen, left side, 490 is the dial. About a half, or an entire bulb going to be the head start. Wallen gave up a little down here. And Jerry McGraw pays it off by 0.04 of a second down there at the 660-foot finish line. 17 green, 1 above 2. Chris Wallen was 31 dead 2, but 4 thou behind at the finish line is Derek Hubbard. Keith Thomas. Derek Hubbard out of Lake Mary, Florida. 4:49 is the dial for Derek. Keith Thomas, 5:01, Madisonville, Tennessee. I'm just glad. Derek left side. Keith Thomas. Be a full yellow bulb head start there for Keith. Two little teeny tiny ones, the difference on the starting line, and a win going to go to Keith Thomas. 18, 1 above is good. Derek Hubbard, 16 on the green light start, 4:52. To be 3 above, 1:48. They're on the mile an hour. Joe Gary. Car red by 4 thou. Joe Gary, 34, 1 above. Will work as the race was over instantaneously as the green light tried to turn green. Was not able to do so as Cliff Carr broke the stage beams 4 thou too early. Josh Owens. KC Pesnell. Josh out of Hampton, Tennessee, 488 is the dial. KC, Gardendale, Alabama, 456. The dial-in for KC. Seventh thou advantage for KC. But the win light for Josh Owens, 488.8 on the 488 to be 4 thou in front. KC was 13 green and got 4 thou behind at the finish line. Josh Owens will move on. KC Pesnell is out. Brody Cantrell and Race Kid. Brody out of Kentucky, 5'11", is the dial. Race Kid, Boise, Idaho, 468 the number for the Kid Performance and Dyno Dragster. We just saw Dad Mark a few pair ago advance into round number 3 out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2. That was the difference on the starting line, and Race Kid 12 green in front by 2 thou at the finish line. 468.6 on the 468. It's a pretty nasty lap there for Race. Brody Cantrell was 009, 512 on the 511, and 2 thou behind at the finish line is Fred Hagberg and Noah Lewis. Fred out of Charlotte, NC, 492 the dial for Hagberg. Noah Lewis, Clarksville, Tennessee. And just that super cool dragster over on the right side. Red light start for Noah Lewis by 2 little teeny tiny ones. Fred Hagberg, 491.9 on the 492 after being 23 at the start. Noah Lewis bows out here in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Danny Bennett and Colby Fuller. Fuller lights the lamp by 11 thousandths of a second and off the gas early. Danny Bennett and a run for fun. It was 484 on the 485 here in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Danny Bennett moves on. Brandon Barker. Brandon Barker, Cody McDaniel. Brandon out of Belleville, Ontario. For Team Canada. 503 the dial. Cody McDaniel, 454 the number. Corey, Tennessee, there for Cody McDaniel. Brandon and Cody give it to Cody McDaniel. 21 up front, 454.4 on the 454. Brandon Barker got to the finish line first by 21 to break out 12. Needed to take 9 or less. Took too much stripe. And Cody McDaniel will move on. Robert Pettis and Isaac Hill. Robert Pettis, 462 the dial, will be leaving second. Isaac Hill off and away first. The dragster out of Maryland looking over to the left. Here comes Robert Pettis. Gets around a big starting line advantage. Isaac Hill broke it out by 1 thou, was in front 33 at the finish line. Just needed a more thorough application of pressure on the brake pedal to move the went light over into his lane. Robert Pettis, 40 green, dead on 8. And that combination of numbers will work. Jerry Brewer. J.R. Lockhart. Big Brew. 451 for the North Carolina resident. J.R. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio, right side, 486. So Jerry Brewer left side, J.R. Lockhart right side. 006 leaves last, but 006 is going to get the win. J.R. Lockhart is 10 total. 006 dead on 4 is good. Brewer was 004 and 4 above. Ends up on the wrong side of the win light there. J.R. Lockhart will move on. Douglas Marsters and Austin Thompson. Marsters out of Hartford, Maine, 491 is the dial for DM. Austin Thompson, Sneeds Ferry, NC. here in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. We're rolling through our Group C dragsters. Just a reminder to everybody that we have our Mullis race cars Fling Racer Appreciation Party. That's at 7 p.m. And then we're going to go to Austin Thompson. Austin Sneed's Ferry, North Carolina is going to be our winner. 487.2 on the 487 to lock out Douglas Marster. Marshall's was 44 on the green light start and froze out. Josh Lutke, Travis Laster Jr. Lutke, our winner on ATI Performance Products Thursday. Boonville, Indiana. Travis Laster Jr., 416 the dial. On the motor mile side of the racetrack. Laster, Lutke, Travis Laster Jr. takes out Josh Lutke, 006. 417.1 on the 417. Lutke was 13 green, 2 above. Travis Laster Jr. takes out Josh Lutke, Rachel Conrath, and Troy Williams Jr. Rachel, Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania, 495 is the dial. Troy Williams Jr. 470. Red light start for Troy Williams Jr. Both of his entries are OUT. Rachel Conrath, 45 green and 4 above to get the win. Jeff Burns and Jason Overstreet. Burns out of Tennessee, 435 the dial. How about that true start win for Overstreet? Both competitors out in front of the green light. 003 for Overstreet, who left first. Jeff Burns, 10 red, who left second, and through true start. And we know every time that happens, Kyle Seipel's down there looking at us like, my man. Brent Martin, Ray Miller III will be our next pair. As Mr. Overstreet. We'll move on. I'm surprised. Why isn't Overstreet over here at the rail with all the money? So Ray Miller 3 sticks, 451 for Miller Race Cars, Spring City, Tennessee. Brent Martin, La Plata, Maryland. As Jared Pennington is up here with La Plata Baklava. Doing some work.
Good.
I concur. So Ray Miller III, 451 is the dial left side. Brent Martin, 480. The number over on the right side. Away and away. Brent Martin is Tardy. And Ray Miller III makes him pay 004, 3 above to get the win after Brent was late, was 2 above. And a pretty easy one there for Ray Miller III. Skylar Wagner and Kyle Coltrera. Skylar out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, 483 is the dial. Kyle Coltrera, 459 the number. Kyle out of all the way up there in the most northern, eastern part of the country up there in Maine. Have you ever been to Elliott, Maine?
I want to get there. Plans to visit soon.
Jared Pennington is going to be the president of the Elliott, Maine Chamber of Commerce at some point. We are staged. And away. Red light start for Kyle. Skylar Wagner takes out Kyle Coltrera. 21 green and quick by 7th thou. Skylar will advance. Kyle Coltrera out in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Vinny Domino and Shane Carr. This is like second round, final round. Vinny for Team Media Dragway. 464 the dial for Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. Was talking about it earlier. I got to get to Nemedia. If I only knew people who were heavily involved at that facility that could make that happen. One could dream. And Sugar Shane Carr, hashtag 26. Sugar, 450 is the dial. Green and green. Camino stole a hunt at the starting line, and a breakout win is going to go to Shane Carr. Vinny, 4.639 on the 464, breaks out by 1 thou. Got to the finish line first by 18 thou. Needed to take 7 or less. Shane Carr was 20 up front, and 450 with a 9 on the 450 will get the win. Jason Rich and Michael Pascal. Rich, left side, 430 is the dial. Pascal, Greensboro, NC, the race tag machine, 473, the dial for MP. Better on the reaction time and is going to get the win. Locks out Jason Rich. 13 green, dead on 5, makes 18 total. Jason Rich was 3-1 at the start and had no chance. Jack Collier and Greg Hicks. 447 the dial for Jack out of Benton, Louisiana. Greg Hicks for Genco Plumbing. North Las Vegas, Nevada for Hollywood. Both are 23. Hicks going to start rocking the scoop. And Jack Collier doesn't leave Hicks any room. 23, dead 0. Hicks was 23 as well, needed to be dead 0, was 1 above 5, and is going to bow out, and that's going to be my last pair as Jared Pennington, fresh off of another win light, taking 2 entries into round number 3. We'll tell you about Allison Lloyd and Jeff Taylor.
Thank you, Mike. Allison Lloyd looking for a 451 on the board. Jeff Taylor, Arizona racer in the right, dial 469, 1800s head start going his way. Allison, definitely still out here with a heavy heart. She's giving it a great go. She's been making some really good laps this weekend. A little bit of extra help from above. Advantage Taylor, win light goes to Taylor. 003, take 19 to be 2 over the dial. Allison 31 up front, then goes 11th thou above. 42 total, comes up a couple of Huns short as Jeff Taylor advances to round number 3. Group D. Group D, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Group D, need you to the staging lanes, please. Group D, it is your time to come on into the staging lanes. Take your shot at making it to round number 3. Group D to the lanes, please. Got Ricky Harbaugh and Adam Russell really close on the starting line. Russell had the advantage, and Russell gets the win light. 12, take 17 to be 42, or excuse me, 12th thou above. Just about messed that up. 16 and 25 thou over for Harbaugh. Leaves him 17 thousandths shy at the finish line. Adam Russell carries that entry to round number 3. Group D, we've called you to the lanes. We have called Group D to the staging lanes, please. Tim Sansoni, 444 dial in the left lane. Travis Laster Sr. dial 443 in the right. Pretty much a heads-up race. Difference up front. Laster with the advantage and a win light. 25, take 14 to be 12th thou above. He's 37 pack. Sansoni's 29 and 22 thou above. 51 total. Leaves him right at 15 thousandths behind. Jesse York next up, 478 dial on the left lane out of Muncie, Indiana, 2009 Racecraft chassis. Coy Collier out of Louisiana on dial 458 right there. Now some gumbo back at the motorhome. Gonna get this wind light going back there and eat some gumbo. Gumbo's horrible, by the way. Way too much stuff in gumbo. 2/10 head start to York. Identical on the reaction time, and the left lane gets the double breakout win. 21 and 7 thou under beats 21 and 8 thou under. Coy Collier, 21 take 1. But had to get behind or just pace him exactly all the way through 000. Corey Gulitti, 457 dial on the left. Brandon Taylor, 458 dial in the right. This was not supposed to happen. Six thousandths. The difference up front. How about Gulitti? 009, take 002 to be 12th thou above. It's 21 total. Taylor's 15, dead 8. He's 23 total. It's 2 thousandths margin of victory for Corey Gulitti. Here's the Red Rocket in the left lane from Medford, New Jersey. 2011 Phantom dragster. That's Tom Dauber. Jeff Serra in the right. All World from Adamstown, Pennsylvania. 2018 Race Tech, dial 468. Sarah giving up a 600s head start. Group D, you have been called. Group D, you have been called. All Group D cars to the lanes. We're in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Where our awesome friends at Biondo Racing Products going to put a $500 in the hands of the best losing package. The Red Rocket in control right here. Oh, double breakout win going Tom Dauber's way. 009 take 33 to be 2 thou under. Sarah didn't kill it all. He's 45 and 5 thou under. 3 thou more breakout for Sarah. Tom Dauber to round 3.
All right, attention to the pit area, attention to the pits. So one of our competitors jumped on a Honda Spree and left, and it wasn't their Honda Spree, and there's another Honda Spree that is still sitting there. So they jumped on the wrong one. So if you just recently jumped on a Honda Spree, can you bring it up to the back of the tower if you would, please?
Not good. Not good. Michael Needham in the left, 5'10". Jordan Parker in the right, 456. The voice just cracked. That was my first real voice crack of the weekend. This ain't good. I'm going to need some oranges. Maybe even a glass of real lemonade. Real lemonade. If anybody's got some oranges cut up in the motorhome, I could use 3 or 4 slices. 1 thou the difference, no noticeable difference. And Parker had the 1 thou advantage and gets a win light. 14 and 10 thou under, gets by 15 and 27 thou under. Big Red was slow out there that last hit. But I see Old Glory pointing at the finish line now. Sun is beginning to set. It doesn't take long here on the mountain for things to turn around a couple of hundreds real quick like. Here's Robbie Hamilton in the left. 488 is the dial. Chris Stein in the right, dial 422. If you were in the first carbon dip transmission raffle with the FTI gang, that raffle's full. It'll be drawn at the party tonight. If you didn't get in, or if you got in and you want in another one, they've got a black level 5 raffle going with only 25 spots left. I'm going to give 2 of those bad boys away at the party tonight. Get your shot at winning a huge prize for only a $100 investment. FTI Trailers, where you'll get the raffle tickets, and they got them right now for a black level 5 FTI transmission with all the good stuff in it. 25 tickets remain. Get them while they last. They're drawing for both of those transmissions at the party tonight. The first raffle's full. The second one is halfway gone. Don't miss your shot. Robbie Hamilton gets the win. 16 did 0, taking 14 thou at the stripe. 10 and 2 above for Stein. Comes up 1.5 short. Terrell Sinkler in the left lane. Railed out 485. Dan Davies, Diamond Chassis owner in the right, dial 417. separate them advantage. Davies, win light. Davies, double breakout win for Dan Davies. 009 and 2 thou under. Gets by rail. Sinkler's 40 up front, then 36 thou under. Got there 3 thou, needed to be behind 31 or more. Donovan Williams, speaking of FTI, Overkill Motorsports, dial 465 in the left, Cody Witt in the right, dial 490. Yeah, that's a good point. Donovan had a dragster dial 409 last time out. And was 3 thou package. Donovan was 10 up front. Left him no opportunity. Shout out to my buddy Brad Hodges. Donovan 008, only 53 thou under. I can't tell. I'm not good at reading people, but I think Oki's happy about that. I'm not real sure. Either he just got stung in a very bad spot by a couple of yellow jackets, or he's really happy about that win light. Could be both. Brad, they can keep the gumbo. It doesn't matter what's in it. Gumbo builders put bad stuff in there. And they don't even know what all they put in it. So, no, thank you. Looks like Oki did well at the fence. He seems to be excited about it. Gary Mentor and Zach Henry. Zach Henry's got 2 first names. Those are bad, bad dudes. Giving up 12 hun head start to Mentor. Oh, never mind. Mentor 18 and a 10th above. Oh no, Zach Henry got there. 70 up front. Gets there 58, breaks it out 9 thou, had to take 49 or less. As Mentor was well above the dial by a 10th. And Zach got a little too much stripe. Keenan Myers, 494 in the left. Mark McKay, 473 in the right. Got a pre-stage battle going. It's okay, guys. Ease on up there and stage them. Here we go. McKay giving up 21 hun head start to Myers. Red for Myers in the left lane, win light. Goes to Mark McKay. 37 and 11 thou under for McKay. Myers goes 7 thou under, but left 11 thou too soon. Marty Burton next up in the left, 488 is the dial. Cody Wiggins in the right. Wiggins dial 448. Couple of Kentucky racers here. Wiggins giving up 4/10 head start to Burton. How about Cody Wiggins? Perfect reaction time, 000 react, then goes 17 thou above. Marty Burton had a shot though. He's 11 up front, gets there 8 thou, breaks it out 2 thou, needed to take 6 or less. Cody Wiggins, perfect react and a win light, gets the Kyle Seipel commemorative trip zip coin and a $50 bill. Katie Kirby next up in the left, 512 is the dial. Mark Price in the right, dial 480. $7,000's the difference. Advantage Price, win light Price. 7 dead 2, 9 thou total. For Mark Price, Katie Kirby, 14 and 8 thou under, Price to round 3. Robert Benson next up in the left, 505. T.G. Pascal in the right, 464. I'm going to try this. The old voice is beat up, but here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Coy Collier. Happy birthday to you. Coy Collier, we appreciate you spending your birthday with us, brother. Hope you're having a great day. All your friends down there wanted you to know that they're wishing you a happy birthday as well. Have a great time. Thanks for being at the Fling. T.G. Pascal, total control of that one, 12 and 7 over. Pascal into round number 3. Very late and 3 thou under for Benson. Mike Hoff in the left, 488 is the dial. Right side, John Siegel. Beautiful hot rod over here, dial 445. Hoff getting 43 hun head start. It's my dog over here in the right lane. It's my neighbor out there. My weather station. He's all of that for me. Got a tough customer in that left lane, Mike Hoff. Siegel in control of this one. 11, take 11 to be 24 thou above. Hoff left 59 up front and 13 thou under. That does not get by John Siegel very often. Steve Witherow next up in the left lane. 458 is the dial. Barry Brown in the right. Dial 476, Witherow out of Summerduck, Virginia. Brown from right down the street here in Bluntville, Tennessee. Red for Brown Witherow. Moving on to round number 3, 14 and 12 thou above. Brown's a thou under. Ooh. Kelly Estes, I have no idea, brother. Sorry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Todd Whitehead. Happy birthday to you. That's a good dude right there. Happy birthday, Todd. Thank you for being at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling powered by Ultima batteries. I appreciate that, Kelly. Big advantage for Brian Kennedy. Kennedy gets the win, 23 and 2 above. Gets by Skinny Kenny Underwood. Skinny's 54 up front, then goes 13 thou under the dial, putting the win light over there in Brian Kennedy's lane. Skinny got there 7 thou, broke it out 13 thou. Doesn't match up. 48 total for Kennedy. Left Kenny locked out of that one. Just missed it. We all do it. Samantha Thornton in the left, 469. Scott Taylor in the right, 439. At the starting line, advantage Thornton, win light Taylor. 14 dead 8, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Scott Taylor advances to round number 3. 11 and 15 thou above for Thornton. 4 thousandths margin of victory going Scott Taylor's way. Ray Fordyce Jr. in the left, out of New Jersey, dial 459. Mike Griffin in the right, Tennessee, dial 487. Griffin getting 28 hun head start. Red for Griffin. Ray Fordyce Jr. advances to round number 3. 12 and 25 thou under for Fordyce. He'll take that entry right on down to, I don't know what we have, like 190 or so left. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but gonna be a bunch. Gonna be a bunch. John Edwards III and Severn Johnson. Edwards 18, dead 0. Gets the win line. Severn's 13, takes 6 to be a thou under. Severn needed to take 5 or less. Paul Rich, 467 in the left lane. Carol Click, 447 in the right. Click giving up 2/10 head start. Red for Click, 36 on the good side for Paul Rich. And Paul moves on, 16 thou above. Carol Click, 4 thou red and 14 thou under. Something tells me we're about to start seeing double breakouts again. Shane Maddox, Maddox Race Cars entry in the left, dial 451. Billy Lieber in the right, dial 454. Advantage for Lieber. Win light goes to Maddox. 15 and 10 thou under on the drop. Lieber 006, 37 thou under. So, got a special happy birthday going out to Spoon. Happy birthday, Spoon. That's coming, and I quote, from old lady.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. That was very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Happy birthday, Spoon. Troy Henry, 2 first names. They bad. They bad. 8 dead 8. 16 total for Troy Henry. Jack Ostrowski, 16. Had to go dead 0 and Hope goes 25 thou above to be 25 thou behind. Colin Estes in the left, 505 is the dial. Bobby Spence in the right, dial 438. Roughly a 7/10 head start going to Colin Estes in the left lane. Spence trying to run him down in that rocket ship. Advantage, Estes, win light, Bobby Spence. Bobby, 11 dead, 1 12 thou package. Nice lap for Bobby. Set it down really nice. 007 and 9 thou under for Estes. Spence with a win light. This will be my final pair. It's Rick Johnson and Dennis Long. Johnson on a 472 out of Johnson City, Tennessee. Dennis Long out of Chesapeake City, Virginia, or excuse me, Maryland. Dial 471. Only a Hun head start going to the left lane, Rick Johnson. Red for Long, Johnson 17, out the back door, 12 thou under. He moves into round number 3, Long's 10 red and 4 thou under. That does it for me. I'm gonna go out and try to get a win light or 2 in the hot rod. My man Mike Eames is gonna take up my slack.
2? What do you mean a win light or 2? No, 2.
Just 2.
2 win lights. Thank you, Jared Pennington. Go get us 2 win lights. Todd Zeller and Michael Shoup.
Attention to pits. Round 3, we're going to go back to the calling door cars first, followed by dragsters, so regardless of a group letter. Right now, we'll take door cars who are still doubled in round number 3, bring them up to 1 and 2. Door car doubles for round 3 to 1 and 2.
Thank you, Peter Biondo, Todd Zeller, Michael Shoup. Shoup cuts Zeller in half. But Zeller is going to take that Copo Power Dragster into the next round, 14 green. And under by 7 thou on the double breakout, Michael Shoop under by 16 thou. As Dale West and Cindy Wiggins. And those in the chat bleachers, it was 674 was the car count today. 674. The car count, not 647. 674. So Dale West left side. 472 the dial. Cindy Wiggins, Mount Washington, Kentucky, 447 the number. We are off. We are away. Cindy 200 advantage at the start. And one above 4 to get the win. 448 on the 447 to be good. Dale West was 45 green. And 1 thou behind at the finish line, but had to break out 9 thou to even get remotely close. Cindy Wiggins had Dale West locked out. If we're being technical, Chris Johnson and Brittany Ulmer. Chris out of Maryville, Tennessee, 473. The dial in for Chris. $691 for Brittany Ulmer out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Johnson is 007. Brittany Ulmer's 22 green. Chris Johnson on a double breakout will move on. Under by 12 thou. Brittany Ulmer under by 13 thou. True margin of victory is 1,000th of a second. Seth Street. And Anthony Bertozzi. Bertozzi, Richmond, Virginia. 461 is the dial. Seth Street. Out of Richland, Virginia. 466 the number for Seth. Again, my door cars, and I need my doubles up in the front. So if you still have two entries in the door car, let's get up towards the front. If you would, please. Bertozzi, Seth Street, 4 thou better for Bertozzi, and the win to AB. 10 under by 1 thou. Seth Street, 14 under by 2 hun. And on the double breakout, Anthony Bertozzi is going to be your winner. Gilbert Deary and Travis Colangelo. Deary out of Rockville, Maryland. 484 is the dial. Travis Colangelo, 477 the number over on the right side. The dragster out of Ohio. Travis Colangelo over on the right side, and Chris Bear's hot rod. Chris Bear wheeled that machine to MVP honors at the Summer Fling at National Trail. 20 green for Travis Colangelo. And Gilbert Deary was read by 7 thou. And our final competitor in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Joe Kerner with the competition single, Merritt Island, Florida. Sounds like a lovely place. I imagine lots of heron, sunsets. Joe Kerner out in front of green by 13,000. 493 on the 491. And remember, here on Mosier Engineering Friday, the Larice Motorsports Insurance Policyholder Bonus, that's today. The last remaining Larice policyholder bonus will get that $500 bonus during today's Moser Engineering $100,000 Friday. All right, all door cars, all remaining door cars, round number 3, let's get you in the lanes. If you are doubled, we really hope that you have already made your way up in the staging lanes or close to the front, but I'll take all my remaining door cars, all my remaining door cars. Let's get you up in the staging lane.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the 3rd time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultima tachometer line, the Ultima 3 and the Ultima DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultima 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultima DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultima 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
All right, we are at the ET Shack, Friday ATI 100K day at the Summer Fling. I'm here with Johnny Carter. Johnny, you turned on the round 1 win light. We're going to play a little game. It's called Guess Your Reaction Time. If you can get your reaction time to the 1,000th, we'll give you $50 cash.
15.
Darn close. You owe 17. Opponent broke out and you got the win. Johnny, tell us a little bit about where you're from and why you chose to come to the Summer Fling this weekend.
I'm from Hobbs, New Mexico, which is a long ways away. We raced last week in Dallas and we was going to go to Alabama, but they called for 4 days of bad weather. And since Peter's such a good guy, we thought we'd come here and support him.
Well, thank you so much.
Good, quick race.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate you making a trek from New Mexico. How do you like your chances today, and do you approach a 100K big race any different than your local bracket program?
Not really. I mean, if you start letting it get to you, the pressure will get to you. So I just act like it's another race.
That's the best approach. How do you like your chances today?
Pretty good. I hadn't made a lot of trips down the track. I was broke all day yesterday, but we'll get it figured out.
You know, from my experience, whenever you have a rough start to a weekend, a race weekend, you usually have a good finish. Good luck today.
Okay, you got to hold to that.
We'll see you in the winner's circle or at the barbecue.
All right, either one.
For high performance, when you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
All right, attention to pits. We're about to get after it. Round number 3. Door cars are loading up. If you are a door car still in competition and you want the left lane, bring it up, because we are right lane heavy right now. And once we get to single file, it will be flipping from there on in. So if you're a door car and want the left lane, make sure you get up here soon. First pair, round number 3, the $1 Million Man. 68 Firebird of Mr. Jeff Verdi. He's going to try to chase down Adam Baumgartner.
Left lane should be an A, JJ.
Wow, Verdi drops a 4th out red. That's going to hurt. Baumgartner is 038 and one above in a 48 pack. Is good enough to advance him to round number 4. Wheel standing Camaro of Tracy Guffey and Chris Coletti. Chris Coletti has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win light. 004 for Chris. 528 on a 526. Wins it on a hole shot as Guffey was 2 thou closer to the dial, but 26 thou behind on a tree. Barry Woods and Steve Collier. Steve Collier is in control of this one and turns it into a win light, and the crowd goes wild. There you go, a little fist pump. Like it. 016, 3 above for Steve. Barry Woods, 043. Could not cover the number either. That was giving Steve Collier a ton of room. Sean Brown and Chuck Griffith.
Get another car. The number she has to go on the other car.
So a 1 second handicap going to the pickup truck of Griffith. Off and away in a red light start for Sean Brown, Chuck Griffith. 008 646 is the dial, 647 with a 0 is the ET. Mitchell McKinney and Tanner Miller. Mitchell went deep in Wednesday's program. Talked to him after that. He was a little upset. He missed a tree late in the day. He was nailing it all day long. And Tanner Miller, that familiar 72 Vega wagon. Tommy Plott and Donald Brown. Sorry, Mr. Pair there. Mr. Plott, 538. Donald Brown, 531. Wow, 001 to a 008. Light it up for Plott. How about a 5-pack? Don't let that man get rolling. Donald Brown was 008, 532 on a 531 and not even close. Still a fender length behind at the stripe. Wow, how about Kurt Harrington and Big Jed, Jared Pennington? Two good buddies of mine, almost heads up. Tell you what, Kurt Harrington he took his game to another level this year. He's just a few knocks away from busting that door down. He would love to do it tonight. He's got a shot here. He's got 18th thou advantage over Big Red. Something happening to Big Red and Jared slows, so Kurt Harrington looked over. Jared wasn't there, and he just did the smart thing that any good driver would do. Lifted off the throttle, took the win. Tough break there for Big Jed. Looks like Big Red let him down there. Here's your best appearing car. Steve Dunn. The Todd Barton best appearing car. He was awarded it today, and Jordan Arnold. You guys and gals that have not seen this car up close, you need to get it. Get up there close to see it. And you're going to have another chance to do it because Steve Dunn has been ripping a tree. Does it again. 009, 565 on a 564. Cody Wiggins and Chuck Roycraft. reaction time advantage going to the right side. Chuck Roycraft turns it into a win, 015, 617 on a 15 dial. Left side broke out, still didn't get there. David Young and Kevin of Rabbit Brannon is your Thursday runner-up last night. David Young dials 586. The Rabbit dials 569. That little Monza runs the number. The Rabbit has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win light. Not sure what happened to Young, but he was way above the dial, and the Rabbit coasted on through for the easy win. Shannon Waycaster and Josh Hamlin. We got a parts called Racer in Need. A 410. Mike, what was that? A 410 center section, 40 spline axles for Chad Axford. Win light. Give to Shannon Waycaster. How about a 004 reaction time, one above the number. Both drivers one above, reaction time advantage. Going to the left side, and he turns it into a win. Chuck Sanders and Matty D, Matt Dattis. Another parts call, a Digital 7 programmer box for TJ Harper. If you have a Digital 7 programmer box for, I'm assuming, an MST, TJ Harper could use that right now. Wow, 002 to 005 lighted up for Matty D. 002, 627 on the brakes on a 626. Matty D doing what Matty D does. Another youngster. Well, I call him a youngster. He's probably about 30 now, but is absolutely making a huge name for himself in the world of big buck bracket racing. Swapping feet to boot. Nick Hastings and Noah Pollard. Wow, look at that wheel stand. Carries it out past 60 foot, 024 to an 019, but Pollard had the better reaction time and turned it into a win. Hastings might have wasted a little bit too much time in the air there. He carried it out to about 100 feet. Sometimes they say if you carry it out far, the wind gets under it a little bit and it can slow down your ET. I believe that might have been what happened to Nick right there. Don Cox and Chuck Miner. Don Cox and Chuck Miner going at it right here. A pair of good reaction times. How about B00 take 00 for Chuck Miner? Advances himself into round number 4. Kendall Little and Joe Nelson. .008 to a 12. Win like Kendall Little 012 608 on a 607. Joe Nelson is 2 above the dial and 7th out behind the stripe. That's right. You turn on the round 3 win light, you start collecting the round money. It just keeps multiplying and multiplying until somebody's going to end up with $100,000 tonight on Moser Engineering Friday. Kylie Thaxton and Felix Hutchinson. Felix drops it red. Kylie was ready. How about 001 Dead 6, a 7-pack? He'll be ripe and ready for round number 4. Or she, that is. Thank you, Marco. Sean Lingerfeld and Chris McGuire. Lingerfeld's car never moved. Chris McGuire picks up a Trip Zip Kyle Seipel tribute coin and $50 cash for lighting it up Trip Zero. Not sure what happened to Lingerfelter or Lingerfeld. Having some mechanical issues and never left the starting line. Tough way to go.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
This time we'll take any dragsters who are still double entered in round 3, bring them up to staging lanes 1 and 2. Chase McKay ends his day 3 thou on the wrong side. Shane Maddox 017 holding 19 thou. So once again, any dragster drivers who are still double entered, bring them up to staging lanes 1 and 2. The remainder of the dragsters for round 3, you're on standby. Austin Brown and Carson Brown. No relation. Austin's dialed to 636, Carson's dialed to 620. Wheel stand, wow, look at that. Right past, rear wheel 60 foot. On the back tires, 150 is the 60-foot number, but again, I think he wasted a little bit too much time in the air. He's 3 above and just about wide open. Carson Brown was 19, dead 9, got there by 7 thou. Usually you lose about a 1/10 in 60 foot if you hit it with the rear wheels. And that's what happened to Austin Brown. Jake Baird and Jason Sizemore. 558 for the Z28 for Jake Baird, and Sizemore dials it in a 605. $100,000 on the line. Moser Engineering Friday. The Mullis Racer Appreciation Barbecue should be happening pretty soon. Jake Bird, 009. Jason Sizemore missed it, but turns on the win light. Wow. Baird took 71 stripe to break out by 300ths. He was 009. Sizemore is 043, dead 7. And dodged a little bit of a bullet right there. Tim Johnson and Glenn Williamson. How about 002 for Glenn? Turning on the win light as Johnson drops at 8th thou on the red side. Glenn Williamson is 002, 678 at 97 miles per hour. Beautiful night here as the sun goes down. The part of the day where you could just pick out that tree about as good as it gets. And you're seeing it. You're seeing a lot of double O's. You're seeing a couple of double O's on the red side. Jeremy Kessler and Logan Westmoreland. How about both drivers locked in at 010, their head-to-head win light? Westmoreland, 541 on a 540. Kessler was 564 on a 565. So Kessler gets there first by 18 thou, but breaks out by about a half a fender down there, 7 thou. Cody Blankenship and Jesse Ray. How about a pair of 595 dial-ins? These guys are going to be eyeball to eyeball the whole way down. And they are locked in, 12 to a 17. Ring it up, left side, one above. 012, one above is good enough as Cody Blankenship lays down a pretty good lap. Jesse Ray, 017, two above on a little bit of a drop, 597 at 113. Frankie Denton Jr. and Don Tipton. Nice little, not sure if that's a Nova. Looks like it. And the 89 S10 of Tipton, almost 1 second handicap going to Tipton, as we called double-entered dragsters to the lanes. Denton has the reaction time advantage and hangs on to the win light. Takes 40 down there to go dead 5. Tipton was 044 and one above and way behind. Wow, no, the wheels up start, the air's getting good and the cars are liking it. 002 to an 016, Aaron Vale. 002, 640 on a 639. Clayton was 016, dead 3. Loses it on a hole shot by only 0.003 of a second. The veteran Aaron Vale moves on to round number 4. Mark Payne and Taylor Rich, House of Payne, 67 Chevy 2, and Taylor Rich, the 39 Chevy with the scoop that's almost as high as the stage bowls. Not a scoop. It might, what do they call it? A hat, injector? I don't know what it is. Flapper. It's up there though. Bug catcher. That's Jason Rich's son. He's doing a great job driving out. Get ready for a wheels up in the right lane. Red light start, 11th foul. Rich, Payne, 014. 589 at 116 on a 591. Odell Davidson and Kevin Pollard. Pollard off the foot, 019, 2 above, taking 25 at the stripe. Hey, drivers in the staging lanes, please stay with your cars and move them up, please. That would help us out a ton. Staging lanes here are short. And there's a lot of cars. Trevor Denton and Dalton McKinnon. Double O's on both sides. Ring it up, left side. Trevor Denton. 003, 645. How about 003 take 003? Now, I'm not sure if he was out of the gas or not. 645 at 103, but it looks good on paper. Drops it red. I think he did not have the crossover numbers in, if you do the math. How about Anthony Bertozzi picking up his second 000 Fling coin? 000 for Anthony Bertozzi. He did it once. He did it last round, back to back. $21 000 coins today. We almost passed Columbus. Oh, what was it yesterday? How many? Do we? Oh, we just passed you, JJ. He's mad at me. I know we got way called. I know. I can do the math. Jeff Verdi and Bug McCarty, 13s on both sides. One above for Bug McCarty. Gets there first by 12,000. The $1 Million Man bows out. The Poncho slowed down a little bit. 618 on a 615 dial-in. Caroline McCarty went deep, doubled last night, and Chad Axford. Watch that rambling wagon hike the front wheels up. And as the temps drop and those cars make more and more horsepower, the wheel standards will get higher and higher. McCarty's a little bit behind. And 007 dead 3, 10-pack for Chad Axford. Guys, we're going to roll right into Greg. So far it's come. Big Red trying to redeem himself, but still having, oh no, he didn't have problems. He broke out. Chuck Roycraft, 015 takes 8th thou. Big Red was 5th thou under. Chuck was 3th thou under. Jared's not gonna, we're gonna have to get Jared. Don't worry, Jared. I got a nice piece of ice cream cake. Thanks to Spoon. Came up. After that lap, you're gonna need it. I know how hard you are on yourself. I know JJ's listening. You were behind and you're gonna tell me you should have got further behind, but life's a game and racing's a game of quick decisions, and sometimes a piece of cake makes it all better. Adam Baumgartner and Tommy Plott. 12 to a 13, anybody's race. Will it be the Mustang? Will it be the S10? Ring it up for the S10. 12 dead 6 to a 13 dead 8. How about 3 thou margin at the stripe? Another good matchup. The Rabbit, Kevin Brandon and Chris Galitti. That's RAD Tools, the title right sponsor of the Fall Fling. Brandon's over in the left. He's looking over his shoulder. He's looking over, ripping the throttle, gets there dead 8 by 14 thou. Crossing the stripe first. Chris Galitti, they were both dead on the dial. Brandon had a little bit of a reaction time advantage, and the Rabbit will move on. I'm getting excited up here. I'm pacing all over the place, watching these guys shooting it out for 100 grand. Sidney Wiggins and Sean Brown. Wiggins in the nice little El Camino. Sean Brown, 546. Pretty quick up here in the mountain. How about 001 and 002? Who's going to get it? And you could see the emotion. Actually, that's those guys on the sidelines making some wagers, I believe. 002. 2 above for Sean Brown, and Sidney Wiggins was 001, got there by a little bit too much to break out by 15 thou. Good race. Hey guys, if anybody's available, no one go out in the lanes and just try to keep the cars moving forward. So Ray Miller and Mark Kidd, how about this matchup? Spring City, PA, the Miller family, Miller Race Cars, and Mark Kidd, Kidd's Racing Engines, all the way from Twins Falls, Idaho. Tension in the staging lanes. If you're in the staging lanes, I need you guys to do me and gals to do me a big favor and stay with your car and move it up, please. The lanes are short, and we have a lot of long and skinnies left. We could use the room, so please stay with your vehicle and move it up accordingly. Keep it tight. Miller drops an 8th thou red. Mark Kidd moves on. 013, holding 4 big numbers. 464 at 150. On a 468. Courtney Grizel and Race Kid, little father and son, back to back in the right lane here on the mountain. You guys are at home, and it is a gorgeous fall day here at Bristol Dragway. The temps are dropping. The action on the racetrack is hot. The action on the sidelines There's a lot going on over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. These guys are rooting and pointing and exchanging dollar bills. How about 002 to 005? Wow. Royce Kidd throws up a 6-pack, but was 1 thou behind. Courtney was 002, 422 to 3 on a 422, a 5-pack to a 6-pack, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be a best losing package for Royce Kidd. Wow. He would have won about 90% of the matchups with that run. At least, maybe 99 this round. One thing we know for sure, it wasn't 100 because he lost. Travis Laster Jr. and Ed Grisez. Am I saying that right? Grisez. The old silent Z. Red light start for Ed. Travis Laster moves on. 415 is the dial, and how about 413 at 172? That's getting some in the 8th mile. Laster moves on. Brian Rambo and J.R. Lockhart. Another red light start. 3-thou this time. Rambo misses just by a tick. JR had it dialed in 485 with a 1 dead on the 485 dial. All right, racers and crew and spectators. The Mullis Racer Appreciation Barbecue is now open under the tent next to the starting line. Oh, you beat me to it. It's free for everybody here. Thanks to Mullis Race Cars and Charles. Lela beat me to the punch with the text. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Robbie Hamilton and Colby Fuller. Hamilton's a tough racer. He has the reaction time advantage, but breaks out by 22 thou. Colby Fuller dropped him. Wow. 467 on a 468. He broke out by 8 thou at 129. I'd say he was holding about 6. It's a game of quick decisions. Some call it a high-speed chess match. All I know is we're having a whole lot of fun here at the biggest fling in history. 674 entries in round 1. Unbelievable. 002 to 026, Parker Dotson, Shane Thompson, and Thompson wins a double breakout. See right there, Thompson was 18 thou in front. He did his job. Dotson, being behind, needed to get further behind and loses on a double breakout. Jackson, who's going to win tonight? Gun to your head.
I don't know who's still in.
About 200 guys at Glass.
That's not bad. Give me a round or two.
All right. Carry long, Chris Johnson. How about carry long, 011 dead on, taking 8th out? Robert Pettis and Nick Warren. 461 or a 460. Let's see if we can tell who moves first. Gave it away with the red light. Robert Pettis. Red lights his chances at 100 grand, and Nick Warren is 018. Nice lap, 460 with a 5 on a 461. Good matchup right here. Vinny Domino and Jeff Taylor.
Well, we only have 3 cars we got to watch.
I can handle it.
All right, Vinny Domino and Jeff Taylor. Vinny out of Staten Island for Team New Media Dragway, 462 the dial for Vinny. Jeff Taylor, 468 for the runner out of Apache Junction. 20 on the green light start for Jeff Taylor, but Vinny Domino's 009 and dead on 2 to be 11 total, and completely shuts Jeff Taylor out, who was 20 green and 4 above.
Got it, yeah.
Rachel Conrath and Shane Carr. Conrath, 494. For the drag shot of Pleasant, Unity, Pennsylvania, 450 the dial for Shane Carr. Hashtag 26. They're over on the right side. Shane Carr's going to move on as Rachel Conrath is red by 4th thou. Sugar 446 on the 450, but it was all over right off the bat as Rachel was red by 4. It equated to a time run there for Sugar in the FTI Performance round number 3. Josh Owens And Cody McDaniel. That's right. Sugar. Josh, 488. The dial-in for the youngster out of Hampton, Tennessee. Cody McDaniel, 453. Coreyton, Tennessee. Red light start for Cody McDaniel by 0.03 of a second. Josh Owens, 21 on the green light. Star goes 485 on the 488. But it was all over right off the bat as Cody turned on that big, ugly, nasty, stinky, ominous, hideous, putrid, grotesque. Marco likes putrid. Gross. It's just gross. Red light by 3,000. Ian Woods and Marlon Goatz. MG out of Troy, Texas, 484 the number. Ian Woods, 475 the dial. Powell, Tennessee for the American Assembled Dragster. 475 is the dial for Ian. Ian left side, Marlon right side. 6 separated, 2 as they leave the starting line. Ian and Marlon, give it to Marlon. 483.6 on the 484. Marlon was 28 green. Ian just a skosh better at the hit. 22 on the green light start. Got to the finish line first by 12. Breaks it out by 10. Needed to take 2 or less to move the win light over onto Ian's side of the racetrack is Brandon Taylor and Jerry McGraw. Brandon out of Woodland, Alabama. 458 is the dial for BT. Jerry McGraw out of Nebraska. 441 the number for Mr. McGraw. 005 leaves the starting line second. McGraw, Taylor, Brandon Taylor, 8 total. 005. Jerry McGraw worked on getting behind. No, he just didn't get there. .005 dead 3 for Brandon Taylor. Jerry McGraw was 002 and over by a couple. Gary Minter and Denise Young. Minter out of West Virginia, 504 the dial for Gary. Denise Young. Knoxville, Tennessee. M&M chassis dragster for Denise. Full bulb and a hair of another. Red light start for Gary Minter. Denise Young is 10 green and a free look at 450. Hey, how about 450 the 7? Gary Minter, after being red, of course, runs right on the number. 5047 on the 504. Denise Young, 17 total. Pretty good. Joe Gary and Mark McKay. Gary out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. 449 is the dial. Mark McKay, New Boston, Michigan. A brand new dragster for Mark. Joe Gary, give it to McKay. Completely shuts Joe Gary out. 17 on the green light effort, dead on 4, makes 21 on the combined numbers. Joe Gary was 24 and 1 above. And 15th out behind at the finish line. Mark McKay moves into round number 4. Once again, you turn on a win light. NFTI performance round number 3, cha-ching. Cash rules everything around me. Dollar bills, y'all. Josh Lutke and Misty Unser. Misty out of Cuna. 464 the dial right side. Josh, Boonville, Indiana left side. Misty off and away. Lukey is 007 and going to get the win. 12 total locks Misty out. Misty was 15 green and under by 6 thou, but there was nothing Misty could do to turn on a win light there. Josh Lutke, 007, dead on 5 is 12 total. Misty's 15 and just wasting fuel. So this is how we're all living our lives right now. Third round, final round. Corey Gallitti, Preston Pennington. Two heavyweights right here. Two supremely talented young men in race cars. Corey Gallitti out of Tomball, Texas, 455. Peeps, Three Rivers, Texas, 465 the dial. We are staged. This is going to be good. 005 and 006, of course it is. Win. Peeps, 7 total. 465 won on the 465 and 006 on the starting line for Peeps. Corey Gallitti's 005 and sent Peeps through to be one above 7, and that was just a good old drag race. Peeps Pennington, 7 total, takes out Corey Gallitti. As Steve Collier and Keith Thomas. Steve out of Benton, Louisiana, 453 the dial. For Team Manpower over there on the left-hand side, Keith Thomas out of Madisonville, Tennessee. 501 is the dial in for Keith. Red light start for Thomas by 4th thou. Steve Collier. 25 on the green light effort, dead on 7. But after Keith illuminated the red light, you know it, I know it, Marco knows it, everybody knows it. Red and dead on the dial. It is a scientific fact that 70% of the time, it happens every single time. As Jack Collier, Jason Overstreet. Collier out of Benton, Louisiana, 443 is the dial. Mr. Overstreet had to take a break from the fence line to jump in his race car and line up alongside Jack Collier. Loose change, throws 489 on the scoreboard. 33 leaves first, but Jack Collier gets around and gets the win. 49 and 2 above is change. Got to the finish line first by 56 thou to break out 18 thousandths of a second. Jason Overstreet breaks out Jack Collier. We'll move on. Mckenna Brown and Brian Cam. McKenna for Team Jags out of Boca Raton. 458 the dial for McKenna. 496 is the dial for Brian Cam. Brian out of Pacifica, California. They're in Northern California. Brian in that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team machine for Lucas Oil. Cam has 496 on the car. McKenna's laid down some good laps today. Try to keep it rolling here alongside Brian Cam. Identical at the start. Both are 18 on the green light. And the win for McKenna Brown. 18 dead on 8 to be 11th thou in front. Brian Cam. 497 on the 496. And 11th thou behind at the finish line will be a third round runner-up for Brian K. McKenna Brown. Cha-ching. Get some of that money. Brandon Barker. and Jamie Holston. Brandon out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada. 501 is the dial, Jamie Holston. Rural Retreat, Virginia. Red light start for Brandon Barker. Jamie Holston, a free look at 436, 435.4 for Jamie Holston after being 11 at the start. Brandon Barker was 002 in front of the green light. And did a man here in round number 3 is Brody Cantrell and Scott Jorgensen. BC out of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Scott Jorgensen, Orange City, Florida. Absolutely. As we are pre-staged. As we are pre-staged. Sixth out, separate the two as they leave the starting line. Win for Scott Jorgensen. 29 green, 530 on the 529. Paul Rich, Michael Pascal. Paul out of Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. 002 on the green light. Pascal 16 green as we are getting pretty nasty. Paul Rich 4 total along Michael Pascal. Pascal 16 green and just wasted fuel. As Paul Rich 4 total. And that's pretty dirty. Brian Kennedy and Donovan Williams. BC out of Odessa, Texas. 473 the dial. Donovan, 464 the number. Candidate left side, Donovan Williams rolls in second. Donovan's got 464 on the board. Candidate left side, win light. Double breakout for Donovan Williams, 461 on the 464. True margin of victory, 9th out. Brian Kennedy was 23 green and 3 under. Donovan Williams will push forward out of FTI Performance round number 3. Danny Bennett, Hampton, Virginia. It's Cameron Manuel, Louisville, North Carolina, the American Assembled Machine. Danny left side, 483 on the dial. Cameron Manuel off and away. One of our competitors is perfect. Do we get to give away another coin? Yes. Danny Bennett, perfect at the hit. 484.2 on the 483. How about trip zeros? Taking 006 at the finish line. Cameron Manuel's 14, dead 4. And not a patata for Cameron Manuel, Donnie Quisenberry, and Kyle Coltrera. Donnie out of Virginia. So Donnie left side. Kyle Cotrera right side. 461 for the runner from Maine. Donnie. Out of Virginia, 478 is the number. As we are pre-staged, Quisberry rolls in. Kyle follows. Cotrera in a dominating position, ripping it to be 3 above. 464 on the 461 was 008. Donnie was 45, dead 2, and 4th out behind at the finish line. Kyle Cotrera. Move out of FTI Performance round number 3. Down into Stainless Works. Round number 4, Shane Maddox and TG Pascal. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 449 is the number. TG 462. The dial in for the young man out of Cleansville, North Carolina. We just saw Michael Pascal bow out. Get TG through here. Shane Maddox is like, nope. Red light start for TG. Shane Maddox, 447 on the 49. 21 green, but the most important number in that particular race was TG turning it red by Yo 11. John Edwards III and Jaden Lawler. John Edwards III, Chesapeake, Virginia, 494 on the board. Jaden, the 16-year-old out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, over in the right lane, 461 is the dial for Jaden. Separate them as they leave the starting line. Give it to Jaden Lawler. 14, 1 above 3 to get the win. John Edwards III was 17, 1 above, and 1 thou shy at the finish line. Jaden Lawler, who got one of those Kyle Seipel tribute 000 hero coins. Tom Dauber and Philip Pennington. Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey, 471 the number. Philip Pennington, 468. For the Pennington brothers out of Texas. Red light start for Tom Dauber. Pennington will move on. 10 green, 66 on the 68. But Tom Dauber is going to bow out via 2 thou red light as Chris Wallen and Dan Davies. CW out of Spencer, Ohio. 489 is the dial for Chris. Dan Davies. 415 on that monster. White House, Ohio. .415 is the dial for Dan. Dan will be doing the chasing. 2 bulbs and about a half of, or 1 bulb and about half of another will be the head start for Chris Wallen. Going to get the win. 12, 1 above 5 to be 7th thou in front. Chris Wallen was 009 and had a little too much tappy tap of the breaky break. Dan Davies snuck by 7th thou to advance. Skylar Wagner and Bobby Spence. Skylar, Simpsonville, South Carolina. 437, the number for Bobby Spence and his race tag machine. Rockville, Maryland there for Bobby. Bobby. That is my brother's name. You gonna be okay? You got me worried. So Wagner left side. Bobby Spence right side. Wagner out in front, but Bobby Spence is going to get the win light. Skyler breaks out by 8 thou, take a 23. Need her to take 15 or less. Bobby Spence 14 green, dead on 3. And that race tech will keep moving. Fred Hagberg and Kevin Poitras. Fred out of Charlotte, North Carolina, 490. Kevin Poitras, Ocala, Florida. And brand new Ultra Tech ride. There's just a slick piece. There for Poitras. Fred Hagberg, left side. Kevin Poitras, right side. Red light start for Kevin. Hagberg, 005, one above. But it was all over right off the bat as Kevin turned on that big red light. By 19 thou. Joe Kerner and Austin Thompson. As we are rolling through FTI round number 3 here with the dragsters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, double enter door cars for round number 4. Double enter door cars for round number 4. I believe there's 3 of you, but double enter door cars. If you're still carrying 2 into round number 4, let's get you up in the lanes, please. Double enter door cars. Let's get you up in the lanes, if you would, please. So Joe and Austin still on the starting line. Did like a full walk around the tower with the microphone, and Joe and Austin are still here. Joe Kerner is 002. Joe Kerner is going to be 10 total. Austin's 39 and just flat out smashed. And also, while we're talking about things that are important, drivers, everybody should have taillights on. Everybody should have taillights on. Everybody should have taillights on. Taillights on, pretty please, pretty please. AJ Ash and Adam Russell. AJ out of Louisiana. 464 is the dial. Adam Russell out of Mississippi over there on the right side. 445 the dial in for AR. Again, my double enter door cars. As I see Kevin Brandon rolling in. Troy Kraft and Bamberger, my other 2. Adam Russell, 14 green, 1 above 1 to be 7th thou in front, takes out AJ Ash. AJ was 29 at the hit and was completely shut out as Adam Russell was 25 total, which make AJ's elapsed time completely irrelevant. Christopher Schneider and John Siegel. Schneider out of Ohio, 469 the number. John Siegel, 445 on the board. in my double entered door cars. Get you up here, please. There's 2 more of you that should be heading this way. Bamberger and Roycraft are the 2 that I'm missing. Siegel is going to bow out. Christopher Schneider, 471 on the 469, and was 17 green. Siegel was 43 up front and under by 3 thou, but there was no way that John Siegel was going to light a win light there. 43 green cost him. Coy Collier and Scotty Taylor. Coy out of Bossier City in Louisiana. Jared, you ever been to Bossier City?
I did, I didn't know it.
Sounds like a place we could have a good time at. But then again, I mean, you and I could have a good time in Lincoln, Nebraska. Scott Taylor out of Michigan. Coy is less than that. And Coy Collier, 007 458 to get the win as he got down there and Scott Taylor got to the finish line first by 35 to break out by 3 thou. As Coy Collier killed a lot down there. He squatted down there at the 660. Ray Fordyce Jr. and Troy Henry. Ray out of Williamstown, New Jersey, 458 on the dial in. Troy Henry. Danville, Kentucky, 484 is the dial for Henry. We are green and green. Fordyce in a dominating position and going to get the win light. 21, 1 above 6 to get the win. Troy Henry was 48 at the start. And there was no way that Troy Henry was going to turn on a win light. Brandon Lane and Travis Colangelo. Colangelo in Chris Bear's ride. Travis, Port Clinton, Ohio, 474 is the dial. Brandon Lane, 445 is the dial. Kid. Brandon Lane, 445, over on the left side. Travis out of the OHIO as we are nearing the end of our FTI Performance Round 3. Colangelo, 100th in front at the starting line and 100th over the dial at the finish line to get the win. 18, 1 above. Beats 29, 1 above 6. To get the win, Todd Zeller and Lester Adkins. Zeller out of Michigan, that Copo-powered dragster. Lester, 443 out of Kentucky.
I'm going to do all around 4, bud. So we'll take you a nice break, relax.
I know. Hope. So Couple of good lights here. Lester Atkins going to get the win. 009, dead 3 to be 12 total. Zeller was a little bit better. 005 got to the finish line first by 11 to break out 4 thousandths of a second. Lester Atkins advances on the Todd Zeller breakout. Anthony Bertozzi and Mark Kidd. Kidd got 1 entry through earlier in FTI performance round number 3. Kidd looking to go 2 for 2. Anthony Bertozzi's like, I'm right here. 459 for Anthony. 466 the dial for Mark Kidd. But right now we have a possible of 6 doubles moving into round number 4. Kidd, 12 green, and is going to get the win. Mark Kidd takes 2 entries into round number 4. For the Kidd Performance and Dyno team out of Twin Falls, Idaho, Anthony Bertozzi's 26 green and 1 above 9, and is eliminated by Mark Kidd. Jesse York and TJ Harper. Muncie, Indiana for Jesse York. That's a bad dude over there. TJ Harper, Harrisonburg, VA. Good to see TJ back down there on the starting line as TJ had a parts call a little while ago. York left side will have the opportunity to leave first. TJ Harper be doing the chasing. TJ Harper dug himself a little bit of a hole, and Jesse York piled the dirt on top of it. 13 green, 1 above is good for Jesse York. TJ Harper is 27 at the hit and 2 over, and is going to be a 3rd round runner-up. Is Steve Witherow and Cody Wiggins. Steve Witherow out of Summerduck, Virginia. 458 is the dial for Witherow. Cody Wiggins out of Kentucky. Wiggins, 005 is going to get the win on a double breakout. 447.4 on the 448. Steve Witherow was 32 up front and under by 15 thous. Cody Wiggins advances on a double breakout as Jordan Willis Parker and John Parks. Jordan Willis Parker, 453. The dial for Jordan. John Parks in that insanely nice Ultratech machine out of Cadillac, Michigan. 405 for that Pro-Charged beast over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. And a true start win for Jordan Willis Parker. Both were red. Jordan Willis Parker left first and was 4 thou red. John Parks left second and was 15 red. The worser of the offenders, but man, John Parks, 180 miles an hour at the 8th mile. That is flat getting it. Rick Johnson and Timothy Thomas. Rick Johnson, Johnson City, Tennessee. 471 on the board. Timothy Thomas. 461 on the board for Timothy. 003 for Thomas. Looking over at the left at Mr. Johnson. Thomas, 12 total, locks out Rick Johnson. 003 taking 001. That's pretty sporty there. To be 12 total. Rick Johnson, 22 up front and had no chance. Ed Grisey and Travis Laster Sr. Grisey out of Vermilion, Ohio. 419 is the number. As I need all door cars up in the lanes, please, for round number 4, all door cars. Need you up this way for round number 4. Travis Laster Sr. has 438 on the car. I mean, it's not very often that you're down 438 and you're leaving first. I mean, 438 leaving first happens about as often as I get compliments on my good looks. Rarely. And I mean rarely. Laster, better at the starting line and goes 18 total and locks out Ed Grisey. Ed was 41 right down there on the starting line and had no chances. Laster was 11 dead 7 to be 18 total. As Ray Miller III and J.R. Lockhart. J.R. took 2 entries here into FTI Performance round number 3. Already illuminated 1 win light. J.R. is looking to join Mark Kidd, Kevin Brannon, Chuck Roycraft, and Adam Bamberger is taking 2 entries into Stainless Works round number 4. Pretty amazing if you think about it. 670 plus entries and a whole slew of doubles. And as we move into round number 4, as of right now, there's only 4 that are left that are doubled. Testament to the real tough competition out here. Ray Miller III bumps in last. Tree away in green. JR in front of Ray Miller on the starting line and breaks out to only carry 1 entry forward as Ray Miller III, 33, 1 above 3, as J.R. Lockhart breaks it out by 2 thou, taking 28. So J.R. Lockhart and Ray Miller, who both had 2 entries moving forward, but only Mark Kidd so far is taking the dragster through at 2 entries. Robbie Hamilton and Race Kidd. Robbie out of Millersville, Maryland. 485 is the dial. Race Kidd had a real tough lap thrown at him earlier in the round. Like 6 total thrown at him. And Race was also really good. Here, 1 thou is the difference. Race and Robbie and Race. Race Kidd made the right call down there at the finish line. 14 green, 468 on the 460. Robbie Hamilton got to the finish line first by 24 to break out 3. Needed to take 21 or less. Race Kidd moving to round number 4, and Chishing Cash. 2 pair left in FTI Performance round number 3. Mark Price, Jake Townsend. Mark, 479 the dial. Jake Townsend out of Loudon, Tennessee. 571 is the number for Jake. Separate the drivers. Neither is outstanding at the starting line, but Jake Townsend, 28, dead on 7, will get the win. Mark Price needed to be dead 0 to move the win light over onto his side. Didn't do it. Jake Townsend will win. And final pair in FTI Performance round number 3 for my French friends. Travis Laster and Cody Witt. Travis Laster took 2 entries into FTI Performance round number 3. Travis has already illuminated 1 win light. Travis is looking to join Mark Kidd as a member of the, hey, I'm double entered in a dragster and I took 2 entries into round 4 club. That's a pretty good club. It is an odd name for a club.
Last one. Right here.
Laster is 004. Cody Witt is 44. And Travis Laster Jr. and Mark Kidd take 2 entries into round number 4. So 5 doubles remain. 3 door cars and 2 dragsters. Travis Laster Jr., 004, 2 above 8 is good. Cody Witt was Reggie Jackson at the starting line. Reggie Jackson is Mr. October. And the straw that stirs the drink.
Hello racers, it is Thursday at Bristol Fall Fling. I'm here with the Williams brothers and the son of Gary Williams, Donovan. And if you haven't heard of the Williams family, you're pretty much living under a rock, or you don't know anything about bracket racing. These guys have been the baddest dudes for the last couple of decades. And then this guy comes along out of nowhere and picks up right where whatever they're feeding him, whatever they're telling him, he caught on like that. So this is Troy Williams. This is Gary Williams, younger brother, right?
Yeah.
Who's the better, what are you better at? What are you better at? I know you guys would call a spade because I can't tell. You guys kick ass no matter what you do. So tell us a little bit about what you think you're better at than him, and you tell me what you think you're better at than him.
On any given day, I think we're equal on the tree. He's probably better day in, day out, being in a tighter window. But, you know, strategy-wise, he's fairly one-dimensional. I mix it up a little bit more at the finish line, but you know, if you got something that works, continue to do it, right?
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
What do you guys say about you guys?
I don't know. Like for a long time, he's always been the winning on most consistent. Probably I go on spurts and win a lot, but it's as long as we keep winning, we feed off each other, and it just is what it is. We used to call him the designated hitter. You know, if there was a points battle or something like that, I would do typically pretty well in it. And whenever there was a huge race, he's the DH. You know, he'd come and knock it home.
Hey, you go send him after him, right? The hitman.
Right. That's it.
And then came Donovan.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched Donovan race the first couple of times. I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure about this guy. And then all of a sudden it was like, bam, 100 grand, bam, 50 grand.
Well, I think the biggest difference is the last year and a half, he's had the opportunity to do it at this level all the time. And as opposed to my kid who jumped right in here, he was racing at home, which I think making a lot of laps at home at, you know, the local level, that helps you get ready for it. And then whenever you come out here, you know, you get to make a lot of laps in a short period of time at a local bracket race, right? But whenever you come out here, you know, there's a good opportunity for you to only make 4 runs this weekend, you know.
And you're forced to bring it because the best is here.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
So it just raises. You're forced to bring it, otherwise you're gonna be done.
He'd won 10 granders when he was 17 years old, you know. But it just took it bringing him out to the big stage all the time, you know.
So mentally, have you done anything different this year than last year? Because you won, what'd you win, 100 grand this year? What else? $250,000 this kid won this year alone. All right, he's coming with me. We're gonna travel the circuit. I'm just gonna sit on the captain's chair. What have you done mentally, strategy-wise? What have you done differently this year than last year?
A lot of it just comes from my head, getting out of your own way. You know, previous to the actual 100K that I won originally in Capital City, I won a shootout earlier in that week, and that, a lot of people don't know that, but that like put it in my head that, you know, it is possible. I can win here. I belong
Give you the
here.
confidence, yeah.
A lot of it just came out of like I said, getting out of my own way, and then now that I kind of have a little steam rolling, I just feel like it's a lot easier to be confident going into those rounds where you know you have a tough competitor, or you know your car is not exactly right or something. You just have an internal feeling like, you know, I've been here before and I can do this, and it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, so once you basically break the ice
You knew you can do it, and you got confidence, and the rest was history.
Yeah, I mean, I started driving a little bit more aggressive this year, but I think that's also with being in the car more and being more comfortable. So I'm a little bit more comfortable holding a little bit more or whatever it be. I've started taking tricks from him. I can spray now. I have a spray program. I'm trying to put more clubs in my bag as I go, but really perfecting on what I'm good at, you know.
The best of the best right here, guys. And some good words of wisdom. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud.
Great motion. You're going to take away
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
$500 and a small Fling check. Thank you, FTI. Congratulations, Race Kid. You were the best losing package in FTI round number 3. That nets you $500, my friend. Stainless Works, round 4 coming at you. We're going to start it out with the door cars. And it is the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon in the left lane. Kylie Thaxton in the right. They staged up and got ready in a hurry. Both of them 11 on the tree. And Thaxton makes it happen, 11 and 16 thou above, taking 2 thou at the stripe. I think KB took -2. 11 and 18 thou above. Kylie Thaxton into round number 5. Next up is Matt Daddis. He'll represent the door cars in the Brodix runoff. Matt's dialed 626 in his Pontiac Starfire. Right lane is Chuck Roycraft from Minnetonka, Minnesota. He's got 2 entries going into this round. One of those is courtesy of a tail kicking that he gave me. Roycraft dialed 614, 1200's head start. Going to Daddis in the left lane. 9 thou separates him up front. Daddis makes it work, 9 and 17 thou above. Taking 17 at the stripe. Roycraft is 18 and then